Long time no see, chat. I didn't really expect to be streaming right now, as my life is still chaotic and unpredictable, and my future is unknown, but it's a very time sensitive event happening right now in a game that I'm very much looking forward to. So I wanted to take a break to play a little bit of this. Actually, it's probably going to be a lot of this, probably 4 hours of this, and even more of this at the end of the month. So I'm not officially back. So just pretend I'm not here. But I want to do what I can to help out this game. And will I do a 3 day long stream on the 28th? Probably. Yeah, hello to everyone. I see Orcs and Totem. Welcome to the chat. Here's your first message. And Chalmers. And I just learned that your name is actually spelled Chimers, and you very sneakily used a capital I to make it look like an L to get around filters, maybe. Very sneaky. Or maybe someone else had the name, I don't know. And Hexagon and Snoodle and Moth Friend. It's very nice to see you. Saw that you started streaming again. It's great to see it. And Butt Charity. Hello. um yeah, this test is going to start in a minute, and the music that you heard at the beginning there was part of the soundtrack. And last time I streamed this was in December, and a lot of stuff has changed between now and then. Let's see if I can really quickly breeze over what was changed just for time's sake. Well, first of all, if anyone wants to play along, if you're a fan of classic MMOs like EverQuest specifically, this is an upcoming indie MMO called Monsters and Memories, being led by a former EverQuest dev, along with lots of other people who spent a lot of their lives playing classic MMOs. So they know what they're doing, and they're all just working for free right now because this is an alpha test, and they refuse to take money from anyone until they have a product that they think is worth paying for. So get in now, try it for free. No, this is not sponsored. No, nothing. I just genuinely enjoy this game. And this is like I think I've streamed every test of this game that they've done and every public test. I'll put a link in the stream chat. And then if you're watching this on YouTube later, I'll put all the ways to get involved and to play and all that in the description below. Points down. So here's a link to the M&M Discord, where if you're a fan of chocolate, I think it's a company called Mars in something. It's usually milk chocolate, not the best, but you know, it's a brand. And so yeah, go to the Discord and you just go to playtest info, and then there's a Google Drive link for the launcher. And go ahead and make your character now. I already made my character. And just to note is that the characters you make for this test, and I think the one at the end of this month, I believe are just going to be for these tests. So if you were in a previous test and you had a lot building up with your character, you're not going to have access to those characters. So just make anything really for these tests. I'm making a Shadow Knight, and I'm going to try to do as much crafting as I can. Um, Something else important I was going to mention. What was it? Oh, yeah, and this is a weird moment to get into the game now because it is a stress test this weekend. It's going to be, I think, 4 hours, or just as Sean, the head of the project, said, as long as they need it to go. So the point of the stress test is they're going to, everyone, no matter where you are in the world, is going to be in one server. and we're going to be all trapped in one zone. And whoever makes it out alive gets $10,000. No, but it's going to be really laggy. It's probably going to crash a lot. And this isn't really a good introduction to the game, but if you want a good introduction to the state that it's in, I recommend joining the test that's going to happen at the end of the month, which is going to be like a 3-day long test. I think it's the longest one they've ever done, where it's gameplay focused, where you have access to all the zones and everything. And currently in the state of the game, you have access to a, let me actually show something other than my intro. Also, when I officially come back, I've been working on different intro screens. I might incorporate my webcam when a game isn't happening, because like when I normally stream, I have between moments where you're just looking at what you're looking at right now, and I might incorporate the really unfortunate thing that is my real life existence, because I'm very expressive and use my hands when I talk, and maybe it'll be slightly less exciting than dust blowing over my logo, which is my face. But that's a whole other thing. When I officially come back, there's going to be a lot else going on. But anyway, this is just all the same old. My crows have been pretty good. There was a really loud one that came back this morning because they've been gone for like 5 months, and it actually made me genuinely feel good to see one of the crows return after a long absence. I got a video of it, but I'll do that some other time. Okay. So if you go to your the website, monstersandmemories.com, I'll put that in the chat right now. As you can see, the website underwent a lot of changes and stuff as well. I'll just breeze through some of the stuff that I think is really good to check out, which is a lot of the art, because this game's art style is beautiful. It's definitely referential to like classic D&D kind of concept art, and really looks also inspired by, well, classic MMOs, which were also inspired by D&D. And the artist, well, the head art director, as you can say, named Goblin, has stopped by the stream before. He also streams. A lot of the devs on this team stream. Here's all the different classes and descriptions and stuff of them. Not going to go through all of them, but it's kind of standard MMO affair of the types of stuff you can play as. And yeah, a really nice thing about this project is how extremely transparent everyone is on the development of this. Many of the devs stream all the time. You can watch them work on it, and they're very active in their Discord. They talk to all of their players and their fans. You know, this is their own little studio. There's no big shareholders that are holding things down. I mean, maybe there are technically I don't know how this all works, but there was one particular image that I thought was on here. Oh, here. This is one of my favorite images, which is the first pass at all of the races, and it's kind of the color palettes and stuff. So you got, human, wood elf, high elf, deep elf, ogre, deep dwarf looks particularly awesome. These are all the playable characters. Dwarf, halfling, gnome, deep gnome, very Ghibli-esque. Ghibli, I don't know. Ghibli, I think. Goblin, troll, and Mandrake is kind of a meme. Not really a playable class, but it was kind of a funny thing. And yes, environment art is also very gorgeous. You're a deep gnome and real. Jealous. Then also, this is very cool, the class concepts. So if art is something that can really get you into a game, here is lots of that. think the test is technically running. I'm occasionally checking in on Sean's stream, so if you want kind of eyes in the sky of what is going on right now with the test, go to, I'll link his stream in the chat here. It's A Loving Robot. He's stopped by the stream before too. Super cool dude. He streams more often than really anyone else. He's kind of the head of the project. He's sort of like a producer, designer. You can listen to him right now.
Everybody flooding in has already triggered the first thing that Ollie and company are looking at.
Yeah, so this is a
Yes, you
technical
do.
play test. So they're going to be experimenting a lot. So good luck if you can make progress on anything. We're all going to be fighting over like 2 rats. Currently, there's no players in the servers. Okay, so let's go back to what has changed. I agree, Moths. He's a very cool dude. And yeah, Goblin is really productive artist. He's so productive that he broke his tablet recently. And just last night I was watching his first stream back with his new tablet, one that he's been using one for 12 years daily and finally got a replacement. He got like a huge discount on a really nice one. So he sounds very happy to use this new one. Okay, so if you want a very detailed breakdown on everything that's changed, we could see like there's a lot new concept art for types of armor, like they're refactoring the whole system of how armor is displayed on characters, which if you're into 3D modeling and game design stuff, it's really interesting to see how they've created this like dynamic modular system, which is actually pretty similar to how like World of Warcraft did it back in the day. Like a lot of my quote unquote time off, I've been looking at assets of popular games, just well-known ones, just seeing like how do they structure their models and all of that. And a lot of interesting tricks about with like using alpha transparency, like lots of layered things atop of one another, swapping pieces out. And a term that you're going to hear a lot, which because it's the new system they integrated, is called lerping, Lerping. If you're a programmer, that might sound a little more familiar because it's linear interpolation or something like that. But it's in terms of art, lerping is a method they developed where they can very easily recolor any asset. So as long as it's set up a certain way, they can just throw different colors at stuff, and it uses a full gradient of color to apply that color to armor and stuff. So from what I understand, it's not just let's make the armor red or blue or whatever, that you apply a full gradient of color to armor or whatever, and depending on the value, where the value on the gradient exists relative to the value of the asset, it will actually recolor it dynamically. So you can get a lot more variation, more of a painterly look to stuff. So that's something to hear about lerping. And then we have here looking at is they finally have lots of inventory icons in place. Previously, it was all kind of just white icons that all look very similar. Placeholder stuff are finally getting like small colored icons, and they have what's called the paper doll in the middle of the inventory. So you have a real-time 3D view from the front of your character, so you can see how, you know, the armor and stuff that you're wearing is affecting your appearance. And they're starting to integrate the animated class emblems and stuff on the left here. Here's a lot of the icons that are currently being made. Got some more lovely concept art. And there's lots of character art. Look, we got dog. Very nice. And then animations and stuff. So this is on the art side of things, which is all exceedingly lovely. But something to note between now and the last time I streamed this, that the team has grown tremendously. It started with well, two people, Sean and Ollie, and then eventually they added a few more, like Nick and well, Pattis goes by. Well, Harrison goes by Pattis and Zukin, and then John, and then now they have like, okay, we got all these people. We got Gary and Keith and Robert and where's Alex, Goblin. Now you got William and Simon and Patrick and Brandon and Montesur and Ryan and Chip and Ivan. And this isn't even everyone. They now have like almost 30 people, I think. Like their team has just grown so much. And they even have a student of one of the people who's on the team is a teacher, and a student of his has joined the team. Like, what an amazing opportunity that would be to be able to join a project like that. All right. I'm going to check in, see. Okay, no one's in the server yet, it looks like.
What is the easiest way to? I don't think I've read out a resolution out loud in forever. 2560 by 1140 and never had less than 30 FPS. Okay, well that's cool. That's tight. Great that this is happening during the stress test instead of play test or early access. Exactly. Yeah, that's why we're doing it.
All right, well, as you can hear, stuff is still not fully online because the big thing is that so much has changed on the technical side, especially between December and now. So this test right now is happening so that the big 3-day long test at the end of this month can go smoother. And when you go to their Discord, there is like an RSVP, like an event thing that has future tests put on there. And you can see when the start and end times are of those, and it automatically adjusts it to your own time zone. As I'm sure people that live on this planet are aware that a lot of times it's hard to organize things when there's so many different places that you can be located on Earth that causes time differences to be hard to do. Like right now, if you're like in Asia or Australia, it's probably kind of hard to to play as a part of this test because it'll be like 2 or 3 in the morning your time, but that doesn't always stop people. You managed to jump in. Looks like a lot of people. Oh, okay. Some people are getting in. Let me here. I'm gonna switch. Prepare for audio. I'm gonna unmute the game. Might be a little loud. Oh, that was musically very nice time to drop into the game. So everyone is in a US East server. The character that I am going to be playing this time around for these tests, I call Noxel. And he has my favorite human face. Wish I could zoom in. I need to get better at OBS where I can just like really quickly do a funny crop on face that some people do. I don't want to mess up my base. Yeah, game is music especially is going to be loud on the title screen. It's always tricky to get my audio balanced in such a way because like I generally use speakers, and I think most streamers have all their audio adjusted to headphones. Sometimes like when I'm watching streams, like I can't hear games at all, and I just hear really loud mic. We'll see how it goes. I was originally gonna make like a rogue, but I don't know. I'm not, because this guy looks roguish to me, but Oh, and they added, let's do this real quick. They added wood elves. This is something that is new to this version. Male and female. In the future, wood elves are going to start in their own city, but for the sake of this test, all of the characters are going to start in the same city. Oh, other really important thing I forgot to talk about on the website. This is very important. They released their timeline of release, how they expect this game to happen in the next few years. A lot of people wonder, like, okay, when is it coming out? I'm just going to do this real quick. So I think if you go to the front of the website and then you do, let's forget where it is. Is it play? Oh, early access FAQ. I'm not going to read everything, but talks about, because they're being very, very intentional in trying to be like, okay, this is exactly what we're thinking, and keep in mind everything can change, the dates can change, and all that. This talks about what will be accessible in early access. Because right now it's just like an alpha or something like that. And here's a list of everything that they plan on having in early access. And then I think here the roadmap. So we're in the 2024, 2025. So the beginning of 2025, I believe, is when they will enter early access. So it's going to be January, I think, of 2025. It's like a year and a half or so away from that, but there'll be tests between now and then, just like the one that is going on right now. So still a ways away, but yeah, just you can stay up to date just by like following their streams and their Discord and all of that. It looks like people are in, but things are very laggy. I'm looking at Sean's stream here. Okay. So go back to game. Game's very difficult to play right now. Yeah, I imagine. This is something you guys can't see, but I am trying to use a new app related to streaming. I mean, I'm still using OBS, but instead of using Chatty for chat, I'm using Chatterino, which overall I like Chatterino a lot better. But the only problem that I've found with it is that it doesn't let you just bring up a list of recent follows. But so I have follows in OBS now because OBS had updates where you can add stream relevant info as tiles on OBS. So I have all my stream stats and notifications in OBS, but then chat is now in Chatterino, which is a really compact, lightweight app that lets you divide stuff up. If you moderate a lot of chats, Chatterino is nice because you can split it up and filter, and you can search in chat, and you can just bring up specific people's chat history. So when let's say you're looking at a chat of like 10,000 people on a Sunday, and it's hard to manage how people are behaving, that you can watch specific people. Well, anyway, so let's see what happens if I try to get into the game now. I can read through chat so fast. Well, I mean, the truth is that you don't see everything, but it's luckily in the case of Vinny's chat, it's like the best it's ever been in terms of behavior. Like when I first started moderating for Vinny 10 years ago, oh my God, 11 years ago, like there would just be regular timeouts and bans like every stream, but now it's pretty rare. I mean, and people kind of police each other, I guess, too. Or like when you get a good community that is vocal and they value the streamer and the experience, that when people start being obnoxious and behaving in undesirable ways, they start to like pressure each other to behave, and it kind of like works out in the end, and things just get, it's a lot easier to manage. So usually just glancing at chat every once in a while. It's just a mysterious gem. It's just like with Blizzard games where you can activate the gem. Oh, never mind. This is, oh, what is this? Oh, you can just run around the... Okay. I guess this isn't the gem. Huh. Interesting. You can just run around in the title screen thing. I didn't know you could do this. How do I get back? Okay. Oh yeah, and there is a guide here that if you're playing right now and you have no idea how to play this style of game, new player guide, I believe will link you to a Google Doc that is just a rough overview of like this style of MMO. You can't get back? Well, let me see about that. Let me use my expertise. No. Okay, I think you're right. Well, rest in peace. Okay, I will reopen the game. I don't think that was available before the servers went up, because you were able to make your character before this test was live. And I clicked that button many times, it didn't do anything. Okay, well, I'll try it again. Interesting to see how similar this will be to EverQuest. Oh, it's very similar. Oh no, kicked me out. I think the servers are getting... Ooh, art. I think the servers are getting blasted. Okay, yeah, I'm not able to get in. So Moths, you managed to get in, it sounds like. But I imagine it's very laggy. What, Charity, are you also playing? Were you able to get in? Check on stuff. I'm looking at Sean's stream and everyone's like frozen in place. I'm trying to learn a spell for 10 minutes. Yeah, that sounds about right. But this is why this test is happening now. This is good stuff for them to look at. Hey, a lot of people are streaming this right now. It's cool. Hey, I'm like the 3rd highest in viewership. Thanks, guys. Looks like he got foot textured boots. Yeah. It's been really interesting because like in the last few months I've just been so intensely getting into even more like 3D modeling, and I'm learning animation and just looking at like stylistic choices within low poly art, and just like what sort of decisions you have to make in order to keep a consistent art style. So it's like, okay, this is a decision of the artist of this team where hands will just be fists, no individual fingers, and yeah, feet are just like textured boots. But then it's like, okay, yeah, we're simplifying the human form in that way, but then they these characters have individual eyeballs, I believe. Or at least they have irises that are separately modeled, and you can't really see it. Here, let me look at a character. So it's like, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but I believe the irises are their own triangles, own like geometry, maybe. Oh yeah, I'll just go through the races real quick as long as we're like not able to play. So like, yeah, right now we have dwarves, gnomes, goblin, halfling, human, ogre, wood elf, and his female versions, wood elf, ogre, human. There's like new hair was added to a lot of the races too. Halfling, goblin, female goblin is especially cool. Gnome and dwarf. Majestic hair. For the yeah, there's different skin tones of all the races. And then hair color, different face textures. So you can either be happy or sad, which are the two emotions of life. Even eyebrow customization, eyebrow color, and eye color. Extras like scars and tattoos and things. And they did bring back the ability for female dwarves to have beards. It's a classic. Hey, Robert, welcome to chat. Hey, the creator of the music in this game is in chat right now. You guys should follow him and check out his work. Working on fixing the server. Yeah, I've been stopping in on Sean's stream. I saw that stuff is kind of I mean, going as expected. It's, you know, stress test. All right. What I'm going to do in the meantime, this is kind of for a lot of the people who are on the developer team that stream their progress and stuff. It's become a common thing to play an EverQuest online game that's called EQ Guesser. It's GeoGuessr, but it takes place in EverQuest, and you try to guess where you are in certain locations. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play EQ Guesser for a little bit while we listen to some of Robert's music. Let's see. I know there's some new songs that we haven't heard yet that were added to the game. You can see if I can predict which ones. Like, 'cause I didn't recognize the Veil of Zintar music that I played during the beginning. Feel like that might be new? I don't know. Ooh, Deep Dunes. Oh, and that reminds me of something I forgot to mention about like the roadmap. Is it looks like that they're not planning on adding the deep races until after early access has started. So they're wanting to refine the, you know, locations and the development of the non-deep races, which deep races are like the kind of the other side of the world where like everyone lives on the surface, but then the deep races live underground and they have their own entire lifestyle of like of living in the dark, and they have their own like benefits where they can uh, live and work in the dark better, and they're considering making it so that but when they're in the light on the surface they have a disadvantage, but then like people on the surface have an advantage in the light and a disadvantage in the dark. So there's kind of like a interesting dynamic between the two different ways of living in the game world. So let's see, Deep Dunes. All right, so I'm gonna go to EQ Guesser. Now here's a game that is one of the primary inspirations for Monsters and Memories is EverQuest, and this is the classic original EverQuest. And if you haven't heard of GeoGuessr, it's where GeoGuessr is a real-life Google Street View game where it just drops you in a random place in the world, and you have to just use your surroundings to determine where you are, and then click on a map where you think it is. But now, a lot of people have been developing this kind of thing, but for video games. So there's like a World of Warcraft version of this, there's a GTA version of this. Still trying to remember audio levels and stuff. Well, hey, Hobo Noah, welcome. And yeah, Dingus, this is going to be when the servers are running. You're checking in occasionally with Sean, who's like the head of the project. They're working on getting the servers stable. This is a technical stress test that's going on right now, so they're doing exactly what they planned on doing, which is seeing how can we handle hundreds of players jumping in at the same time. So I'm going to do for EverQuest, I'm going to do the classic trilogy, which is just the original release game, the Runes of Kunark expansion, and Scars of Velius. This is really the best generation of EverQuest. I'll do no time limit. All right, I already know this is Nectulos. Oh, wait, no. This is Toxulia Forest, which is over in... God, how do I know this stuff? Which is over Otis, the Erudite. Toxulia, here's the bridge where we started, and we're facing east, and we started right here. Boom. Oh, wrong side of the bridge, but good enough. What is this? Is this Iridan? Oh no, this is Erud's Crossing, I think. Or no, Kara Isle. And this is where all of the cat person orgies happen, what I've been told. So we started, okay, we got the bridge, wooden bridge there, crossing. It's going from sand to sand, and we are facing east. So you can click the portal down here to go back. And we're slightly into the canyon on the grass area. So I'd say we're like right there. Boom, 4 units away. We get the maximum point level for that. This looks like Butcher Block. This is like all of this stuff. No, it's a Steam font because of the Steam. All this stuff is just like branded in my brain from like a lifetime of playing this game on and on. Just like by the textures, like you can tell what expansion it's from the resolution of the textures and the quality of like the assets, because they not up-resed, but they increase texture resolution with each expansion. But the real challenge is going to be to figure out where in this green and rocky place this exists. Luckily, we're on a path. So we're facing a southwest zone wall, meaning that a wall needs to exist in the southwest. Are we at a branching path? Is this fork at all? Oh, here is a zone transition right here to the west. So I'm guessing that we were like right there. Let me go back. I'm just gonna guess there. All right, very close. I don't need to be exactly perfect. This is swamp. Inethul Swamp, a fat alligator. Very specific. Now this is going to be kind of a nightmare because I know where this is. This is this swamp. But as you can see, there is so much repetition in the zone. I don't think anyone can actually learn the layout of this place anywhere other than the walls. Usually your full experience of this zone is running along the borders because the city is down here. Guck, which is absolute nightmare of a zone, as you can see from, it's kind of hard to see with the water texture, but absolute nightmare of a zone. But it has some of the best drops in the game. Well, in the classic like trilogy are in this zone, so you kind of have to go there at some point. But it's this one with a really annoying ambience. This one has really loud bubbly noises, which you're someone like me who has kind of a sensitivity to like gross, like mouth gurgling wet sounds. It is kind of annoying. It's not as quite as annoying as Fearot, which has the monkey or whatever that's going like every few seconds. So fittingly, two of the most annoying ambient containing zones are like side by side connected. So this is going to be very difficult to figure out where I am. Just for the sake of time, I might just wing it. Keep going till I hit a wall. Oh. Got some undead dudes. Froglocks. Rustef Undal. You're by the tower. The tower is kind of far north, I think. Is this the, oops, the same tower? Tower is kind of on a rotated axis. It is not perfectly even. You know what? I'm just gonna guess, like here. Here. Okay. It's hard to understand the full amount of distance you're making with each click. Is this Duck? No. Undead Jailer. Okay. I have to admit I was not involved with a lot of end game zones. This is Kunark, I can tell from the art style and the very Pixar looking head. Is this like one of those zones that high levels absolutely love, like Chardok, Burns? Oh yeah, Robert would absolutely know where all this is. He's a legendary EverQuest player. So when I don't know a place initially, I just look for the floor pattern. Cookie, you're talking about how you thought you didn't care about mouth noises until you met one person and they were the exact range to annoy me. Yeah, for me it's weird. It's like if I'm in person with people and they're like eating food, like that won't bother me. It's when it's artificially amplified into my ears through like a computer, you know, like you're listening to a YouTube video and someone is just like pushing gross noises right into your ears. You have headphones on. That's when it bothers me. Like in person, it's not really a big deal, but like artificially loud sounds that shouldn't be that loud. You wish you got into MMOs when you were a kid, but you played RuneScape in 05 and then WoW in 2015. You made it when you see screenshots of EverQuest, made you feel like you missed out on a magical era. It was magical in its own way because it was there was so many new things were happening with internet culture and video game design when EverQuest was out. Because when I was playing EverQuest, I was in kindergarten, in the first grade. No, it wasn't kindergarten. I was like second grade. Wait, oh, no, I'm completely messing this up. I was 12, so I was like 5th grade. Yeah, that's about right. 5th grade, 6th grade. And people barely had computers in their homes at the time, let alone like they didn't have internet. and I was playing an MMO, a subscription-based MMO online on a home computer in like 1999 or 8. That was really unheard of at the time. Okay, see, there's zones like this that I've never visited. Oh, Tower of Frozen Shadow, that's Velius, so that's gonna be kind of... Is it Karner? Gotta look for the floor tile pattern. If I don't know a place, I just look at the floor. This kind of matches. This might be Karner's. This looks like a very basement place, because usually like in EverQuest, they have the underground mines. Or the basement of places tend to be like full of weird fungal like enemies or mud enemies, and they're always like in the basement. This is kind of a maze. I've never been in this zone, so I'm gonna take a stab at it. I'm already losing my voice, and I'm already just barely an hour into the stream. My God. I haven't really talked out loud much. I've just been not doing things. This has gotta be Karner's. The music we're listening to is actually on the Monsters and Memories soundtrack. It's the game that I will be playing soon, whenever this is all up and running. I'm checking in on the dev stream. I'm guessing there's probably hundreds of people, even though this says 17. Like over 700 people said that they're gonna play, and I'm sure there's even more. This is the right zone. Nice. All right. I'm just gonna guess that this is somewhere deep in the central-ish area of Karner's. This is like a really high-level zone. All right, I was close. Breakdown. So 25,000 is the highest score you can get, I think. So that's pretty good. And my randomly generated name is Buffed White High Pass Knoll, which High Pass doesn't have white knolls. They're like the Dark Paw tribe, so they're blue. So this isn't even possible. Oh wait, no. Some of like the commanding officers of Dark Paw have white fur. So maybe it is possible to be a white high pass knoll. I don't know. Good guess for not being familiar with the zone. Yeah, it's for a lot of these. Like I can usually tell when I haven't been in a zone. Oh, this is Arena. Easy. I can probably get this one almost exactly. I won like 2,000 platinum at an event that happened in Arena. And it was just for showing up. It was just like a random drawing. It was cool. So what wall is this? This is the southwest wall? I guess it's south. Wait, this is one of the inner rings. That's why it looks curved. So we're probably somewhere there. And we're in between pillars. More on the west. So I'm going to guess... Okay, because this is the inner ring, and then this is the outer ring. You're going to get really close on this one. I think it's going to be like right here. Ooh, 15 units away. What year did I win that much platinum? This was like last year. So, you know, the economy is still pretty crazy in modern times. So I know 1,000, or I don't remember how much. This is Mistmore, by the way. But like that much platinum back then would be like god tier. Like you would be in a whole other league in like the 90s if you had that much platinum. Like I remember as a kid, I felt like I was on top of the world when I achieved like 20 platinum. I was barely understanding how to even play the game. and I had spent like multiple days playing as a 12-year-old, and I was just like felt like I was hashtag winning. That's like a modern reference, right? Okay, this looks very much like Mistmore. Yeah, here's the gargoyles. Oh no, the music. Oh no, my recommendations. Um, I really like the song I used on the intro. Let's play this again. And I like how Robert shows the software. You can see as the layers of the instrumentation go in and out. I love that. I love seeing kind of behind the scenes like this. It's really nice. It's gonna hear what Sean has to say real quick.
Download and maybe play tonight, depending on how long it takes us to fix the things that are broken. Or you can come back on the 28th. Our website is here. Our Discord is there.
All right, looks like they're still trying to get stuff to work. All right, so it's definitely Mistmore, so we're gonna go to Fadewar. And Castle Mistmore. Like when you're just zooming in, it just gets smaller and smaller and more detail. And somewhere inside the castle itself. Have I heard of an MMO called The Secret World? I have. And there's someone in my community. Oh, here's the piano. They're not wearing the right armor. However, whatever they did to capture all of this, a lot of the NPCs are messed up. They only have their helmets. I have heard The Secret World, and there was someone in the Discord community that was really into The Secret World, and they played it a lot. I always forget who it was. So I heard them talk about it. That was a very unusual MMO where it was like the three factions were different. It was like a modern day setting. The factions were like the Illuminati and then there was like some kind of, speaking of which, like vampire-like group. I don't know. It was really creative, and I don't think it lasted very long. Like people are trying to bring it back. Might be fan servers. Dragon, Illuminati, and Templars. Okay. I love it when MMOs do really creative things with what you can play as. Let's go back to... And also Dagnor's Cauldron, not to be confused with Dagroot's Findle. Now what does this piano look like from the top? Ross did a video on The Secret World? Which Ross is this? I'm guessing it's not Rubber Ross. That's like the Ross of the communities I'm involved with. Accursed Farms. Oh, okay. Is this the basement? Oh, there is a fireplace. I can see the fireplace here. So this is the bottom floor. It sounds like a harpsichord. I'm a fan of harpsichords. It's the guy that does the Freeman's Mind series. Oh. Well, I'm guessing this is gonna be like somewhere here. We got this room with the two gargoyles. Oh, and then we're actually going downstairs. Then here's one of the vampires. Uh-oh. And Mistmore has like one of the largest series of NPCs, like the most diversity in the naming of NPCs, that every time I'm there, like I run into a new mob that I have never heard before. Like they busted out the thesaurus for that zone. I guess I was kind of close. I mean, this... Alright, so that was like the mid-level, kind of by the entrance to the crypt. Oh no, that's the tower. Okay. I've never made it that far into the zone. And this looks like the cauldron that we were just talking about. This is very close. So this is the southern wall. The like southeastern-ish corner of cauldron. I'm just gonna guess like right here. Pretty close. What is this? I do not recognize this zone. This looks kinda... Textures make me think it's Kunar Cavelius. Maybe. Oh, no. This is, the Temple of Solisek Row. Probably, like, throughout all the time I'm playing EverQuest, I just had never heard any of the names of the characters said out loud before, so sort of made up in your mind. Hey, Master Mudkips, lovely seeing my streams again. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not officially back or anything. This is kind of unexpected stream, but yeah, it's been like horrendously difficult to get a job. And I don't know if you guys know, but you can't do anything in life if you don't have income. You can't even enjoy life when you don't have money. So it's like your hierarchy of basic human needs can't even begin to be met if you don't have money. So that's what I've been doing. Okay, here's the temple. It's a very layered temple. Wait, is that... If I say them wrong, you're gonna repeat them wrong. Yeah. Been unemployed yourself. Yeah, it's... And... this is a problem for any person existing on the planet, but like... I feel like in American culture, it's especially bad to be unemployed because like the expectations of like if your life isn't being made miserable by how much you're working every day, then there's something wrong. So you either are miserably employed and underpaid, or you're miserably not employed and not doing anything. So it's like, oh, you're not doing anything and taking up all of your free time doing some kind of thing that you hate every day. Well, there's something wrong. Oh, wait a minute, you're doing a thing every day and you can't do anything else in your life because you're doing too much of this thing? Well, there's something wrong. It's like you just can't win. Yeah, it's like the I was gonna say, and everyone knows this, but it's just like who you know in life ends up being so much more important. Not the only thing, but so much more important than the things that you do or know how to do. And yeah, I am very grateful that I do have parents that I have a good relationship with, so that I won't literally be on the street if I just run out of money. And I'm getting awfully close to that point of being out of money, but like, man, I've worked so hard and built up my life to where it is now. Like, I'm 36 and I've been independent for 16 years now at this point, living on my own. And for it to all just crumble away because there's just too many people looking for jobs at the same time is absolutely heartbreaking. So it's just been very hard. But everyone's experiencing, well, a lot of people are experiencing this in their own ways. Yeah, you just open emails, look for the word unfortunately, closing. Yeah, that, exactly. I've applied to 92 places. I've gotten rejection letters from like 60-ish. I was about to open up my document on stream of all of my job stuff, but I realized that would be a very doxy document. I'm not gonna do that. But what kind of work am I looking for? That's a good question. Well, really anything that it's tricky because ultimately I want to get into doing digital art, whether it's for like 3D digital art, whether it's for games or renders or like architectural or just like any sort of just 3D computer stuff. It's ideally what I'd like to do. I'm kind of a generalist in that way because I have like I can do a wide range of 3D stuff, and I have a lot of experience doing all this, and I have had previous jobs doing this. So I'm not just trying to get my foot in the door necessarily. Like I've already been in for a little while, but it's all been short-term contract stuff that doesn't last very long. Like my whole life in the last like 8 years has just been project to project to project, and they're all really different, and they're all really, I'm going to use the word really a lot. They've been very influential, very important projects in my life, and I enjoyed them all, but the big problem is they don't pay that much. So I've gotten amazing experience from all these things, but it just barely pays bills, and I got a artificial boost in confidence. My most recent project paid really well, and I was thinking like, wow, this is what it feels like to have stability, and this is what it feels like to be making a lot of money, and that allowed me to move to where I am now, which is, I love where I'm living right now. It's such a amazing apartment and a part of town I want to be in and all that, but I was way too overconfident, and I didn't very intelligently plan that this opportunity was like an outlier. Like, this isn't the type of stuff that I'll be regularly getting, so it hit especially hard because it's like, oh, this isn't actually something that you're going to be able to find much of. This is kind of a fluke that you found such a well-paying job. And it was a temporary project from the very beginning, but it ended 3 months early. And when you're paid hourly, losing out on 3 months worth of hours is a huge financial hit. And then I learned just a few months ago that everyone on the team I was on got laid off. The management that hired me for that position was laid off. The whole company was bought and closed down. So it was like, it makes me feel better in a morbid way, like, okay, I wasn't the only one affected by this. It wasn't like, oh, I was just let off. The whole company was removed from existence. But now, as everyone's kind of doing a similar thing where it's like, okay, well, they have like dream opportunities that would be really nice. Like, for me, it's hard for me to say like what a dream job would be specifically, but ideally I just want to create. I especially love just creating 3D digital art. Games are some of the favorite things, but I've also have experience doing stuff within like product, like prototyping and concepting for stuff, and doing renders for like archives of products, like taking old products and doing 3D 360 renders of them for their own archival purposes and things. There's a lot of just weird 3D stuff, but like my ideal situation would be where I'm just doing something that keeps me afloat, and then, I mean, this is everyone's dream, I guess. Income isn't an issue, and then I can just focus on all of these like game and like VR projects that I'm severely backlogged on, or like I want to make all these things. Like I've had just this tremendous list of game ideas that I've been keeping for almost 20 years now. I remember being in high school, starting this list of games I want to make sometime in my life. And it was a piece of computer paper, like printer paper, that I started writing on with a ballpoint pen, started coming up with ideas, and then eventually it turned into a Google Doc, which is kind of the form that it's in now. It's just so many things. And some games ended up being made. Like I had a detailed plan for a game that was so close to Phasmophobia, if anyone's played that in VR. Like I had a whole concept for a game that was so close to that. And then that game releases like, oh, okay. And then it was wildly successful. It's like, I had this whole idea years ago. And then someone goes and makes it and is extremely successful with it. But I mean, cool. It's cool to see it come to life. I would have done things a lot different ways. But anyway, big rants. Yeah, Robert, thanks for saying that. It's, it is comforting to know, as bad as it sounds, that a lot of other people are struggling with the same thing. It makes it feel less about that there's something wrong with me. I think everyone has something wrong with them that they can work on, but knowing that this is like an unusually high amount of people struggling with similar stuff is comforting in a way. Makes it feel like I already said, it's less like it's I need to do a lot of stuff. I mean, there's always more you can do, but that's what's so dangerous about wanting to get involved in an art related industry is like you can always add more to your portfolio, you can always improve, you can like there's no point that you can reach where you feel like, oh, this is enough. Because there's always more you can do. And then you go and look at other people's portfolios and you're like, wow, I can't even, like, this is who I'm competing with? How can I even come close to this? But looking for quiet work in archival preservation or restoration, library stuff. Well, I'm very grateful that there are people in the world that enjoy doing stuff like that. So I wish you the best. Yeah, organizing lots of information and stuff like that. If it's in context to like an ARG or something, I enjoy archiving things and all that. But if it's just for like a company or a library, for me personally, God, it's so hard to like wrap my mind around that kinds of that scale of information. Yeah, Cookie, it was like that was sort of my issue, is that like I never had career guidance of any kind throughout my whole life. I'm the first generation to go to college, period. And lucky for me, it's right before people started saying, maybe you don't need to go to college. So I'm very lucky to have tremendous amount of student debt dumped on me before people are like, maybe we don't need to do this. So, I've been out of college for 14 years, and I still have a huge amount to pay back because I've just have not been able to land a big stable job like was supposed to happen by going to college. And I looked at some other people that were in my classes in college, and several of them have like senior level positions and are making like 6-figure salaries, and they're married and they've like moved to different countries and they've done all this stuff. And when I remember having classes with them, I was like, they didn't put any effort into their work, and they're always like, oh, I hate this, I hate my major, I really don't think this is gonna work out. And then all of a sudden, boom, they're like doing everything. And yeah, don't compare yourself to others, yeah, but it's just weird how different it is. Like for me, like my college education, like I was excelling really well in my classes. My professors praised me a lot, and I'm even friends with one of my professors on Facebook who we continued talking afterwards. She was like, oh, you should get into this line of work, and you should get into like design research, because like you're so analytical and able to like envision abstract concepts and design that would be really valuable. And I tried getting into that line of work, and I was just never able to hear back from anyone, didn't know anyone in the industry, and she wasn't able to help because she's a professor. It's weird how life goes. People who you can put a lot of work and effort into wanting to go in a certain career direction, but it doesn't work out for you. But then the people that don't put any effort and don't like this line of work end up being really successful and make a lot of money and have a stable life. Like, I guess that's where life goes. Oh yeah, live music industry during the pandemic. That must have been horrific, with everything being canceled. Every single show for an entire year. Yeah. A part of why I moved to my previous place was because I was located by several big music venues in my city. And that was right as the pandemic starts. I'm like, oh, it'd be cool to be in this part of town. I'll be able to just walk out the door and go and check out all this live music and kind of like upcoming people right out of college that are just experimenting with stuff. And then all of a sudden pandemic, and it's like, oh, and then I wasn't able to go to even one show after moving to an area where I could easily go and attend shows. It's like, wow, yeah, pandemic just like really fucked over lots of people in many different ways. The only real benefit I've seen though is just that, like, well, a lot of companies are more open to remote work. That's nice. I was applying for lots of jobs before the pandemic, and almost no one was remote. Like, working remotely was a privilege that you had to earn for being at the company so long. And now there's a lot of companies that are completely remote, which is good to see. It's like we live in a digital age with internet connections and stuff. Like, it's ridiculous to expect you to, I gotta drive 2 hours to go here and then just to sit at a computer and do stuff I could be doing at home and then drive 2 hours back. It's like, what a waste of just time and energy and resources to have to do all that. So I'm glad in general that the culture's changed. But yeah, as System in chat says, yeah, a lot of companies are starting to be like, oh, let's go back to the office. And I'm glad that there are some people that are quitting their jobs because they're being called back to the office. And I hope a lot of employers can take note of that. Like, I mean, there is definitely work that is much more beneficial to have people physically in the same place. I get it, but there's so much work out there that doesn't need all that. And it's insane to me how some companies still require you to physically be in the office for stuff. Yeah, and then that problem when you're going into remote work is that you're competing with the whole world when you're working remotely. Like, there's a job, like this is like my tiny little glimmer of hope right now, is that there is a local job in my city that I'll have to physically go to, but it's pretty close, that I qualify for everything for, and I've applied to them, and I seem like I'll be a good fit, and I visited the place in person, and I talked to the people who are going to be hiring, and I feel like I left a good impression. Like, it doesn't pay a whole lot, but it'll at least, keep me alive for a while longer. But it seems promising, and I'm just hoping that this one happens, because this will at least where I can see the surface of the water, and not quite floating, but at least like I'll be heading towards the surface if I can get this job. And then I can start building on top of that. So I have at least one little glimmer of hope that I'm working on, that hopefully this coming week I should hear back from them. Hopefully. But the fact that it's in person and not remote means that at least I'll be not competing with thousands of other people. There's a subreddit that's called Recruiting Hell, which is pretty funny. If you want to feel a little better about the hellish process that is just like applying for jobs, especially remote jobs. It's just people venting about bad job applying situations they've been in, and just how absurd the situation can be at times with like use of like AI for applying for jobs, and people using AI to go through, like, both sides are like using technology to, you know, make it like an inhuman thing. Because, like, okay, I guess, you know, they're going through thousands of applications, so I don't blame them for wanting to use tools or try to make the process better, but some companies like use it to the point where it's just ridiculous. Like, there was a moment where I was almost cry laughing, where someone posted, what was the thread name? It was like, hey guys, how should I handle this? And they had an interview, and the interview questions, there was like 60 plus questions on a single email, and they were all clearly written by AI. It was like paragraphs in each question, and there's a lot of repetition and just like pointless questions that this employer dumped into an email, and they're like, hey, answer this. So then someone in the thread said, well, if they're gonna use AI to interview you, how about you use AI to do the interview? So they fed the AI written interview questions into an AI, had the AI answer all of the other AI's interview questions, and they just emailed it back. And it was just like, what a time we live in, where the hiring process for real humans involves these humans setting up computers to pretend to be a human for the other one pretending to be a human, and then they're going to determine the eligibility of this applicant based on this interaction. Like, what a time to be alive, I guess. Hey, Inner Evil, welcome. We are currently not in game. Sounds like, and this was all kind of expected. This is a stress test, and looks like they're having trouble getting things to be stable. We're looking at the
Or them?
dev stream.
Is it true?
here.
Can I get a witness? Hilnus said
Hey,
nope.
Komatsu, welcome.
Amen. Amen, brother Hilnus. See, we had more of you in here in December. We touched something, twiddled a knob, flipped a switch, added some shit. So, we'll fix it.
So, in the meantime, been talking about life. Funny thing is, while I was gone, I was just looking around at random streams, and like specifically like art streams. Like, I've really come to appreciate just watching other people do art, or even programming and stuff too. Just making things, and it kind of helps you feel more productive if like you're working on your own things while you're watching other people work on their things. And it was funny, what I came across was, and this person, I'm not calling anyone out in a funny way, but I came across an artist who was working on low poly models. And I was like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. The way that she was speaking Polish. So I found this streamer that is a Polish woman that does low poly art, and she was modeling a low poly cat at the time. And I was like, this sounds so familiar. But the cool thing with this person's stream is that she had a real-time voice translation thing where as she was speaking, it would translate stuff into English. And, but she was speaking so fast. Yeah, Moss, it was Scouty Lanks. So you're aware of this person, yeah. And I tried. Oh, she made your emotes. What? Okay, I was about to make the joke. Oh, you're both Polish people that make video game art. Do you know each other? But apparently you literally do know each other. Okay. Poland is a small country, I guess. But I very sadly attempted to use some of my newfound Polish language knowledge to interact with her, and I think I failed both attempts. I was being very careful, and I didn't want to just use a translator and just, put text in and copy paste it. I was like, okay, I'm going to be very safe. The first one was I followed her channel, and I'm just, reading the stream, and she said, I'm not even gonna remember the exact words, but she said like, "Oh, thank you, Monotonous, for following." And I thought of the wrong language. There's some language that's in my brain where a response to thank you is repeating the word for thank you. I might be thinking of Spanish. Oh yeah, so I said like dziękuję after she said thanks, and then I was looking at her translated text, and she said like, thank you, like what, like why are you thanking me? I'm thanking you, or something she said. I'm like, oh god, I fucked up my first interaction, and I didn't say anything. And then later her stream goes down and she says, is my stream up? Can you guys hear me? And then I said in the chat, I said, like, talk, cześć, like, yes, hello. I thought that would be like an appropriate response to someone, hey, is my stream up? Can you hear me? And I was like, yeah, hi, like, welcome back. And then a response to me was like, who are you saying hi to? I'm here. And maybe she's being sarcastic and I'm just not picking up on it because I don't know the language, but it's like, okay, I'm never speaking Polish again. I've messed everything up. Maybe it's just sarcasm. And I didn't go and say in chat like, oh, I'm just learning the language and all that, but probably just being sarcastic. Like, I know that learning sarcasm is probably one of the last and highest level things you can learn about a language. Like, you got to really understand a language well to be able to detect specific word choice, to know what like unspoken intentions are behind certain word usage. Like, I'm sure people learning English for the first time, if they're talking to someone and they're like, hey, would you like to go to this restaurant? What the unspoken thing is that this is a really bad restaurant that they never want to go to, and they would respond like, oh yeah, I'd sure love to go there. And like, okay, cool, I'll get an appointment, we can set up and go. But they're being sarcastic, and like, you wouldn't pick up on that if you didn't realize that this is used in a sarcastic way. She does speak English though. Yeah, it does say in her stream she speaks both, but I feel like I'm like invading if a stream is clearly mostly a non-English language, and if I just American my way in and expect everyone to speak English, even if they say they also speak English, I just feel like I'm invading in a space. But I don't know. I have a Midwestern American guilt where like we never want to encroach on other people's spaces, and we are always ridden with guilt just by forcing our presence upon others. And Moths, I don't know if you saw, but Scouty's her like VTuber model is a cat, and occasionally she shows us the full cat. And she pulls the model away, and the cat is like 50 feet tall. This very long cat. Gotta have that hint of freedom in the chat. Yeah. Actually, I took a screenshot of when she showed us the full cat on stream. Oh god, I don't think I want to bring up my screenshots folder. I gotta keep checking in to see if the servers are back.
So you'll have to get this skill. If you don't have the skill, hit P, because honestly, I don't know.
I mean, if anyone's playing right now, Are you able to do anything? Like, could I be making any kind of progress if I get in? You got kicked and haven't been able to get back in. Oh. It sounds the TOS the way that I put it. Yeah, kind of intentional. You can't get in. Okay. It's funny because if I get this local job that I'm really hoping I can get, it's not even close to a dream job or anything, but it's better than working at like Chipotle or something. If I get this job, I was just thinking like, oh man, but I'm gonna have to be like 5 days a week. Most of my day is gonna be away from home. How am I ever gonna live like this? And then I realize this is like how like 95% of the world lives. And it is a staggeringly out of touch thing to think like, oh God, I'm gonna have to go to a job every day. Oh, I feel like I should, as much as it sucks, I should feel a little good that I have all of this quote unquote free time right now. I should be taking more advantage of it. You weren't able to get your starting spells or anything. No one has been able to do it, really. Okay. Should I just open EverQuest and just start playing? Well, I guess I am technically in EverQuest here. I'm going to have like the worst timer of this. But we're already in Temple. This is like right... this is like right here. Ah, the zone was right. Just reading what you all are saying. I do read every comment. Just don't always have stuff to say about everything. You recently graduated with your associates in animation. Well, congratulations, Noah. I remember you were talking about some of the stuff you were working on. Or you have a stable job at a print shop, assuming someone retires this year, and you might be able to get it full time. Well, that'd be cool. Yeah. Should have more patience for progressing in EverQuest. It is weird. Like if I, so I think this is yet more Saldunga. Maybe? It's weird. If I had no nostalgia for EverQuest, oh, it just straight up says Solisek. Okay. And like I probably would struggle with the game and not have fun playing it, but I have all these other memories linked with it that keep me motivated to keep playing. But I always lose interest once I reach like level 45. So all of my characters end up just stopping around that level, because that's when you start getting pressured to do like join guilds and go on raids and stuff. Like I don't want to do that. It's not Nagafin. It's not his lair, I don't think. This feels like this, and it's one of the funniest abbreviations. That this area is called Soldunga, Soldunga, which is an abbreviation for Solusex I Dungeon A, Soldunga. And some people just call it Sol B. You struggle with the classic making friends part. Yeah, I mean, in life in general, I struggle with that too. I guess I understand the game enough to know that the people you're interacting with don't have any expectations on you actually being a friend. It's just kind of a convenience thing. It's like, well, we're both playing the game. We're both at this camp and we want to kill stuff. Let's just hang out. Okay, so it's a very squarular area. So I think, I'm just going to guess it's like here. Wait, no, probably over here. Wow, 20 units away. What interests me most about MMOs? Guilds never appeal to you. You enjoy the open world social, especially in WoW. The social aspect is really important to me. Oh wow, I got close to a perfect score. I didn't even realize. 25k is the highest. Well, this is gonna get into me saying, why do I enjoy video games? Because it's like, in my life, I spend a lot of time thinking about the larger, all-encompassing concepts that make things appeal to me or not appeal to me. Making a new server should be ready soonish, says Robert. Oh, nice. Thank you for letting me know. So like the thing that I value most about just games is a feeling of presence. Like I don't need a challenge in a game per se. I just like existing in an imaginative world. It doesn't need to be imaginative per se. I just like being present somewhere other than the real world. It could be a game that's a recreation of the real world and be the same thing, but just being somewhere else. That's why I like VR, because VR is like the most present in a created space that you can get, really, in my opinion. So if we go back to MMOs, when I play MMOs, I don't really care a whole lot about progressing my character per se. I'll do it and I can maybe have fun doing it, but the big appeal to me is just existing in this created space and feeling like I'm living a successful existence in this world. Maybe this is some weird deep-rooted thing where it's like, oh, because in a lot of my life in general, I've struggled to feel like I have any sort of place anywhere, purpose. And in a video game world, if I can experience those same types of things, that it's just kind of as a feeling of like you're successfully living. Servers restarting. All right, here, I'll get ready to jump in. Yeah, immersion, stuff like that. Yeah, like in Elder Scrolls games and stuff. But I really do like multiplayer games, but it's never been because I don't want to, like I've never, oops, I have other music playing still. Oh, you're just getting to the banker theme. Fantasy fulfillment. Oh yeah, the server list is empty. Yeah, it's like in life in general, I've never wanted to be the best at anything. I just always want to be something else. I want to provide an other experience. To experience something else. I don't know. It's just and, a lot of the mentality in games is like you're the hero. You want to be the best. Or multiplayer games, you can be in the top of the scoreboard. You want to do all these other things, but usually where I feel most fulfilled is if I can set out a specific goal of my own and to achieve that goal, and that usually has nothing to do with being the best. It's just of doing something else. I know it's vague, but that's why I like it in MMOs where there are other options for doing things other than just being the highest level you can. Like in EverQuest, some of the most fun I've had in EverQuest is when I joined the Dial a Druid or Dial a Port guild, where it's a bunch of druids that run a service of teleporting people around. And that's been so fun. That was never a thing that was designed to be that way in the game. It's completely player-driven thing that has been around for a long time now. And part of what makes it fun, I mean, not only do you make a lot of in-game money doing it, but it's fun because you're getting small snapshots of other people's lives, their in-game lives, very briefly. Like, there'll be a group of people that clearly all know each other, and just kind of thinking in my mind, like, what is going on? Like, I wonder what they were doing just before they found me. And wonder what they're going to do after I teleport them over, and what's going to go on in their lives. And just, like, seeing these little bits of people's lives in and out is a really fulfilling experience to me. Like, I've never felt like a participant in life. I've always just enjoyed being an observer of the lives of others. And so, like, in games, just watching how everyone else is doing is some of the most fun that I have in games. I guess multiplayer, I'd have to say in that case. Oh, well, East is up, but it sounded like they're going to have a second server. See, now I got to play the psychological game here. If there's going to be 2 servers, are people going to think, oh, well, everyone's going to go to the new server, so I'm going to stay on the first server? But is everyone thinking that way? So now everyone is going to be on the first server because they think everyone is going to be on the second server when really they're going to be on the first? Oops, I should be checking what are these messages that I'm getting? No, it's nothing bad. I'm just like getting I think it's Monsters and Memories pings. Might be worth waiting for the new one. Yeah. Wonder if it would be confusing if I just remade my exact same character in the new server. Well, these are all, like, I think going to be throwaway characters anyway. Oh, that's right. I can be listening to Sean.
Of course you're in. Because you were never dead. You were hiding in Night Harbor the whole time, Tupac. I knew it. I knew it. Say hi to Elvis.
Wow, we found Tupac.
Of course,
he was playing Monsters and Memories the whole time.
But, Ollie, that's before everybody makes it in, right? Okay.
See if
Biggie's there as well. Big Matt.
Everyone has loading screens as their thumbnail. Or character creation.
Squirrels of War said, Quorum is down, Eminem is down, the sky's falling. Everybody's in now. Look at you guys go. Love it.
Everyone's getting in. All right. How long until they can't be in? Okay, let me go back. This might be a mistake. Let me reopen this. Love it when players find clever ways around the developer's intent in harmless ways. I agree. Well, let's just see if I can get into this main server. Hey, look at that deep dwarf. Yeah. Might not be the ever one. Yeah, I'm not able to get in, it appears. it's a really random thing, but like I was saying that over the last few months, how I've been just really getting into learning even more about 3D modeling and all that. Like I'm trying to just expand out as far as I can into just learning. Like I'm getting the animation. So I downloaded a whole bunch of Splatoon characters. And it's interesting looking at the names of the bones and uh how the Japanese developers named them. And there's like a what's the word? I don't think this is a mean thing to say, but there's a thing that people call English, where it's like common problems that Japanese speakers run into when trying to write English words. Like the mouth bone for characters is called the mouse bone, Mouse. So like, oh yeah, this is the mouth. This is the mouse. And then there was a bunch of other things too. Like it's just weird looking at legendary developers and like the way that they naming conventions for things and finding shortcuts and repetition all throughout it. Like I have tons of Baldur's Gate 3 models on my computer now, um, and was just looking at some of the insane methods that modern devs use to save on like texture memory. There's one concept that I'm still trying to fully understand. I should keep trying to get in while I'm here. Which is, I think it's called texture packing. I love this particular concept. Nice. Where you use the color channels of one singular texture to store multiple textures. And that's because the data that's needed for these textures is black and white, and it doesn't need color. Therefore, you can stack lots of information into a single file by using the RGB and A alpha channel. So when you're looking at game files and you open up a file that you're like, what is this? And it just is like this crazy psychedelic looking mess of bright colors. It's probably because it's just a lot of data. Not really just data, but it's still textures, but it's all black and white, but it's because it's stored in colors. The file thinks that these are the accurate red, green, and blue things that are supposed to make up this color image, but it's not. So anyway, with like Baldur's Gate 3 is that ways that they've saved on space is by packing a lot of data into single files. So in order to rip models out and bring them back into Blender and work with them, it requires so much to get it into a state like that. Like like when you're ripping models from any kind of game, like you're doing things the complete unintended way. So you're not really getting an accurate representation of what the developers were working on. Like if you didn't know this and you open up a character from like, I guess Baldur's Gate 3, and you bring in the model and you look at the wireframe and you're like, this is a nightmare. Like how did these artists work on this? Because everything is triangulated, meaning that well, thank you for the follow, Buck Holt. So like in general in 3D modeling, it's kind of a common convention that you try to work in quads or, four-sided polygons, because this is a clean, easy to human understand method of creating 3D shapes. And if you can keep things in squares, a lot more can be done with that. Like you can subdivide, so like a square can turn into 4 squares, and you can play on it with a ball and hit it back and forth. But it's when you can keep dividing stuff evenly, that makes it easier to create higher fidelity, lower fidelity, and in general you want to stay in squares. But a game engine doesn't care about squares. uh, it automatically turns everything into triangles. And then when you've fully triangulated a mesh, it looks horrible. Like it's really hard to figure out what you're looking at. You can't really see a lot of the original intent behind the artist because you can't see the lines or the edge flow, it's called, where like in a face there are like particular lines in a face that when you're 3D modeling it, you try to follow because a face is usually going to move. Therefore, you follow some base guidelines and you create, your quads and stuff around that shape. But then when something's pulled right out of a game engine, it's just all triangles and the software can't really figure out what you're looking at. So like sometimes part of the process is to do your own retopo, which is like retopo is another modeling thing where it's you're taking a mesh and you are building your own model on top of an already existing model, but you're following stricter guides on how it should be structured. Like usually if you sculpt something, like sculpting is a relatively new thing in the 3D modeling world where like you have like a multi-million polygon mesh and you kind of sculpt a shape like clay because computers can handle this these days, most of them. And then you retopo or retopology. You make a lower res one over this high res one, and then you take the data of the high res one and you turn it into textures, and that texture data is of all of the details is represented in the low polygon, usually in a form of a normal map. I mean, and like a normal is like the direction that a polygon faces when a lighting engine is applying light and how it reflects, and it's all this stuff. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is it is a weird process to rip a model out of a game and like essentially reverse engineer this model in order um to be able to work with it again. So a lot of stuff I've been doing is like I'm learning about topology by taking some like AAA devs model that is fully triangulated and it also usually has problems with like vertices, the points that make up a model are not welded together. They're all separate, so I have to run like a merge by distance operation on it and hope it doesn't break anything. So it's looking for vertices that are within like billionths of a unit apart, and it just assumes that they should be one and not separate. And sometimes like the textures become unaligned, and it's like the whole process of taking a ripped asset and making it workable is hard, but it's an oddly satisfying thing. And then the end result is like you suddenly have a model again that is almost like how the original artist's model was before it got brought into a game engine. Um, and I'm actually starting to uh, enjoy rigging and weight painting. I know, like, notoriously, anyone that does anything with 3D modeling is just like, God, I hate weight painting. I hate rigging. Like, the whole process is a really, it's a not fun thing if you're not used to doing it. It's hard to learn and it's very frustrating when it doesn't work. But I'm starting to enjoy the process of attaching a model to an armature or a skeleton and making sure that it deforms correctly, when the arms and legs and stuff move. Telling me I'm a bodybuilder. Yeah, I'll put that in my dating profile. Yeah, I'm a bodybuilder. And then I post a screenshot of a model that I'm retopologizing. And then I push glasses up the bridge of my nose. But um, the, like I'm learning so much about what like it's weird. Like I feel sort of like a crime scene investigator where I'm looking at a thing and I'm able to pull a story out of this model based on how it looks right now. Like I'm piecing together parts. Like something that I was very perplexed by is I'd open up like a Baldur's Gate 3 model and I'd look at the rig that's on the face. And first of all, the rig is going to be like probably really messed up when it gets pulled out of the game engine. Like it's not going to look how it's supposed to. I'm gonna keep trying to get in here. But I was looking at like Lae'zel's face, and it had like 80 individual bones for her face rig. And I was thinking, like, how does a person work with a rig that's like this? And every little node on her face only had like a tiny collection of like 10 vertices apiece. And it's like, how can any artist possibly make facial expressions out of like 80 individual pieces? And then I realized, wait a minute, this game was mocapped for the most part. Not all of it, but a lot of it, like facial animation capture. So what I'm looking at is that all of these nodes that are all over the person's face in real life, when they were doing the performance capture of their face, there's software that will automatically use like a depth sensing camera looking at someone's real face, and it digitally places all of these nodes on points of articulation on the face, like, you know, cheekbones and brow lines and the nasal labial folds, which are like the smile lines between the nose and the edges of the mouth. Which is like a really important thing I've been learning with like expression. And so I'm looking at the result of a detailed performance capture rig, and there's like nothing I can do about it. So the result of this is like, well, I don't have the exact performance capture system that this company had, so I can't do anything with this. So I've been trying to learn how to rig faces. This is my most recent thing. And oh my God, is that difficult. Like one thing you might not think about is eyelids on a character. Like if you're modeling a face, you just assume that their eyes are going to be open. But then if you can't close the eyes, I mean, I guess it depends on like the fidelity of the face that you're making, but that you have to model eyelids or like the insides of a mouth or their tongue or things that flex a lot. You have to model them in their flexed form and compact them back into their original place so that they can flex later and look real. So what I'm trying to say is you have to put like an abnormal amount of detail into eyelids and condense them all together so that when your character's eyes close, there's enough mesh detail to represent the eyelid going over the eyeball. And this was like a whole day of me trying to figure this stuff out. And I was like, I can't get this. When this character closes their eyes, it looks so bad. But then you think it's bad modeling eyelids. And now imagine you have to rig an eyelid. And you're like, okay, you'll have to like create a gradient of weight that goes across each segment of an eyelid so that it can go over the spherical shape of the eyeball and it doesn't look jagged and their eyeball doesn't clip through their eyelid. And it's just, oh man. Yeah, and yeah, exactly, Mac. Like there's so many ways. Like this is the blessing and the curse of digital art. Let me see if there's the other servers up. No, not yet. The blessing and the curse of digital art is that there are so many different ways to do the same thing. And this is something I was struggling to find any sort of agreement with. Because there's two big methods to go about animating a face in 3D. There's a bone. It's just weird using these terms because I think about them. It's weird saying them out loud, but like a bone-based face rig, or there's something that has like 10 different words. There's blend shapes, shape keys, morph targets, blend targets. These are all the same words. So describe it. It's like you can, if you want to animate a face, you could either, this is kind of the old fashioned way, is you can put little like shapes that you attach to a face, and when you move these shapes around, they're attached to pieces of the face, so that as you move these around, it's sort of like you're puppeteering a face by moving little pieces around. And that's how you make like their brow line change, or their eyes close, or their tongue stick out, or their lips move in a different shape. And you can do all that. But is kind of limiting when it comes to a fine level of expression, though, because it's very hard to represent the subtleties of a facial expression when you're just moving chunks of a face around. Like, this is a good solution if you're not, if you, if your character is probably going to be viewed from like a standing distance of like a few meters away or something. Like, you can look at their face, you can see that they look angry, they look sad or whatever. But when you're in a game like Baldur's Gate 3 or any of these like modern AAA games where there's like a lot of intense detail in the expression of a face, there's a method that is becoming more popular. What I was just saying, called like shape keys and all this stuff. In this, instead of having bones that move and puppeteer pieces of the face, every single vertex, every point that makes up this face, which keep in mind can be like tens of thousands or thousands, depending on it, but every single point has two places where it can exist. And when you slide a slider around, all of these points will go between these faces. So essentially, you're sculpting one facial expression, and then you're applying that expression to the original face. And then every single individual point knows that it's going to go between these two locations. Therefore, it morphs from one to the other. And this allows artists to create like very fine levels of detail and expression on the faces, because you are actually just sculpting them like clay, and the two go between one another. But there's always drawbacks and stuff like this, because with that method, you have to have the face completely set in stone that you're not going to change anything with that face, because each expression has to have the exact same amount of vertices. Meaning, if you're like, oh, can we get some more definition on the nose area of this character? As soon as you add or take away even one single point in that mesh, it breaks everything. So it's like you have to have decided what this character is going to look like, and you can't change it from that point on. But it allows you to have a really high level of fidelity for facial expressions and things. Do you think AI tools could make this process easier? A lot of it kind of is already happening. Like with any labor-intensive digital process, there are tools out there. I mean, I don't know if it's AI, but it's like, rigging is notoriously a difficult thing that people usually don't like to do. And there's things like, what's it called? I forget the name, but there's an add-on a lot of people get for Blender that tries to automate this process, where it takes a lot of like guesses about where, like, it just says like, oh, you're trying to make a human, right? Okay, well, humans generally have, Auto Rig Pro, that's what it is. It's like, oh, humans usually have 2 arms and 2 legs, right? And their proportions are usually like this, okay? And then it just does a lot of algorithmic guessing of what it thinks you're trying to do, and it will try to rig everything for you. And I think a lot of AAA devs and stuff probably use this. I think it's a paid add-on. Yeah, to Caddis, yeah, that's very true. It's like you really take it, or you take for granted how much of the art process is already just algorithms upon algorithms of things and computer and calculations and just insane amounts of stuff that's happening. Like, and I don't want to turn this into a whole AI discussion, but I remember a time when people considered using a computer to produce art isn't art because you're not using your real hands. You're not, like, this isn't art because you didn't create everything that went into it. A computer did some of it for you. And then now look where we are, where the vast majority of all artists in the world are digital artists. And computers are doing a lot of that. And computers become more advanced and they can do more things for us. And they take more people out of the equation and put more computer into the equation. And I'm not trying to say anything about like, oh, this is the natural progression to replace all artists. No. I'm just saying that it's just, it is a scary time. Like, I totally agree that, I'm kind of in the middle when it comes to just AI and everything like that. Because like a lot of people say, like, I like the uses, but it's being used, it's like any new technology, it's moving faster than people can limit its use. But yes, people really take for granted how much a computer is doing for you at all times with any kind of digital art. Like, imagine if when you're painting in real life with paint and a canvas and everything, if you could separate your process by layers and be like, oh, that initial layer of blue that I covered the entire canvas in when I first started painting, what if I could go back to that layer by itself and make a subtle adjustment to the color and then go back and put all the layers back on top of it again and just make little changes like that? It's like, well, a computer allows you to do that. And it's just, I don't know. It's just going to be a tricky balance of figuring out, like, how much computer do we want involved in this process? And how much human do we want in this process? Is it giving the results that we want? What's missing? What can we change? It's just like, it's a weird, complicated thing. You use Autorig Pro and I think it's like $30. You can only use it on simple characters. It's you kind of like Frankensteining it together. Yeah, I don't like. I can't figure out a way to say it that doesn't sound creepy. But what I really like in 3D modeling, like when you're bringing something into existence, like whether it's a character, I guess it feels more of like a human connection. When me here as a human is sitting here at a computer and I am fashioning together another human-like thing, it almost kind of brings about feelings of like, hey, I'm like, this is Kring. I'm like giving birth to this other form of life. And it sort of is really satisfying. It's like I am creating life here. I'm deciding what this thing looks like. I'm deciding what clothes it wears. I'm deciding how it moves, what its personality is, how it exists in context to another environment. I'm deciding how best it looks when portrayed in a still image, in a video. There's just like this really deeply satisfying and really human thing about bringing a character to life. I mean, I feel similarly when it's with environments and stuff too. Like I remember this video that would be really hard to find again, but a video that I watched in like 2005 that I feel like was way ahead of its time. It was just some like short story where I think the underlying story was like, it was a little melodramatic. It was like this guy's wife is like in a hospital and she is unable to communicate. Like she's in like a vegetative state or whatever they say, like she's unconscious, but he's trying to communicate to her, and they use this technology where they can their brains can communicate directly. And he goes into this digital world, and we see this digital world, and we see him, the real guy, walking around in this big empty gray box. But the way this video portrayed the creation of a digital world was very true to the real process of digital art. It wasn't some, there's a word for this, but like fake techie, like techno babble thing where it's like, oh, I wave my hands and whoa, the pixels and the ones and zeros. It wasn't all that. It was actually very accurate to how computer graphics actually work. Like he was in this gray box and he was like creating this wireframe, and he pulls it out and he's like changing the density and like the individual like voxel size of this model, and he's like pulling things out. He's pulling like extruding pieces and snapping things together, and then he's throwing different layers of materials on and masking things up. But it was all done in with such like finesse, and it looked like it looked so cool, and it was accurate, and it was really well done. But I was watching this in like 2004, and I was thinking like this is like I would love to be able to exist in this kind of space where you're just in an empty room and you're just able to grab the walls and the things around you and essentially just treat everything around you like this clay, and you mold it and it comes to life, and you make it move, and you change the light and do it. And then that from that point on, I was like, well, we can kind of do this. Like when you make games or you make just art of any kind, like we have all the tools to have this sort of thing happen. And then now, fast forward 20 something years later, and it's like we're kind of getting close to this. Like, well, VR lets you feel more present in a space. Tools have become more accessible. There's a lot more learning materials, and it's just like, I mean, there's really no point to anything I'm trying to say, and just like thinking out loud. But I guess I've throughout all the time I've spent just learning about creating things, it's just like there's like a deeply satisfying feeling about bringing life into this world, except it's digital life. Maybe this is my non-existent like paternal instinct, because like I don't ever want kids, but I like bringing life into this world, but not real life, digital life, because there's fewer consequences of bringing digital life into the world compared to real life. Um, just reading back what people are saying. Yeah, I mean, with like I think keep trying to get in the server. By the way, has anyone gotten in to the servers? Yeah, creating digital life doesn't have a 18 plus year commitment. Very true. Oh, it's taking longer than usual to load. Maybe that's a good sign. Oh, I hear ambient sound. I hear crickets. Well, I think this is as close to being in game as I've been able to get so far. Oh, I'm in. Now, here's the big pile of people. Okay, yeah. I'm in, but the networking isn't really functioning. No one's moving. Everyone's kind of stuck. Well, this is a first step. Uh-oh. Oh god. I just noticed the proportions of dwarf height relative to ogre height. Very interesting. Placement. Have they made any big changes since the last test? Yeah, there has been a lot. But it appears for this particular test, the big thing they wanted to do is that they changed a lot with like the server structure and all that, which is why they're testing this so that they can figure out, you know, work out all of these problems that like people haven't been able to play, which is the whole point of this test. So things are going as planned. In general, though, the big difference between December, the last time there was a public test, and now is that they did a overhaul to the inventory UI. What if I can even open it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's new stuff. So they have icons here now, and they've developed a system to be able to efficiently recolor icons, and you get like the paper doll of your character in the middle. So this is all around way better looking, more usable. And they also added there's a ton of models, like new assets that were added to the game that I probably won't be able to see here, but I've been following all of the artists, and I've seen there's tons of new characters that are now animated. Their team is like 3 times larger now. They're like almost 30 people total, I think. There's working on new zones. They announced their roadmap of development. I believe the game, they're planning on entering early access January of 2025. So, or 26, sorry. So we still got like a year and a half about until early access. Uh-oh, everyone's gone. There's just someone named Mistmore in the server. That's just straight up taken from EverQuest. Oh. I mean, there should theoretically be like 700 plus people all in this one zone. This is running on Unity engine. I believe they chose Unity because one of the initial programmers and like still like the person that is doing all of the like back end infrastructure for all of this is most comfortable in Unity. So I think that's how they determined to use that engine. Let me hear how things are going from Sean's perspective. He's
Decisive.
head of the
Yeah.
project.
Decisive doesn't mean you can't change your mind, but
Looks like some people are able to play from his view. I think I just have to wait for the server to catch up.
all right. I'm glad I held off. Waffles just had a pretty epic fight with a fire beetle. Fathom TV. Yeah, a few people are. I would say a number of people are having trouble getting in. So we've pushed one attempted fix. It doesn't look like it fixed things. So we're keeping an ear out for a potential ETA on another round of fixes. Randy Marsh said, yeah, you guys got the art style spot on. Gives the game an identity, and because of it, gives the game an identity because of it, and not another bland, realistic graphical MMO. Well, appreciate it.
All right. Okay, it hasn't. I can move around, but it's nothing is updated yet. It looks like I've received a single packet, meaning like I've received one set of data about the positions of everything, and it's gone. But last time when you're doing a test, the similar thing happened, so I think I just need to hang out here for a while longer and for the server to catch up, giving me my packets. I was talking about all like the art stuff and all that, and something I want to do is potentially just stream me 3D modeling stuff in the future. Because I've gotten pretty good at modeling while talking. Like usually if I can get, well, if I know what I'm trying to do, I can just keep working while talking. Yeah, Moths, it was really fun streaming to your server. That kind of helped me realize that, well, I actually can be productive while talking. What else I was going to say? Because it's like, I have a whole mental image of, like, what would my ideal lifestyle be? And streaming and just general creating of things is an important part of where I want my life to be. But like right now I'm at, the rock bottom of like, okay, I need to have money. But whenever if ever that gets taken care of, okay, let's live in this insane fantasy world where I have a consistent income and I don't have to worry about money. Then what? Then what I want to do is I want to regularly stream mostly, well, not mostly, but I want at least once a week to do a VR chat stream where we just look at what's new in VR chat. And I just take people around and show it off. But I don't want it to just be a like, oh, let me just throw VR chat up and then you're like looking through my eyes and I'm just some random avatar or whatever. I've been working on for quite a while, like my own representation of myself, like my own custom avatar that would be like distinctly me, something that I've created from scratch, and it very much fits my personality. And I don't want to show it because I have made a lot of progress on it, but it's very typically me in the sense that it's like this, how do you describe it? It's a weird human robot kind of hybrid thing that is actually more on the human side, but it has it's covered in this sort of rain poncho, like a survival suit thing with sort of that rubbery material that is ingrained into the character itself. So he's not just wearing a rain poncho, it's actually the hood and all of like the rain gear is embedded in like the skin of this character, so it kind of goes in and out of being clothing and then just being a part of the character's body. And the head is kind of set back into a hood, like a rain hood, but then I have my logo, my like 3 dots that is emitting light, much like this. It's funny, describing this is way harder than just showing it, but I don't want to show it because I'm self-conscious. And the entire face is just like a mirror, like kind of a globe of like a reflective helmet. So you're seeing this sort of reflection that's back into kind of like a shaded hood. So you don't see a face or any expressions or anything. It's just kind of a reflection. But then the sort of breathing apparatus that is by kind of the jaw area is all emitting the 3 white dots of light. And I'm going to do a special type of light bake and emission textures on the model. So I have this really high detail light that is shining from the face mask down onto the character's chest. So when you see this character sitting in a dark room, the light of my logo is projecting shadows onto the chest of the character. It's so hard to describe this. And then the rest of it is just kind of it goes in and out of being like if you think of Death Stranding is a big influence. Like I love the art direction in the world and all that. So it's like a cybernetic kind of survival suit rain creature that is not designed for like military purposes. It's not meant to be intimidating or tough. It's just a character that is made to exist in rainy, foggy environments and is just kind of an exploration robot. So he's not really buff and intimidating. He's kind of falling apart, has exposed parts. Oh, scandalous. But has rain gear hanging down from the arms and the back. And so I'm working on physics driven dangly bits. So as he walks around, the coattails, I guess, of like the rain tarp aesthetic hang around loosely and kind of under the sleeves hang loose. And I've figured out particle effects where when I'm in a world that has rain, I can artificially oh, here, this is what we should be looking at. Wait, this guy's face. There we go. So when I'm in a world that actually has rain, I can turn on my own particle effects that will have collision sprites all over the head and the arms and where rain would naturally hit and bounce off of my character. And I also figured out a way where I can have kind of a cold breath come out of like the respirator looking part of the mask. So if I'm in a cold world, I can toggle something that makes it look like my character is like just breathing and has breath coming out of the mouth area. Something I'm kind of proud of is that I've learned a lot about roughness masks and metallic and like all these other layers of materials that you can apply to a character or just to anything. And I figured out a way to make just real kind of scummy looking surfaces. So if you imagine like a motorcycle helmet or any kind of big smooth surface that has had rain on it, and then the rain evaporates, how it leaves behind kind of a scummy, spotty surface. So the big mirrored visor of this character is like the character as a whole is just covered in a layer of like, he very clearly has been in the rain a lot and just has kind of a scummy spots everywhere. I don't know. But not overtly a robot. Like that's kind of the whole thing is you're questioning, like you don't see anything as overtly human, but it moves kind of human, and it breathes apparently, but it doesn't bleed, but it might breathe. It's meant to be ambiguous in that way. Mind if you post a link to a photo and describe it? Yeah, sure. So I'm working on that. So anyway, to go way back to what I was originally talking about, is just that, so the ideal situation is that weekly, I would like once a week to go into VR chat, and I'll be using this character, and I've been working a lot on making the presentation of VR content more more appealing to the viewer, because I've watched, like, not only do I have thousands of hours doing stuff in VR, but I've watched probably thousands of hours of other people doing stuff in VR, and I've become really critical just thinking about what makes this fun to watch or not. And usually the thing that kind of takes an audience away from watching a VR stream is when the person in VR isn't making any effort to present the content to the viewers. They just kind of have their direct headset feed. Oh, hey, if you run the opposite direction where the camera is, you can go into Sungreet Strand, and there's no lag there. Oh, I didn't know other zones are available. I thought we were limited to Night Harbor this stream. I'll see if I can survive. Oops. Oh, God. I've been playing tons of Fallout 76, so, like, all of my... I'm trying to... Okay, what's auto run? Oh, E. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can survive. So... Yeah, so I'm thinking a lot about, like, the presentation of VR content. And I've found a lot of interesting methods that you can better control the camera of what you're seeing in VR chat. And I have a lot of ways of, like, accessing music, like if a place that we're looking at doesn't have any ambient sound or music, how I can kind of seamlessly turn royalty-free stuff on and off. Oh, Chatterino makes a noise when I'm tagged. Good to know. Let me take a look. And Chatterino also lets me preview a link before clicking it so I can see a thumbnail. Let me check this out. Oh, yeah. That is a cool character. Yeah, it is kind of this idea of, like, a robot that has existed in a human world for a long time and has taken on human habits, a kind of thing where, it's like it's wearing clothes and things like that. Let's hope zoning works. I hear, oh, hey, I zoned in. Oh, and there's Robert. Oh, uh-oh, what happened? My camera got locked somewhere else. Oh no, I've lost control. I can access my inventory. I was in for a second. Oh, was I killed? No, I think it's just lagging behind. Camp out and restart. Okay, I'll try that. Thanks for the help, Robert, by the way. Yeah, Kenshi's one of these weird games where it's like, it's a similar... Okay, this is probably a completely false statement, but I feel like it's kind of a similar audience to, like, Space Station 13 and even RimWorld to an extent, where it's these people that speak really highly of their game. But the average person, when you try to play this game, is like, what is this? How do I... What? Like, there's so much to take in order to actually start enjoying it. Like, it has a very high barrier of entry. Okay, let me try getting back in. All right, people are actually moving, and there's Robert. Cool. Nice, okay. Well, I'm not going to be able to do anything in the city for now, so I'm going to have to exist out here. That's right, I'm a Shadow Knight. Okay, let me... In EverQuest tradition, I need to, rearrange the HUD. Oops. So Robert, I heard that rumor has it that GMs and guides and you all are now discouraged from helping us out and buffing and stuff because they're trying to get like a more accurate player experience for testing or something like that. God, I'm only trying to remember how everything works. So I do have, this seems like this is my life draw. Oh wait, I have to do the book first. Where's my spell book? Ability book, that's right. Abilities and spells are kind of all treated as the same thing. Unlock this. Move this over here. Unlock. Good, I was going to ask what servers people are on, but we're technically all on the same server. So generally, I like keeping harmful spells on the right page, and then beneficial spells on the left. Scroll of Hunt. That is so weird to see like a skill as a scroll. Scroll of Shoot. Is that, I'm guessing that's for like ranged weapons? Wait, oh, that's right, I have the blacksmithing. So my character is, all of my stats are towards increased stamina. I'm trying to make him really tanky. Then he also has smithing. So he has like high blacksmithing skill. And something I was going to try to do during this test is to gather a lot of resources and try to make some armor. But that might be very lofty goals. I can't think of the right word. You cannot scribe this ability into a book. I'm trying to remember how this works. So it's like... Ow. Zone. And I'm dead. Rip. Well, that is the classic MMO experience. Well, this zone is already meant to be, you know, beyond a level 1 zone. But we're there. Uh-oh. Can't load back into my spawn point. See if I can get back in. Hey, I wonder if anyone's high enough level to be able to bind people so he can change their bind points to a zone that loads better. I don't know if anyone out there also uses Chatterino, but if by some chance someone else does, do you know if there's a way to have your follow and sub notifications show up in the app? Because right now I have to use OBS. I'd like to keep it all together. 347 online right now, nice. Is it still all the one server? Let me see. Okay, yeah. Settings and then highlights. Well, I found a way to have it show subscriptions and everything, but it doesn't show follows. And I couldn't find follows in the settings. I'm looking at highlights. It lets you show my own messages, whispers, subscriptions, channel point redemptions, first messages, hype chats, replied threads, and auto mod messages. Yeah, but it doesn't allow follows to show. It's very weird. Does it let you add follows? Let me see. It didn't look like it let me do that. Okay, highlights. Add. Yeah, I'm not talking about having them show up on stream. I don't like having stuff show up on my stream because I'm boring, but I just want to see them in the app. I don't want to have to open the like creator dashboard and all that stuff. Okay, added, but it's what is it's kind of confusing. Well, I'll take a look at that off stream. But also something um it looks like the viewer list doesn't update in real time. Like I have to go reopen the list to get it to update unless it's just slow. Like show chatter list. Yeah, so I open the new list and it has a different list of viewers, so it's not updating. That's kind of frustrating. Don't want to have to manually go and click and tell it to update. Yeah, it looks like I can't get back in since I died. So this is like a hardcore mode. Where like once you get in the game, like you can't die, or else that character is gone. It's gonna check what the what Sean is saying.
I'll wait till it's back up. Ollie says it's uploading files now. Cool.
Oh, they're gonna patch the server. Uploading files now.
It sounds like Nick's made some changes to the data set in these zones as well, so it hopefully we'll get rid of some of these mobs that are murking you guys.
Yeah, I imagine people are getting killed by mobs they can't see.
Official announcement. Server will be shutting down in 60 seconds.
Uh-oh.
The game is running amazingly outside of Night Harbor. That is awesome. So we just got to fix the issue with Night Harbor, or with everybody being in Night Harbor, huh?
Is anyone else that's watching right now?
Nick
Are you in and playing or able to play?
Awesome.
It's like, yeah, if you sit in the zone long enough,
Lorak, a few.
it kind of seems like it will eventually recover. Or as we did for a few seconds, if you're able to get out into a different zone, it will run well there. It's just a matter of trying to handle this many players in one zone. And I imagine they changed a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Just watching me play as you work on other stuff, cool. It's usually how I watch streams as well. Let's see if I can get back in. No, it's like I'm gonna struggle to get back in. It's kind of funny what happens with like music in a game is that even though I really like this song, now it's gonna have like this sort of conditioning that's going on that when the game isn't working, you hear the title screen music. So now your brain is gonna associate game not working with this theme. So like impulsively just be like, oh no, not this song. Oh, because it means it's crashing. You were gonna stream, but you don't want to miss my appearance? Oh. Well, I'm just gonna be sitting here with this. Whether or not well, okay. So I will be, oh, it's taking a while to load. I think that means I'm getting back in, but I will be streaming the test, the big test at the end of June. No idea between now and then. And it rides entirely on whether or not I get this latest job application. Or this latest thing. I mean, obviously it would take like a week or two for me to see how can I balance my life with this job. And see about streaming relative to that. Because if I got this job, it would, they're very clear on being like, we will never have, like, no one works on the weekends here, which I know isn't that unusual. And it has very, and they're big on saying we give, paid time off, PTO and all these things. I don't know. But like I was talking about with my ideal life situation with streams and things is that ideally it would be I'd have some consistent job where I get money and then would be streaming. It'd be a balance of me creating things that I want to make, mostly game stuff, art stuff, VR stuff, alternating from that to streaming and showing the things that I'm making. Because, I never want streaming to be a career, which I don't think I could ever make a career out of it. Like, I don't think my personality isn't really a type that can reach that level. And that's not meant to be a self-deprecating thing. It's just sort of like, I don't know. I don't have mainstream appeal. Not that you have to be successful streaming. But anyway, streaming has always just been a life diary or journal for me. Is like, hey, I'm gonna play games. Well, I talk about things that are just going on in my life. But hopefully when I get to a more stable point, I'd be able, that those things that I talk about would be, hey, here's things that I made. And I want you all to see and experience. And so I do want to do like at least once a week to do a VR chat kind of presentation of like, hey, here's some new stuff going on in VR chat. And something I was thinking about, and I don't know if people will get weird about it, which I've never had problems with my chat because it's small. And I think the type of people who actually have the attention span to watch my streams aren't people who are going to be annoying. So I'm really grateful for that. But I was thinking after watching Crike in a lot of his streams where he incorporates chat AI into his streams, where I wouldn't be doing stuff like he does, but when I do a VR chat stream, I'd like to be able to, like when I'm by myself, to be able to just quickly use my voice to ask an AI a question. Or we would do kind of like what Novel AI was doing a long time ago, like where I did streams where I would write a part of a story, give it to the AI, and then it would continue it, and then we would just alternate creating some weird story. So as part of the VR chat, looking at cool worlds experience would be as I'm wandering around these worlds, if there's sort of peaceful, interesting worlds, that I could be having a conversation with this kind of stereotypically portrayed AI, almost like a Cortana kind of thing, where it's like that I'm talking about this world and I'm describing this world to the AI, and it's developing its own lore about the world as we go through it. And it's sort of like a role play thing, I guess, where we're bouncing ideas about this place and developing a world together. And I mean, if chat is there too, like we'd be incorporating all of our own ideas and just sort of having fun with this idea of us existing in a virtual space and like fleshing out the environment or something. I don't know. It makes sense in my mind, but it would be interesting, I think. Oh, Kane, you said that you did, you're looking through stuff about Chatterino and follows or something they don't support. This is a weird thing I was noticing too with Chatterino. Yeah, is that so? Chatty is something that I used for a long time for viewing chat, and it has a lot of features that this one doesn't have. And I'm trying to figure out why is it that Chatty has things that Chatterino doesn't. And I was talking to someone and they said that I guess the API, you know, the code that Twitch allows other people to use to make their apps, they are kind of cracking down on the amount of information that they allow people to access. And I guess Chatty is using an older version of the API before Twitch came in and started restricting things. Like Chatterino, I guess, is plain nice and is using the latest version of everything, which means that it's more restricted. And like, for example, Chatty lets you go into any stream and get a list of who all the moderators of this chat are and all the VIPs. But Twitch is trying to prevent that from happening now. So Chatterino, who's playing nice with the API, doesn't allow you to get all that information because Twitch doesn't want you to have that information anymore. Like, they're trying to make it so you can do less. Which sucks. But so I guess Chatterino is just sort of preparing me for what other apps inevitably have to do, which is give you less information and less functionality. Cool, thanks, Twitch. Yeah, they probably do want you to focus on the creator dashboard, which, like, I don't like having a browser window open. Like, I don't want to rely on a browser window. Yeah, that's one thing that people in general, especially the internet, respond very negatively to, is the removal of features from anything, from a game, from software. It's like, it was what we wanted before, but you're giving us less? I'm trying to think, like, from a developer perspective, how frustrating that must be. Yeah, I think if this is loading forever, it's might not ever actually load. Guess I'll make the executive decision to reopen the app. Oh, that's right, because they updated the server. Maybe I have to refresh to receive the update. I don't know. Just making things up. Okay, let me try again. I'm just trying to think from like a developer's view. Like you have a vision for the thing that you're making. And that vision changes, and you might decide that, okay, it probably wasn't a good idea to let players do this many things. And then you try to take that away, and people don't like that. Moths managed to get in, but can't really do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you were watching, but apparently, Moths, if you can get into a different zone, it'll be way stabler. So just like run towards the sunset and try to get somewhere else, and then you might be able to play. Yeah, Helldivers was like doing stuff with that. I don't know. It's such a weird year. It's just interesting how like technology and games are just changing so rapidly. Not only the technology, but like the discourse surrounding it changes month by month. So it's just insane, like how much happens in such a short time. But one thing I was reading that made me laugh a lot is like, well, you know, EA, as in Electronic Arts, not early access, but EA is notorious for making really like greedy, anti-consumer decisions and things. But I think I'm getting in. But something funny that is that like the CEO said like, oh, we're really excited to, you know, to incorporate AI more into our development and all these things. Like, of course they would. But someone said, watch as EA's next game is going to be a Willy Wonka experience. It's like, we're very excited to partner with the Willy Wonka franchise. And I don't know. I thought it was really funny. Okay, I'm in. But everything's frozen. Let's see if I can make it back to my body. What are my thoughts and opinions on Sony forcing PSN for all their games? I mean, that's sort of like discourse and stuff. I don't really have anything to add to it. I'm not like a big opinion streamer. I mean, I just think it's a complicated situation that kind of... It sucks for a lot of players because, like, yeah, I don't like making a bunch of accounts and stuff all the time, but I get why companies do it because, like, they want to be able to see what their players are doing. Oh, hey, look who it is. We're both lifeless husks trying to exist in this frozen, unresponsive plane of existence. But I will look at the zone line. Holy crap. Yeah, we're all packetless. See if I can make it in. Oh wow, the zone line is like an actual wall. Okay. I'll just continuously run into it and see if I eventually make it in. Oh yeah, see you later, Mech. I'll try to catch more of your streams. It was really fun watching you play Marathon and all that. I know you're in Australia, so time zone differences makes it hard for us to see each other's streams, but see you later. But yeah, with the whole like Sony thing, I know it's just like when you're a giant company, giant companies can only continue to exist when they have more control over the ability to monitor their players and to force them into their environment so that they can maximize profits and all of that players don't like. But it's like, well, this massive corporation can't really exist unless it's appeasing the wants and needs of all of the shareholders and things involved with the company. So it's like everyone kind of wins a little bit and loses a little bit, and it's just sort of an uncomfortable, like, weird middle ground that we're all forced to exist in. And I'm not completely anti-big corporation. Like, sure, I do prefer indie games and smaller experimental experiences and everything like that, but it's like, you know, money drives the world and big corporations know about making money. Oh, hey, there she is. Now we're both stuck in the continual cycle of trying to zone into the other place. Hello, Galonga. Quite dark in this empty plane. Yeah, you know, a big part of like the classic MMO experience is darkness, and light and darkness is essentially a gameplay mechanic in this game. So when you have a light source, it's, you know, going to be a lot easier to see, but I personally like how they're playing a lot with light and how you're not always going to be able to see everything all the time. Does it have Fog of War? I mean, there's fog, but like Fog of War doesn't really exist if you are taking the role of controlling a singular character. Like Fog of War is like when you're in an RTS or some kind of overview. We craft a light source. Yeah. See, right now this is a stress test that's happening, so we're not at all seeing the desirable state of the game. As you can see, everyone is just running into... Everyone is frozen. Nothing's really functioning how it's supposed to, but that's the whole point of this test. Oh no, you can ask as much as you want about the game. It's just like right now we're not really seeing how the game is supposed to be played because they're trying to figure out how to stabilize the servers and everything. You know, this is still in very early development and all that. This is a Hondo Corp stream. Yeah, I should do a Hondo stream that nobody understands the reference to, because it's a reference to a specific map from a specific mod of a specific game of something that happened a long time ago. What would a Hondo Corp stream even be? I mean, aside from just, oh, giant eyeball, I'm trying to think, like, conceptually, what would fit how would you do a live stream that fits the narrative of that company? Well, if I remember correctly, the story behind all of that is an eldritch entity that powers the world was stolen by a greedy corporation and used its powers to make the corporation be the dominant force of the world. So I guess a Hondo Corp stream would be a very heavily branded stream that is all 100% promoting one corporation, but not just as a product or a lifestyle. It is an entire way of life. So I would have to have a camera of me being trapped in a Hondo Corp sponsored apartment block where it is acid raining outside all the time. And my stream would be green because of the green liquid that people live off of. I don't know. That's a really complex thing to think about. Well, it's Hondo, or Hondo, which is like a Japanese word. It was a mapper for Action Half-Life, which is a mod of Half-Life back in like really early, like late 90s, early 2000s. I did a whole video on it in my YouTube channel. You should check it out. Yeah, Honda. Make cars. I just saw someone's name is QAnon Shaman. What a name. There's been some good names. Okay, now, can I actually find my body? without accidentally going back into the zone. Oh, that's right. I can corpse. Ah, there it is. Whoa. I'm having interactions. There's my candle. And I have my smithing axe. Ever heard of Lobotomy Corporation? I have seen the game. It sounded interesting, but it didn't really seem like one I would have a lot of fun playing. Okay, yeah, a lot of stuff is barely functioning. Hey, there's moths. See if I can get things working again. Yeah, people are getting killed out here. This zone is not meant for low-level players, so we're out here out of necessity and desperation. Hello, Lyman. You missed a lot of the stream. Not actually, because this is a stress test, and it has absolutely been stressing in testing. So I've barely been able to do anything, but that's what's expected. So it's just been me talking for Gwynset Monitor 3 hours and 14 minutes already. Which, like, a lot of you know that on the rare occasion that I do stream, my streams end up going on unhealthy long amounts of time. This is probably a complete lie, but I don't think I'm going to stream much beyond this. Wets and VOD viewers hover over the timeline scrubber and see that there's like 5 more hours of the VOD after I say this, but I guess as long as servers are up for this, I'll stream it. That's all I really planned on doing today, was playing this, so as much as we can get of it. All right, how do I do anything again? Spell book, ability book. Oh, that's right. I was trying to figure out how do I use abilities again. I got Haunt. Got 150 hours into Lobotomy Corp. A lot of it was just rewinding back to the beginning and starting over because you suck. That's kind of like a RimWorld-like game, isn't it? It's a game where you're managing like a big group of people and stuff keeps happening to you, like crazy game-changing things. It's like a SCP daycare. I like the sound of that. I remember watching video of it and I was like, Okay, so it's not a spell, it's an ability, and this is a spell. Oh, I have to go to skills. Cannot scribe abilities into your skills book. What? Okay, to use, scribe the scroll into the innates tab of your ability book. Okay. Haunt. So that is a weird concept for me to think about. Using a spell book, which I know they strategically call an ability book, but like using an object that far and wide is known for containing spells, but to use it also to do physical abilities is weird to me. But when I'm thinking back to EverQuest, I guess EverQuest didn't really have a solution to any of that. In EverQuest, you could play the whole game and not even know that you had special race-specific abilities or class, because it was all hidden behind UI arrow clicks. So it's like, at least they're taking steps to make you aware that you have these abilities, but now it's like, oh no, yeah, I like the idea of using your book to put stuff into it, but I'm thinking like, it's weird to me to have a physical ability be treated the same way as a spell. But then I'm thinking, well, how else do you portray it? So I don't know. Anyway, okay, taunt is very important. Okay, now go from inventory item to book to ability bar. Okay, fortitude. So fortitude is a skill that I don't know the term, but it's something that I selected. It's a special thing that allows me to temporarily have a lot more defense in the event that like I'm taking too much damage at a time. Slam is a ability to interrupt a spellcaster. Okay, then shoot is looks like to use a ranged weapon, which I don't have. Well, I'll put it there anyway. Whoa, stream sniper sending me to a group. Why, yes. You've joined the moths. Let me see if I can organize this. So I have all of that. Oh, okay. Then I have my actual spell. Put here too. I'm gonna put the game audio up a little bit because I really like ambient sound. Our UI placements are complete opposites. Nice. Are you putting all your stuff on the right side, all your spells and stuff? I am EQ pilled in how I like all of this being close to this center. I don't know how people do it where they have important information like health. They have it way up here. It's like how, like your eyes gotta go like back and forth, the middle of the back, middle of the back, middle of the, it's just like, it's physically exhausting for me to have really important info away from the center of the screen. Okay, and I'm a very slow person as a whole, so, okay. Now it's gonna bother me that my character's getting cut off, so how about... That's my selected. Keep in mind this is all like placeholder UI stuff, so... Even though visually it is kind of ugly having this thing protruding in like the middle of the screen like this. It's gonna have to do. Whoa. Okay. I gotta figure out where moths went. I think my... Oh, that's right, you need fuel for your candle. Which I think I have. I'll have it off for now. Which is an opacity slider? I think there is. Okay, maybe not... I think I'm confusing it with EverQuest. I know EverQuest has an opacity setting. And because this is inspired by EverQuest, I'm guessing they'll eventually integrate that here too. Oh, there she is. Okay. See what else you can manage to affect. What if you could rotate UI elements? That would be nice. Honestly, I would, this is, I guess, a modern thing, would rather my abilities bar is horizontal above my hotkeys. I guess that's kind of like rotating. Oh man. These are all scary things. I guess as a team, maybe we can take this out. Well, I was not watching my health. Oops. You can do it, Moss. Actually, you probably can't. It looks like we're gonna die. Or you're gonna die too. And yeah, we're not really meant to be in this zone right now. Uh-oh. We're doing it out of the fact that this zone is less laggy than the newbie yard. Oh, well. I don't like how, yeah, Chatterino isn't updating stream info in real time. That's kind of frustrating. Have to look into that also. Gonna see what Sean is talking about.
Namuna, I ran into that problem as well. I had to reset my client. One More Soul says I was in Night Harbor. Chango is in Night Harbor. Yeah, so it's just related to the Night Harbor issues. So I think you've just got to keep trying. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but we believe it's due to the instability in that zone. Let's see.
Okay, looks like things are kind of the same. See, that just gets my imagination running. He's talking about the instability in that zone. This makes me think of like if there was like the Stalker series. There's like a Stalker MMO where different zones have stability levels, but it's like an integrated part of the world. Yeah, like world corruption. Actually, this was kind of a thing in was it Watch Dogs? What game was it where it was like kind of an open world game where you walk around, but when you'd enter an area that the like just the foundation of that place is just all like shredded and glitchy looking, and you had to bring stability to it in order to actually go into it. Like, was that? I think the Assassin's Creed series kind of did stuff like that, where it's like the stability of the simulation is falling apart and you gotta like restore stability. Control? Control's kind of like that. Maybe I'm not even thinking of a specific game. Just a heads up, you can toggle. Wait, I'm playing the background on the game when it was unfocused on the headset. Oh, yeah, yeah. Actually, I was going to ask about that, but it was such a specific thing. Background sound, yes. I do really like that feature. Thank you. It looks like it was off by default, yeah. The game Control, I really like that game's universe and just the aesthetic of it and the ideas behind it. I never really had any urge to play it, which is like 99% of games for me, but it's such a cool game that I feel like should get more attention. But when I watch full playthroughs of it, just gonna put the volume down a little bit while I'm talking. The only thing I didn't really like about it, and this is just, I guess, a lot of modern games in general, is that so much of Control's gameplay just started turning into like run around and shoot things, which I know it's easy to like demean a game and break it down into its basics as like, oh, why would you even play Mario? You're just holding right and pushing A every once in a while. But it's like so much of Control, like I love the world and everything that's going on in it, but then when you play it, it just comes down to, well, just keep shooting the thing with your gun until it dies. And I know you had like other powers that you could use and progression and everything, but then I'll ask myself like, okay, well then what would I want to do then? If I had full control over Control, how would I make the gameplay different? Like, I guess I would have prefer that it was more like a more story driven in the way that like I can feel in my mind what I would want it to be. I guess I think the combat is fun and the exploration plays a big part too. Yeah. I mean, and again, yeah, I haven't actually played it myself. I've just watched lots of other people play, and it just so many games like have really cool, interesting worlds, and then it ends up that most of what you do is just kind of find the next boss to fight. I guess I would prefer that Control's universe, but in the gameplay of a game like oh god, I always forget the name of this game. Let me look it up real quick. No, wait. Yeah, The Witness. I want Control universe, but more like The Witness with really unconventional, strange forms of puzzle solving that are heavily impacted by the environment. So it's not like, oh, enter the puzzle chamber, finish the puzzle to go to the next room, like a Zelda kind of thing. This would be where your how observant you are of the world around you determines how far and deep you get into the world itself. So like you would enter new areas and just kind of the ways that you connect with like what are like the artifacts or whatever, like maybe each of the artifacts would introduce a new concept to you that allows you to revisit previous places and get more information, more methods of finding puzzles from those places. It's like I just really wish it went more in the direction of pushing the weirdness of its world further. So like not only are you existing in a weird world, but you do weird things in this weird world. And I don't think running around and shooting stuff is all that weird. But then I'm always thinking about like, okay, well, a game has to be marketable. It's a big company. They got to make a certain amount of money. It's a lot of people on it. You can't always do the weirdest, most outrageous or strange things with your game because it's not going to have as much appeal. And so like, okay, I understand why it probably ended up being the way that it is, but it's part of me always just is always hoping that devs take big risks and do big strange things with their games. Alan Wake does a lot more of that. True. Like I know the newest Alan Wake really did a lot more with that kind of concept. And it looked cool. That's one game I haven't actually watched much of yet. I definitely wouldn't have the patience to go and play a whole game like that, but I did really like a lot of what I was seeing with the new Alan Wake game. I remember the engine that at least the first Alan Wake used was so powerful and able to do some incredible things that they didn't really do much with in the final game. Like I remember I was kind of hyped up for the first game, and I was watching gameplay video, and they're like, hey, here's the engine that we made. Like, the engine is capable of doing some really elaborate weather effects where it could, like, in real time, could have heavy rains that actually water would accumulate in flood areas. And then one of the tech demo things where it's like, oh, and then you can bring in a tornado and it would, all of the vegetation and everything would be affected by the winds. I mean, keep in mind, this was like 2008 or something. So it was amazing at the time. Just lots of grand scale weather effects that looked really cool, had a big effect on the environment, could like deform the environment, could move the terrain. But then you're thinking like, okay, well, how do you make all that cool stuff into a game? So I guess I get why it probably, the final game didn't utilize all that stuff, because it's like, well, we got to make a game out of it. It can't just be a tech demo of cool special effects. But it did feel kind of let down that it did do a lot of cool stuff with light. Yeah, like what Delightful there says. It's like visually has a lot of cool stuff with light going on. But it just didn't really push the engine at all. It just ended up being a lot of going from point A to point B as you shine your flashlight on stuff. It's hard to, to put terrain deformation to integrate it as a gameplay element in a game. Like, I like to feel cool and hipster in that I streamed Subnautica way before it was popular. I streamed the very first public release of it. And it originally had terrain deformation. That was one of the big features, was that you can just freely dig around. And that was back when the game was going to be more procedurally generated compared to it being all handmade now, which I think they went the right direction in not doing procedural stuff for Subnautica. I think so much of the appeal of the game is just the handmade, just beautiful and cool moments that you would not be able to randomly generate. So I think they made the right choice, but they were going to do a lot more. It was a lot more Minecraft-y originally. All right, so I wonder what the lowest level thing... Oh, I got to put the volume back up. Is that a clarinet? Or a bassoon? No, I think it's a clarinet. Like a contra? I don't know what they're called. Low register. I don't think Far Cry... Wait, did Far Cry 1 have terrain deformation? I don't even remember that. Well, a famous example is Red Faction. Red Faction is a game that... it had... Wait, what? It says I have my corpse, but I don't see it. Oh, there... Oh, that is it? Oh. Oh. Yeah, Red Faction was one of the first games I ever played that had terrain deformation. It didn't really play a big role in the gameplay. The first Red Faction, yeah. I think even the later Red Factions had some pretty cool stuff. Like, I remember it was really satisfying watching, like, structures being blown apart. You could just crash your vehicle into a bunker. I thought it was hilarious. It's like, how do we solve this problem? Well, let's just, like, drive this vehicle as fast as it can possibly go and just smash it straight into the building, and that's how we'll solve this problem. Okay, don't think there's anything that I can really kill in this zone. A large rat! Oh my god. It's happening. I like rats. I always feel bad killing them, but gotta do what you gotta do. Guess I should practice taunt, even though there's no reason to use it in this situation. Wait, does draw strength do damage? Okay, no, it's just a debuff. Yay, I didn't die. That's a fair amount of experience. Well, I am level 1. Can't decide where to put all this. God. It is funny, like anyone who's played EverQuest knows that like you spend like the first day of playing a new character just constantly obsessively rearranging your UI. I don't even know what this thing is down here. What is this? What's this window representing? Just a little gray rectangle. Okay, maybe this will work better. Then I'll put group over here. Okay. Love the music. Never played EverQuest? Well, you had to be there. You can still play it. There's a fan revival of it, of the classic version, called Project 1999, or P99. You can play it. Guess I'll use my debuff as like my pulling spell. But it's the kind of thing, if you're not into, well, first of all, MMOs, but you're not into classic MMOs that have a lot of, like, by today's standards, very unhand-holdy mechanics. They're kind of very punishing. So it's definitely not for everyone. Like, I wouldn't recommend EverQuest to everyone. It's like a very particular taste. Oh wait, do I need a shield to slam? Because usually slam is only for if you are a big race, like an ogre, or you have a shield, and I don't have a shield. Yeah, there's a lot of projects, and people are naming them all. Oh, you have pet rats and a snake? Oh boy, do you have like a like giant, heavily fortified wall between the snake aquarium and the rat aquarium? Oh jeez. Okay, there's a red con jackal just sitting at the zone line, killing everyone that tries to come in here. Classic experience. Whoa. Jackal pup. Even con. Okay. They have their own cages. They have cats too. They're the ones that cause trouble, right? Okay, I'm trying to remember. I have a passive. Oh, I got stunned. I wish my passive was like visible all the time, so I am aware that it's doing something. But I can click on my passive to make it active. So increase stamina by 50% for 15 seconds. So I think that's, if I'm about to die, I should use that. Maybe it's an Agent Jackal. Maybe it's red. Yeah. What's the sound of Morrowind others have used when you grab the loot? Oh yeah, there's so many like iconic stock sounds that I hear all over in games and movies and yeah, Morrowind used a lot of them too. Considering the nature of this test, I should just like send group invites out to everyone. So if Moths returns, I can go back into a group, but I'm gonna see if I can join another group just to like be making some progress. Okay, they're very clearly grouped. Yay! Oh, this guy's an Inquisitor. Fancy. Just don't zone back and we should be good. Yeah, just don't die, everyone. Is this someone's pet? Oh no, it's attacking. Oh no, a person just died. Yeah, once things get functioning more, I start to see the good qualities that this game has. It's just we gotta like get the base level functionality going before we can start to, really appreciate what they're making here. Like I don't have any chat macros or anything made. I'm just winging it here. What's the shortcut for sitting? X, okay. Sitting is actually important in this style of game, because sitting increases your health and mana regen. So in this group is a Beast Lord, Inquisitor, and Necromancer. Inquisitor is one of the kind of the new classes, which I think... Oh, hey, it's Moss. I think Inquisitor is supposed to be like an enchanter warrior. So they're like a warrior that has crowd control abilities. Which sounds really fun, actually, because I like enchanter and I like being a tank in groups from time to time. Wow, it leveled. Looks like everyone leveled. Oh yeah. Wow, all 4 of us leveled at the same time, 2 different levels. Guess we're just at that low of a level killing something that high leveled. Moss, you can probably get into this group. I'll ask them. I'll be like, hey guys, my friend over there is really shy. But could you invite my friend? Just don't scare her or anything. Just just looking for anything. Uh-oh. Yellow cone. Yeah, I gotta put my health up here more, because like my brain just, all of the red bars just blend together for me. Oh no! Don't want to die. Fortitude. Go! And I'm dead. Wait, I thought Fortitude would give me health. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get kicked out of the server. Oh. Inquisitors be like, I'm the one asking the questions here. True. Hey, well, we got a little gameplay experience. Ooh, love this concept art. Hard to believe I've been streaming for 4 hours already. I was just talking the whole time, I guess. Or as the youths say these days, I've been yapping. Is that the word? Yappin'? Yeah, the low poly chunk of meat kind of looks like a pencil eraser. And I asked Sean on the stream the other day, when will this meat be done cooking? It's been sitting here cooking over the fire for like years at this point. I think he said like it's a slow cooker or something like that. Oh man. Okay, so how about I'll do an EQ guesser run while I wait a little bit. Actually, my group is there waiting for me. I mean, everyone's aware of what's happening, so it's not like, oh, we can't go on until that one guy comes back. I'll do an EQ guesser. We go to here. Let's put on another song from the game, from Monsters and Memories soundtrack. That's right, we left off on the bank music. All right. So, GeoGuessr within EverQuest. I'm gonna try to guess the zone that we're in. Is this? I don't recognize this. Is this one of the many just massive endgame? Oh, this is Anon, Gnome City. But is this? this looks like it could be one of the nearby it's Gnome City, but it could be Steamfont. Fossilized TIE fighter looking texture. Oh yeah, it's like a big hexagon. Very observant. Okay, there are these mines out here, but no, this is a inorganic looking place. Does Akanon have like a labyrinth like this? I think Gnome is my least played race in fantasy genre as a whole. Never really been a gnome guy. Nothing against gnomes, but it's not something that naturally appeals to me. Oh god, this is gonna be a terrible guess. I have a strong feeling because the gnomes and their robots exist in other zones outside of their home area. So when I guess this, it's actually going to be really far away, and it's gonna destroy my score. So okay, it wasn't too far away. There was some weird labyrinth in the city. Cool. Say gno to gnomes. Hey, I'm not anti-gnome. Now, what character classes do I tend to go for? I'm kind of typical, and I really enjoy like necromancers. Like, this is the most despised and evil thing that I can be in a game. I'll try to be it. But not just on that basis. This is the dwarf city of Caladoon. This is kind of the back area by the mines. And I think like the Rogue Guild is over here. Okay, here it is. Or just like right there. Boom. 9 units away. In terms of races and stuff, if anything it's like a drow, a dark elf, or kind of like a nasty race. This is Kunark. Absolutely, because you can tell from the texture, resolution, and the absurdly gigantic zones. Like, look at this. So Kunark is this continent. And look how big these zones are compared to the classic continent over here. Just in general, like this is the classic area, the whole upper half. Anyway. What is this? Is this? Oh, this is a burning wood? Or whatever it's called. Let me see if I can get in, by the way. Nope. Burning woods. Okay, there's the big thing. So I'm gonna go by the path. And to the southwest is a patch of dead stuff. So I'm guessing like yeah, there is a zone called over there. The regulars just call it OT. You can get a hammer called the OT hammer that teleports you to it. It's kind of a weird zone because it's considered a city. It's like an evil city. So a lot of evil races go there. But the funny thing is when you take the boat ride to over there and you're a good race, like you're used to flexing your good race privilege, where you're accepted in just about every city, well, most of the cities in the game. But if you've never been over there and you're like on your boat, right? Like, aha, here's the fine city of over there. And you get killed immediately off the boat by like the skeleton guards that hate good races. This is an evil only club. I'm gonna guess like here. Ooh, close. Is this oh, this is, Irud's Crossing. This, as a kid, I got stuck on this island for like a full real life day because I had no concept on how the boats worked. I didn't know that you had to sit and wait for a boat to pick you up, so I just sat on this tiny island thinking that like, okay, I guess this is just the rest of the game. And I tried swimming away, and look how massive the ocean is around it, and there's sharks that kill you. But EverQuest is kind of known for like its boat rides take an extremely long time. Like it'll take like 20 to 30 real life minutes to take certain boat rides to new places. And you have to like stare at the ocean, listen to the 3-second loop of water. Okay, so I am on the southwest side of the crater. So it's like right here. Turns out you're happy to have never played EverQuest. Yeah, it's a very unforgiving game. It's a game from 1999. So it was kind of before a lot of established conventions about like usability and all that was discovered. Immediately, I know this is Kunark. There's a lot of scary ghosts and stuff. Which makes you think it's a higher level zone. Did it have fast travel? No. That was a big thing, is you have to run everywhere, and there's no maps. A big part of feeling accomplished in the game is learning everything just by like landmarks and knowing like, okay, this zone, you gotta run along the west wall as long as you can. But don't go there at night because at night really high level stuff spawns, so you gotta watch out for the undead. You know, just learning how to get between places was a big part of the gameplay. And I enjoyed that. A lot of people when they first play it, they're like, okay, how do I turn on the mini map? Where's the map? They're like, oh no, there is no map. I mean, this that we're looking at here didn't exist back then. We didn't have perfect like data mined overhead views of all the zones and stuff. Yeah, it's a very slow game. Like compared to modern MMOs, it's very slow in terms of just the rate that you progress and everything. A lot of it is social too. You spend a lot of time just sitting around talking to people. Did I draw maps? I mostly memorized everything. Okay, this is some weird high-level Kunark place I'm not gonna know because I never really participated in like end game stuff. This doesn't look like the usual Chardock or this is Chardock or Barners. Is this Droga? No, that's an organic looking place. This is more of a refined structure. What is that? Dalnir? Gotta look for a really green place. Oh my god, this music. Turn that up. Kasora? Oh. Maybe? I think it is. This is another nightmare zone. Oh, here's a cat box. You can't really see it, but occasionally there are developer boxes that were textured with a cat, where if a player misbehaved, they would teleport them into the cat box and scold them. There's like a sensory deprivation chamber, but instead of depriving your senses, it just overstimulates you with like cat pictures. I'm guessing this is just like right here. Oh, I was right. Only ever gone into this zone for a few seconds and then immediately left because like this place sucks. It looked like a zone that you die in because you turn the wrong direction once and then you never go back. Alright, that's pretty good. Let me see if I can get in Eminem. Vanish to the litter box of punishment. Yeah. So hello, strawberry. Fancy seeing you here. So to anyone just tuning in, this has mostly been a conversational stream because the stress test, oh, you guys can't see it. Here we go. Stress test for Monsters and Memories is happening this weekend, and they're testing a lot of stuff with servers and trying to stabilize it. And there's been a lot of problems from a player end, but I think this is all very valuable information for them because at the end of this month, the 28th, I think, there's going to be a weekend-long test, gameplay test, that is, they're trying to get all the problems out of the way for now, so that when that test comes around, we'll be able to actually, you know, have a good experience. And they'll have multiple servers. Like right now, they intentionally have one server where everyone is crammed into one server and mostly in one zone, and then they're just seeing what happens. Wow, this song. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get back in. I'm curious, if I look at people that are streaming this right now, are all their thumbnails the title screen? Let's see. Oh, there's some people that are in. Yeah, as long as you don't die. Someone that's just playing, what is this? Is that Rust? I don't know what game that is. Is that a Roblox thing? Huh. I'm here for a second. I'm just going to see what Sean is saying.
At the zone line in our game, you will die.
Yeah, there's a high-level mob that was pulled to the zone line that is just running around and just killing everyone.
4 and try again. There's 6 level 4 characters. Right on. Good for them. Curious Jackal.
Hey, I made it to level 2. There's, I guess, level 4 is the highest level in the game right now and for this test.
They're going for in-game
This
display
person's
test.
name is
It's going to take them a bit. It's going to take them
person's name is Grundlemush. It is disgusting.
a test. Then we're definitely going to talk to them. Server reset in 60 seconds. Here we go.
Uh-oh. I'll do like everyone else is doing, and I'll in 60 seconds I'll. Oh wait, no, server's going. Oh, it's resetting, so it should imply that it's coming back up. So I'll
been a while since I
spam
did a who all.
joining.
293 players. All right, so we're down a bit.
Look at what everyone's doing. Hey, Zot is streaming Black Mesa. Luigi guy is. Oh, it's Luigi guy's birthday. Cool. I'm following
shit, a rattlesnake. Who's
shit
got a
ton of
rattlesnake on 'em?
channels. I think I'm following over like 800 channels, but usually only
Oh, well, it's not aggroing anybody.
like
Is it?
20 or so are actually live at any given time.
It's indifferent. Okay. Server reset time. 5 seconds.
All right. Person's name is Fat Nuts. Incredible. All right, here we go.
There's Ogre Load. Wonderful name.
Ogre Load. Oh, that's Frederick.
You also want to talk about the blatant
Knutson's.
goblin hate going on in here? My group didn't want me to join because they said I was ugly. I followed them until they were forced to invite me.
Someone named Big Suck.
You know how it is.
Classic.
You know how it is when young people really truly like each other, but they don't want to show it, so they pick on each other. I think that's what was going on. I think they actually really think you're cute. and they didn't want to say anything.
Wait, since I don't pick on people, does that mean that I don't like anyone? Hey,
Randomly lost person said that's a feature.
okay. It's taking a long time to load. Does that mean I'm gonna make it in? I just have to remember to not die again. Am I young people is the question. There's a stipulation. Depends on who you ask. Okay, I'm old relative to the majority of the people that I hang out with on the internet. I'm 36, but it's like so I guess the reason that I always think of myself as being old, yeah, is because like almost everyone I'm around is like their mid 20s to like early 30s. If I want to feel young, I should go to a city council meeting or like a neighborhood association meeting in my city, and it's all people who are like 50s and up, and I can feel very young. And I've been learning a lot about this weird generation. I don't know if you guys have heard of these people, but people who are in their late 20s, who are between Gen Z and millennials, and they have like their own set of interests and things that are unique to their time. And I've been trying to figure out what things are stereotypically valued by this generation. And one is that SpongeBob probably played a big role in their life because they're around the age when you would be watching the show, like as kids' TV, but also apparently Jimmy Neutron is a big show with them. And then Bionicle. Almost everyone that I know that likes Bionicle is always like between 25 and 30 years old. 'Cause I think that was kind of a short-lived thing, but it was really popular for how short-lived it was. So Bionicle is something that generation really likes. They probably played Wizard 101 or Toontown as games on their computer because they were free like browser MMOs. You're 27 and I hit it on the nail. Nice. I'm studying this generation because they're so weird. Like, okay, I hear a lot about my generation and Gen Z stuff, but you don't hear about these weird in between people. What do you call this generation? Are they like Z Zillennial? Millens? Moomers? Moozers? Yeah, Moths has the what did we call it? The Polish age modifier, where just because of your country, you're like 5 years older than you actually are. Zillennials. What other, okay, Zillennials in chat, what other things do you think are stereotypically attributed to your generation? Like, pop culture or like games. Um, I mean, Jimmy Neutron is the one I hear all the time because I knew it existed, but I never watched it. But then Gen Z doesn't seem to really care about Jimmy Neutron. So it's kind of an in between thing. Oh, Lego Star Wars. That is true. Lego Star Wars games, or even just Lego video games, seem to be really big with this generation. 'Cause I think a ton of them came out around that time, especially the Star Wars ones. Okay, I think the froze. Let me try rejoining. You live in Denmark and you had a lot of Lego games in your arcade. Wait, didn't Lego originate in Denmark? It's one of those countries. It did, yeah. Forget about that. I growing up, I had some of the very like old Lego sets. Oh, I got in. Whoa. Yeah, let me get the sound back on. I had before they had minifigures and everything where Lego was just the bricks. And you have to use this thing called imagination. There's no like branding or anything other than just Lego. Oh yeah, I see Spooky Skeletons and Robert. Yeah, leg got means play well. Really? Did not know that. That's cool. Okay, since it kind of seems to be running okay in the newbie zone, I'm going to see if I can get my body and then zone back in. Actually, is this running well? I don't know. It's hard to tell if people are AFK or if it's like network lag. Actually, I think I should stay in the other zone. Toonami and Newgrounds. Yeah, Newgrounds, it's kind of weird. I don't think Gen Z really has memories with Newgrounds. Millennial for sure, and even like Gen X has Newgrounds as like a lot of memories. Because that was like a foundational internet thing that spanned multiple generations. So I can see that. Like a lot of people don't realize, but like if you think about the history of internet culture, whoa, that zoned fast. Whoa. Gotta find my body. There are just like a few foundational communities that defined so much of what internet culture became. Like there's the Something Awful forums, which is like the biggest just community on the internet for a very long time. Then there's like Newgrounds and Slashdot, I think was a thing. There's a whole lot of them. Ever heard of Mechano or Meccano? I have not. I know in America we had something called like Erector Set, which was like a metal, like where you'd build things out of metal that had like screw and bolt holes in them, and you'd attach them all together with like Allen wrench or like hex key kinds of things. All that, yeah, that sounds almost exactly like Erector Set here. Okay, where's my body? Uh-oh. Just witnessed a goblin die. I will never forget this moment. And I'm being attacked by an invisible thing. Oh no, it's not. It's very visible. Oh no, please don't die. I don't want to sit and load again. Just gonna pull the thing that's killing me to other people so that it can kill them too. Oh god, I'm barely gonna make it. Sorry to all the AFK people that I just pulled it to, but that's part of the experience. And then the Commodore 64 stole all of your attention. Yeah, that's a thing, like a big difference between EU and NA is like the Commodore 64 and the ZX Spectrum. Like those are things that we never got here. Uh-oh. If I fall off this wall, I think I'll die fall damage. So I'll sit and meditate a bit. What is it here? Oops. Hey, loading back into Night Harbor went really fast. Yeah, the Erector set was always kind of like the adult kid toy. It's not something you would give the kids, little kids, because it has tons of like little metal screws and sharp pieces and stuff. But it was more designed for like teenagers or early teens or something, when you can use tools. I mean, I know in the modern, like, I don't know the right word, the sex-brained internet where everything is sex words, calling something Erector set would never go by well. Oh, we got a PvPer here. Yeah, spawning on top of the wall. It's not very good. Can I survive this fall? I did. Okay. Only took a tiny bit of damage. You had a Commodore 64 as a kid in the US? Yeah, from what I know, it was not a big thing in the US. I didn't even know it existed until 2010-ish, and that was people talking about that they had it. Commodore 64 was big in Scandinavia, UK, and Germany. Okay. My camera got taken away from me again. I think he said if I camp and come back, it'll fix this. Let me try that. It is interesting to me to think about, like, when you go to YouTube and you have all these, like, retro tech review channels, that the majority of all the really big, like, retro tech review channels are all just sort of middle-aged British guys, like Techmoan. They really got that market nailed down. Yeah, an LGR. Got in and out really quick. What she said. Is that the same jackal that I brought over here that's just now killing everyone trying to spawn in? Okay, now gotta find my original body. Oh, and there's an Ashira right there. I have very little memory of where I died. I think it was over here. Oh, that was it. Nope, that was lag. Never mind. Ooh, look at that fire elemental. Pretty. A guy named Blue has a red pet. They complement each other. Is it common for MMOs to make you drop all your items on death? Well, I can't really speak for other games. I mean, EverQuest, you know, absolutely did do it, but I don't know. Did anyone play Ultima? Ultima Online? Was that the same thing? Ultima actually predates EverQuest by a lot, but Ultima Online was kind of around. Oh, geez, that's the zone line. RuneScape does it? Okay. RuneScape is another weird one, because that's been around so long that kind of spans across multiple generations. My only, like, organic memory of RuneScape, like one where I wasn't forced on me, because of like the internet, is the girl that I was quote unquote dating at the time in college. We were picking up her little brother from the library, and when we found him at the library, he was using a library computer to play RuneScape, and that was the first time I had ever seen the game, and this was like 2007 or 8. And I was like, what is this game? And he's like, oh, I play it all the time. And I was like, oh, it looks kind of cool. And then I started talking about EverQuest because that was like my only like RPG experience at the time. I mean, there's really nothing else to the story other than I remember that was the only time I had ever seen the game in the wild, was her brother playing it at the library. So I'm clicking the corpse macro, which if I'm near my body, it will teleport it to my character. And I'm a very melee-centric class, so my gear, like I basically can't do anything without my gear. So if I was a more caster-oriented class, I could still be getting things done. Oh wait, no, but the spellbook thing. Something different that M&M here does that EverQuest did not do is that when you die, you drop your spellbook on your body, so you can't even get your spells when you die. So you are as defenseless as possible. And I know people are like, oh, but you can put a spellbook in the bank. But then it's like, do I really want to have to run all the way back to the bank as I die over and over again? Every time? But then I guess the solution is just, then don't die over and over again. And my class has a corpse locating ability, but I'm too low level and I can't afford it. So I don't know where my body is. I did read in the like pre-stress test notes about like known issues that there was like an issue where your body can teleport underground. Oh, I don't know if someone helped me, but maybe I did actually just find it. Okay. Now I gotta pay attention to where I die. Person's name is a big strong man. A big strong man. And the dev team has so many people in it now that I like can't even, I don't even remember them all. I remember like in the beginning when it was just like 5 or 6 people, like, oh yeah, that's so-and-so, that's this person. And I'm like, I don't know who a lot of these people are. It was cool. I mean, glad they have a bigger team. Ever hear of a game called Animist? It's got to be an MMO. That sounds really familiar. Was that like one of those kind of lost media games where it like was not very well known? A lot of people knew of it, but very few people actually played it or something. What level are these guys? All right. They said I look creepy. And I told them that I'm in fact not creepy. Okay. I am not creepy, see? Uh-oh. Why is his name yellow? Because I had him selected. It's like when you click on people. So glad it shows people's classes that are in your group, because I'm used to an EverQuest where it's like you have to type who/who and their name to see what classes people are. So he's a Spellblade and Inquisitor. So these are like the two new classes. Spellblade, I guess, is kind of like a mage warrior hybrid. See you later to Cookie. Thank you for watching. Uh-oh. Lag? Oh, it's actually dead, but it hasn't registered as being dead. Oh no! What's happening? Not like registering that things are dying, I guess. Oh no! He died. And he had like a Family Guy style, like one frame animation of death. Oh! Okay, all my text is like overlapping. The dwarf fell. I like how in fantasy worlds people will just casually refer to people by their race. Ah yes, invite the ogre. The ogre is on his way. My windows are overlapping. I want to put my chat. The weird bug where the enemies are dead but look alive. So there's a weird bug and it's throwing him off. And I say, yeah, I was wondering what was going on. I think it's honestly kind of a funny and interesting moment when you're involved with games that are having lots of unintended bugs. Like we have a new form of unintended gameplay happening where enemies could actually be dead when they appear to be alive. So now we have like an extra layer of gameplay to try to predict if something is actually dead or not. Have any cloth scraps? Do not. I don't know if it's integrated yet, but oh yeah, he's back. There is a feature now in the game where your character's head will aim towards what mob they're engaged in fighting. I think it was integrated with the ogre. I saw it on Sean's stream where it's like the characters will look a little more dynamic as like their heads will look in the direction of what they're fighting or something. It's cool. Why do I keep losing focus? Keep like attacking. There we go. Oh, hey Goblin. Welcome. Gameplay mechanic of Examine Dead. Exactly. It'd be an interesting new mechanic. Yeah, so this pup is actually dead, but is appearing alive. I like how when the dwarf sits down, he just becomes like a cube. Yeah, Goblin, I hope you're enjoying your new tablet. Remember you got like a incredible deal on it. It was like $400 off the original price or something. It was incredible. Say I'm supposed to be the tank here. Should be doing more tanking. Taunt. I don't know if this is integrated yet, but I did see that for anyone that played EverQuest, that you know, a big part of playing a Shadow Knight is that you're all about aggro generation. And kind of the unwritten tactic of playing a Shadow Knight is that certain spells generate a lot more aggro than others. And throughout different patches in the game's history, it would change to a different spell. Ooh, cloth belt. Living luxuriously. I guess I just took that. Oh! But, so, as you're fighting as a Shadow Knight, you would just be like spamming a low-level spell that doesn't really do any damage, but it generates a lot of aggro, so you're just sitting there like, poison, 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 and then enfeeble, 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 and you're just like, you know, vomiting out particle effects all the time as you play. But it looks like Monsters and Memories is making it a little more obvious to players, and they just straight up have like the aggro generating spell. And it was called like Distract or something like that. And I don't even know if I am able to get it because I can't go into the city without getting lagged. Hey, I'm just glad I'm able to play here right now. This is cool. It's been working pretty well. Hope the stress test is good for our boys back looking at the Matrix code. Yeah, in a way, I'm glad that we've had all these issues with this, because it's like, a lot of times it's hard to reproduce a problem. So when you can have an actual authentic problem happening in the game, one that would actually happen in normal circumstances, now you can react and improve upon it. You know, at least this isn't like, all right, here's the first day of early access, and then everything crashes. Oh yeah, I have Taunt, which Taunt is not a spell. It's like a natural ability. Whereas there's like a specific aggro generating spell. So Taunt is it is a random chance based on your skill at causing you to be put to the top of the aggro list, or the hate list, of the mob that you're fighting. So you could have like a DPS that is doing insane amounts of damage and generating aggro, but you can just walk in, and if your skill is good, you can immediately jump to the top of the aggro list if the taunt is successful. Whereas like a aggro generating spell is one that you just continuously use all the time in order to try to compete for full attention. It's only the one I'm targeting. But sometimes when you get in more complex situations, like I know in EverQuest anyway, where the higher level you are, Shadow Knights start getting like AoE poison and stuff like that. So if whoever's pulls over a huge amount of enemies, you can immediately AoE and take all of the aggro from all these enemies and direct them at you. And, you know, as tanks are supposed to, they try to take as much damage from everyone else as they can, so then the healer can focus their heals on you and not have to waste mana on like tiny little bits of missing health from everyone else. So it's like you're doing good as a tank if you're taking a lot of damage. And there's, I mean, of course, nuances to it, like, okay, you shouldn't have to be taking all that damage if the pulls were good and they're able to split stuff up effectively. And then that's where like crowd control comes into play, where like in EverQuest case, and it sounds like in the case of M&M, it's similar. Man, we're like killing stuff fast. There's a enchanters are good at crowd control because all of their stuff is about like mind manipulation. So they do something called like mesmerize, which when an enemy has aggro on you or a party member, they can like flash its memory for a minute or however long so that it forgets what it's doing and it just stops attacking. And it just kind of sits there brain dead for a while you fight other things. And I don't know if it's like this for newer games, but like in EverQuest, you're going to hear that a lot in EverQuest. When you, even if a spell isn't particularly valuable in a situation, if you have full mana, like you can afford to be casting it, you should cast it anyway, because repetition in casting spells improves your ability to cast that kind of spell. So like clearly we're killing stuff fast here. So I don't need to be debuffing stuff, but it's important for me to be debuffing so that I can get better at that skill in general. Uh-oh. Yellow. Okay, now this we do actually need to take seriously because this thing is higher level than all of us. Oh, and it's doing a lot of damage to him. I'm trying to taunt, take the damage, take the aggro. So you can see as I taunt, it's like, it's trying to decide who it wants to focus on. Ooh, okay, I gotta back off. It's about to kill me, but it's about to kill him too. We're about halfway through. Okay, this is a very tense situation. Everyone is about to die. You just gotta hope and see through the darkness. Oh no, dwarf is dead again. Oh god, the whole group is dead except for me. But the mob is fleeing, so I might be able to finish it off. Now just watch as it goes and aggro's like some other stuff to come kill me. Oh no, don't run to the camp. Okay, it's turning. No, I'm running around missing because this thing is 1 or 2 levels higher than me. So everything is very ineffective against it. It's slowing down, it's taking damage. Watch what? Yeah, it is very dark. Oh, God. Oh, I think when it lags, I lose my target. That's what's happening. Oh, jeez. I don't have the resources for it. Oh my god. But you can make a campfire, that emits light. And kind of a convention people are doing is like, if you're in a group, you place a campfire and you pull things to the fire. Uh-oh, I might die. And I'm dead. Oh, well. EverQuest have buffs you could cast on other players even if you weren't in their team? Yes. Actually, that is a very important distinction about kind of an old MMO way of doing things compared to new, is that every class and level can buff any other class and level. There's no restrictions on that. So that's where kind of the... Ooh, I didn't crash. That's where the dynamic of high-level players buffing low-level players is like an important part of the economy, I guess. That's something I do a lot in EverQuest, where I have some characters that are like level 40-ish. Oops, my group's been talking and I haven't seen it. Oldhim, I died, unfortunately. Almost finished off the Ashira, but didn't. It looks like chat is lagging a lot, the game chat. So, some of my higher level stuff, or characters, I'll just go into like low level zones and I'll give them really nice buffs that helps them level faster. One of the best ones you can do though, which almost seems unfair how good it can be, is that okay, so there's mechanics in place set to prevent it from being too easy for a high level to simply just hand experience over to low levels. So it's like no experience will be gained if there's too big of a level gap between team members. It's like if the high... Or wait, no. I can't remember exactly how it works. So basically, you can't just group with a really high level and then have them kill everything and get experience. So you have to be really sneaky about how you help a low-level player so that you don't prevent them from getting XP. And one way is there's damage shields. Because when you have like a shield of thorns or like flame around you, the damage that is dealt from a damage shield is not attributed to any player. So the game doesn't think that a high level character is helping them. It's just some anonymous gameplay entity that the damage is attributed to. So what you do is you give a really high level damage shield to a low level player, and then they're doing huge amounts of damage, like high level damage that has no connection to you, so they get full experience while doing way more damage than they should be able to do for their level. So I go around and give... Oh yeah, moral of the story is I just go and give Shield of Spikes to all low-level players. Okay, I died near the path. Every time the game lags, my oh wait. Oh, never mind. I thought my cursor was leaving the app and that was what's happening, but apparently that I don't think that's it. Okay, yeah, as the sun comes up, looks like a totally different place because I can actually adequately see. Was that the camp that I was worried it was going to run to? It might be. Oh, I forgot I turned the audio down. Put it up a little more. I love like the ambience. My group members are helping each other get their bodies. I'm not sure if this is integrated into the game, but a big thing in EQ is that you can... Oh, open new window. Here we go. Speaking of which, make a new window and then have it only show... I'll do only party chats. We're going to have a party line. Kids love their party lines, right? Oh wait, no, that's an old thing. So now only party chat will show up in that window. I should be able to remove it from here. God, maybe I should put this over here. Dragging UI elements the game. Okay, maybe this wasn't a good idea. Well, I'll leave the UI for now. So that way, my party chat is not getting lost with all other text interactions. Oh wait, is that my body? It is. You get less XP in a party? No, it's actually... I mean... Like, there's always a little bit of mystery to how exactly experience and stuff is distributed, but in general, everybody gets experience when you fight things. And then depending on the level composition of your group members, it's distributed differently. But the idea is that hey, when you're in a group, you're able to fight much higher level things, so if there is a loss in XP, you make up for it because you're just fighting things that you'd never be able to fight solo. I gotta find where my group... God. Those hitches. Because something that happens in EQ sometimes is that if there's too big of a level range, that the lowest level person will not get experience. And I think that's also to prevent it from, you know, super high level players from effortlessly giving XP to low-level players is that you need to be similar levels to benefit from being in a group. Yeah, the red name is a PvP player because you can opt in to having, I think, full PvP. So other players with red names, like red name players, can fight each other. But I believe non-PvP, so like everyone else, can't affect that PvP player. Like you can't buff them, you can't help them. Like they're kind of on their own journey of being a, you know, a PvP player. I could be confusing that for something else, but but I do know they have plans. Oh, there is my group. Uh-oh. I don't know if I want to get involved in this fight. Oh, he won. Nope, he died. Mine. Oh, I didn't memorize my new oh, hey, there's Goblin. The Goblin. I'm zoning. So it looks like, yeah, this stress test has already gone beyond the original planned distance or duration. I'm guessing because there was a like few hours where nobody could play, so maybe they're giving us some extra time. Okay, so because I died, I have to put my spell back. I am grateful that the abilities stay memorized when you die, but the spells are the ones you have to redo. Since the city seems to be working okay, I'm gonna go do my entry-level stuff that I wasn't able to do. Okay, the zone still seems to be pretty laggy. As you can see, players are just like standing around not moving, but I might be able to interact with NPCs. See, like rubber banding. Just realized I didn't answer someone's question from like hours ago. I don't even know if the person's still here, but with Chatterino, you can get a real-time stat of current amount of viewers and also your own duration. Like if you right-click your name, there's an option that says like show viewer count or something like that. You can actually get an amount of viewers, but there's always a confusing metric to me because I'm getting two different numbers for total viewers. Like it says 32 right now, but my other list says 46. And there's always like kind of a weird thing where it's like there's viewers who have typed in chat or are like active with the window open, and then there's like lurking people that aren't counted the same way. I don't know, it's very confusing. So in order to know the real viewer count, I usually just have to open my own stream and just look at what it says. Okay, yeah, it says 32 for me. It's 34 for you? Huh. Guess it's slightly off. Who knows? Still quite a few people streaming this. It's good to see. It looks like everyone's in game too. We're no longer looking at the title screen. Good to see it. Alright, so what I wasn't able to do earlier is that when you first start, you get a note inviting you to take part in the journey that is your class. So I've never played Shadow Knight in M&M anyway, so it says, take this note to Xavier's Death Whisper in the Concourse of Souls to begin your training. The guild hall can be found in the Necropolis district. You'll find it if you proceed through the Sage Side district towards Salt Breeze Park. If you go to the Tannery, you've gone too far. Or if you're very daring, there's a shortcut through the old cemetery outside the Black Feather Bazaar. This will lead to the Necropolis district. If you get lost, ask a guard. Try not to die. We have enough undead in the desert already. Ooh. There was a lot of fantasy stuff going on there. And yes, this is all like placeholder that we're looking at here. I think the layout is what they want, but like everything is kind of being blocked out. And you can see the, what's it called, like world builder. Well, Unity has kind of a level design add-on where it allows you to, in a very similar manner to a Gold Source engine and just Source engine, where you drop primitive shapes and you kind of stretch them around and you can place things in engine, which can be easier than making models in software and then exporting and then importing into the engine. So I can tell, and I know that a lot of the world is being blocked out using World Builder or whatever it's called. Oh, hey, Dingus. Is that the Dingus from chat? Oh, there's my group member. Okay, say the Necropolis. Hammer's the easiest tool you've ever used? Really? If people are used to software like 3D modeling software and they go to Hammer Editor, usually they'll be very frustrated. Because there's a lot of conventions that you have to follow using an editor like that that you don't have to in modeling. Like, you have to keep everything airtight in Hammer Editor to prevent leak. And a lot of times a leak will happen at some point after you've made a huge amount of changes to the game, and then it just won't compile. Like, the map won't finalize because of like a microscopic hole that you left somewhere. Oh, hey, the Necropolis guards have different armor on now. They look more evil. Cool. Love it. And like the lighting and everything here is not final. Yeah, but the reason for leaks and all of that in Source Engine is because the way that it generates culling, I think in Source it's called VViz or something like that. The way that it figures out how to render and unrender stuff is by sending vectors bouncing all over the place in your level. And then it will... Well, no, there's like light generation that does it that way, but they send it all over the level so that they can know that when you're standing in this room, all these other things shouldn't be rendered. So if you have a leak in your map, when it compiles, everything is loaded all the time. So that was a common like noob mistake with level design in that engine, is that you would no clip out of the map and whoa, and you'd notice that everything is always being rendered and the map runs horribly because they didn't airtight their map. Yeah, and then contain it all in a box was always the sleek solution. That's another sign of an amateur mapper, is if their map is just sitting in a box. Whoa, going in and out of existence. Well, since I'm here, let's look at what spells can I expect to have. Even though I have like no money, I can't actually afford anything. I have 10 copper to my name. Aura of Vampirism, that sounds fun. I love vampiric effect items. Locate Corpse, see that would be valuable. But I can't afford any of this right now. Life Drain is one I'm really going to need. That is my basic attack spell. So the thing I was talking about is the aggro spell. Maybe it's actually an ability. Or maybe that's just not even a thing. Well, I read on the wiki, and yes, there is an ongoing wiki for this game right now. I read on the wiki that aggro spell was there. Xavius is out the room to the right on the balcony. Oh, thank you. Maybe it is an ability. But I get Feign Death at level 6. That is awesome. Normally, well, in EQ, you don't get that until way later. Yeah, and I can have skeletal and zombie and ghoul companions, pets. They're not going to be as good as the necromancers. That's what, like, lift bones and all that is. Terror in the shadows. Fear is an important spell. It makes mobs run away, but you can poison them and do all kinds of things to them while they're running away, and it can be very valuable for taking down things that are much higher level than you. You're always lifting bones. I could make a crude remark, but I'm not going to. Do you buy scrolls of spells that others? Do you buy scrolls of spells that others get as part of their class? There are some spells that are shared between classes. Yeah. Like, the big thing is Shadow Knights and Necromancers are very similar, except, yeah, Necromancers get most spells several levels before Shadow Knights do. So Shadow Knight is just a warrior with some Necromancer abilities. But like Necromancers rely entirely on their spells and their pet, and they really can't take any direct damage at all. And they can't wear armor, and they can't do a lot of, you know, melee stuff, but they have really good spells that make up for all of that. So it's just kind of a play style difference. And I love the sound of this spell. It's Exsanguinate. Okay, so I can't afford anything, so I don't know why I'm here. But, so the dude out on the balcony, you said to the Just out of the room on the right. Then to the left. I know I've seen him before, because when I was making a necromancer, I ran into the Shadow Knight dude by accident many times. Marvian Hallows. Mallory Moreland. And when we were watching Sean's stream, A Loving Robot, we were watching a stream a couple days ago, and he was walking around looking at the names that he gave to a lot of these NPCs, and he realized there's way more unintentional innuendo than he realized. And he was like getting really embarrassed because he didn't realize how many of these characters have suggestive names. Like, one of the guys' names was, oh god, what was it? It's like, Richard Barrelgirth or something like that. Like, I don't think his name is actually Richard, but it was like Lucar Barrelgirth or something. He's like, he makes barrels. That's why he's called that. And then there was a gnome that was called like Shaky Bed Springs or something like that. The rocks look like muscles. They do. Look at this fake door. Okay, I know the guy is in one of these towers, and I know Moth's told me exactly where he is. Whoa, almost fell. Fall damage is in the game. I don't think the last test had fall damage, but I feel like there should be a server-wide message anytime someone breaks the record for the most damage received from falling. Okay, I'm back in this room. He said it was... Okay, here's... Here. And he said to... It's like an offshoot of this room. Oh, exit past Mallory. And then go right. I'm guessing it's immediate right. Server will be shutting down in 30 seconds. Oh hey, I just got jump scared by Zukin. I think he's supposed to be here. Yay! Zukin is one of the artists on the team. Does a lot of 3D modeling and animating. He streams too. You guys should follow him. It's Zukin Sculpts. ZUKANSCULPTS. Oh, there he is. I'll just be hanging out with Mr. Death Whisper here when the server goes down. Server shutting down now. And we're back. Maybe let's see. Can I go right back in? Probably if they're patching stuff, it's probably going to be a few minutes. That 5 hours, easy. I hope I don't lose this this ability with age to just be able to just sit and do the same task for a long time and not even realize that time is passing. It's not exactly healthy. I mean, if I was really concerned, like, oh geez, I'm spending too much time doing something, you know, I could set timers and stuff. And I like to do my really unhealthy brag on my YouTube channel, because this was a stream originally, but I spent 14 hours in VR, you know, with the headset on, 14 hours with no breaks or anything. It was engrossing enough that I was like, oh, I just don't want to leave. It was a good stream though too, because it was chat was really involved with it. I was playing Please Don't Touch Anything VR, which is a game that's just all about figuring out secrets and like cool environmental stuff. But like chat was really engaged and we were all like working together with it. And there's a really cool feeling when you're in VR and you have, you know, these voices in your head of a chat room that are helping you out while you're in this virtual space. It reminds me of like in a sci-fi film or something where there's like one person that's in this like hazmat suit or some kind of like big weird robot thing, and they're navigating this tricky environment, and then you have like the advisory council that is behind the glass and they're looking in on it, but like you're the one that is piloting through this weird territory and everyone's backing you up. It's like a cool dynamic. It was a game that really worked well with audience participation. 14 is a lot, but... And also that stream, I had my whole body on camera the whole time, because this was a point in VR's history where I was like, I want to... like, people were confused. Like, why is the camera so shaky? So I had a full green screen, a full room green screen set up in my old apartment, and I had like my whole body on screen all the time so people could see this is how I'm interacting with this game. This is what makes this different. It's not just a weird shaky camera, this is a whole different way of experiencing a game. Yeah, I was thinking I had the force quit. Oh yeah, every time they restart, I've had to do this. I should just get used to restarting. And so far, my main in this game has been my Goblin Druid. It's the furthest I've progressed a character. And I think even when early access happens... Oh, here we're back. I think even then I'll want to keep pushing forward my Goblin Druid, because it's like a Druid is a class, at least in this kind of game. Druid is a really good all-purpose class. Like, everyone needs a Druid, like, at some point, because they can make you run faster. Eventually they can teleport you around. They're a really good utility class that can do a little of everything. And early in a game's life, especially, people are going to want to run fast so that you can cover more ground and explore and like learn stuff. So if you can be the source of fast running speed, it would be very valuable. Yes, then we get Goblin RP. Very in-depth. You have to spend several weekends establishing RP rules and character development and like complex dynamics. Okay, Xavius. Here's my note. What did he give me? Did he give me another note? You receive a torn note. Oh. Oh, this is a new feature. Journal. Look at this. It is now a record of things important NPCs have told you. Even like time and date stamps everything too. So he says, take your note to Brazik downstairs to the sleeping quarters. He'll get you started. Night Harbor is far more than what shows on the surface. You'll see in due time, and will learn the durability of your resolve. You'll need to prove to be a value beyond just your capability to survive the desert and deliver notes. Your loyalty will be tested. Oh, did I read this in the wrong order? We are looking to expand our ranks, but expect to be vetted. So I'm gonna go to Brazius. And the skeleton death sound is fantastic. It's that sound. Alright, and I just immediately forgot what he said. Okay, going to Brazius. Brazik. Downstairs in the sleeping quarters. As I proceed to go upstairs. Okay, let me go back down. Buck, this was one of my favorite NPC names, Buckmar Gorstag. But the real competition is who has the better face. This guy, wait, can I zoom in? Oh, here. This guy, or this guy? Oh. Like, would you trust this man? Oh my god, someone else has my face. My career is over, but he does not have a mustache. These two gentlemen show up to your garage sale. How do you wish to proceed? Oh, also, hello, old man Johannes. Saw you joined earlier, forgot to mention it. Hey, I just saw Chinny. Chinny is also streaming. And he is the head of the Only Goblins Guild. Moths is way ahead of me finding these individuals. Thank you. Brazik Durame. Oh, and slash rewind should be the way that if you get stuck somewhere, it will like try to place you in a non-stuck position. He just invited you to Only Goblins. Nice. You're finding all of my NPCs and not your own. When I made my Necromancer, I'm trying to think, where were they? I remember them being in the upper floors by like the library and all of that. Okay. Oh, different NPC. Here we go. Yeah, the lighting is all like completely uniform now, so it's really hard to navigate through stuff. I'm sure once they start refining the design of the places, it'll be easier to find stuff because everything looks the same right now. What does he say? See, is this supposed to be bottom to top red? Okay, yeah, it is bottom to top. Because he says, well, you made it. Our people have been watching you. It appears you're more night than shadow for the time being, and to be fair, friend, you don't look like much of a knight. But at least you arrived, and I guess that counts for something. We're going to get straight to business. Let's see how you operate. Deliver the note to a gentleman named Noel Clares. Bring back whatever he gives you. Bag is to be filled with shattered femurs from the bone piles you saw stumbling around in the desert. Do you have any questions? It is a real RPG-ass mission. Fill a bag with bones. Okay. Specifically shattered femurs. When I was Necromancer, I constantly ran into the shattered femurs, and I was like, what do I do with these? And I threw them all away. So it's good to see that this is where I'm supposed to use them. Oh, I managed to pick up a bag? Did I start with a bag? A 6-slot bag, that's nice. I don't think I had that before. I think we figured this out last time. It was like, there is a way for me to cook meat, I think. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I got the bag because I need to fill it with the femurs. Right, I just got it. That's why I didn't see it. Ogres always have good names. We've got Godsmack, which I know is a reference. We have a necromancer gnome named Necroni. It's clever. He's like a crony of the necrotic kind. That's a death trap. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna want to fight stuff in this zone considering how really rubber bandy everything is right now. I'll just die and it will be hard to recover. But I don't think I'll be able to get many skeletons outside of this area though, which is what I need for my quest. Right. Oh, that's right. I gotta hand this over to Noel? Noel? Claris? Claris? I heard that goblin jumping sound. Okay, where's this guy? This guy? To the boy of three operators. So the bag is to be filled with. Okay, is that guy in this building? Wait, you found him already? Did they extend the test? I think they're kind of just holding it up a little longer, probably because of the hours of like being unable to play. I don't think they officially gave a time for an extension. Just looking at the Discord, the game's Discord. Here, let me... I'm gonna tune in to Sean for a little bit.
Looking to find in the
See what he
stress
says.
test. We've found them. So we're gonna continue to work on fixing that based off the data that we've gathered from you guys coming in and smashing stuff. So
Okay, I'm going to BRB real quick. I'll leave Sean's stream so you can listen to him talk for a little bit. Maybe he'll mention if there was a time extension or something. It'll just be a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Wait here. I'll give you guys something real good to look at. Oh, and
cool. Can I?
right, be right back.
Yeah. If you want to announce it in game, I'll reiterate it here on this stream, and then I think the word will wind up getting out. Elron, you're about to get your surprise. Well, the skeleton's over here waiting to do bad stuff to people. Right on, Hermit Crab. Horatius Marcellus, thank you for the follow. Julia, thank you for the follow 10 minutes ago. I just missed it. Server announcement. Playtest is being extended until 2 a.m. Eastern. A second server will be coming up to help with the load in Night Harbor. So we've gotten a lot of data. The guys have some stuff, but it's 1:15 in the morning Ollie's time. So he's gonna want to sleep and then, you know, wake up and start digging into some of what we've found here. How many hours is that? I don't know. What time is it Eastern? I think it's 8 or 9 hours. Nicoleplex, thank you for the follow. So 8 more hours. Basically 2 servers. If Night Harbor on one server is too laggy, maybe try the other server. We'll get them pulled up. Who all? We got 334 players on this server, so I've got the feeling if you guys wind up dividing between 2 servers, so 2 Night Harbors and 2 Shaded Dunes and 2 Sungreed Strands, then it should be relatively playable. But we'll keep an eye out. We'll get the server up. We'll run around, take a look, and make sure things are good. What's up, Nissan?
Okay, I am back. I could kind of hear what Sean was saying. Did he say something about it being extended? And I did hear some little goblin noises from the other side of the room. Extending to 2 a.m. Eastern? Really? So they're extending it 6 more hours? Or 7? Well, that would be cool. Rest in peace, my VOD. I mean, not rest in peace, I guess, just rest in peace me, because I'm probably going to be streaming that whole time like an unhealthy person. Okay, well, if we're actually being given that much more time, then I could take playing a little more seriously. I was expecting that this was just going to be like, it's going to fool around for a little bit and then the servers go down. It wasn't going to make any like meaningful progress, but if, But if they're gonna keep things going a while, I guess I should put a little more effort into this. Okay, there's crypt scarabs all over that could kill me very easily, but I think this is all an illusion because of the lag. Oh no. Please, no. No, please. Xavius, my liege. Help me. That's right, I'm looking for... Noel Claris? I like how Xavius's chamber glows green at night. What I don't like is how there's a bunch of wandering crypt scarabs that are teleporting through walls and killing people. Oh, he's gonna die. Okay, while I teleport, or no, while I look around for this guy, I'm going to eat something, but I'm going to mute the mic while I do so. If you were a crypt scarab, your greatest joy in life would be to teleport through walls, claim adventures. It really would be. That is the crypt scarab dream, is to kill and to go through altered realities. What am I eating? You don't want to know. Very exciting. It's some granola. I'm not like having a whole meal or anything. Okay, so I'm gonna wander around. I'll half BRB. You're hoping it would be oats. Well, I'll have you know, within arm's reach. Actually, I'll do it right now. You hear this? Okay, you can probably only hear it while I talk at the same time. Okay. That is a bunch of oats within arm's reach, and it is oats that will last me months. That ain't impressive. I don't know what is. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go wander around looking for guy's name. Hey, wait, is that Moz? It says Polka. Moz is Polka, I think. Okay, anyway. I'm half back. I think this area that I'm in right now is where a lot of the necromancer spells are, Moss, if you weren't able to find them. This is like the low basement in the base. Or at least the necromancer, like, quest people. Well, at least there's... Okay, there's someone named... Oh, you already found the person. Okay. That Camilla? Yeah, granola is not loud enough to break the noise suppression. Yeah, I just have to talk at the same time as making the noise. I mean, I could go into OBS and turn off my noise gate and you could probably hear it, but... There's just someone named Bones? Bones lowers his dusty jaw as if to say something. His index finger... Wait, oh! Bones, you're going crazy here. Lifts his index finger, dips his index finger into a pile of ash and writes on parchment. Bones hands the paper to you, pointing at the scribbled letters, and points to his mouth. As his jaw closes, you receive note of tidings from Bones. Enter the Bone Zone. Lift Bones. Yeah. What does he have to say? Oh my god. Good tidings and omens on your fate. I am seeking bone reagents for my master, Nicodemus, while he toils at his new endeavor. He has joined a cult of the like-minded and rather niche group. Oh my god, is this a reference? Because there's someone named Nicodemus that recently joined the team and he's a part of a niche group and the dev team is Niche Worlds Cult. Okay. Wow. Fourth wall breaking, immersion ruined. No. He's joined a cult of the like-minded, a rather niche group, but known to the world over for their love of creating magic. I admit it has been quite some time since Nicodemus was last seen within these walls of the necropolis. However, my master has given me some coin to purchase pieces acquired by adventurers such as yourself in his absence. Feel free to trade with me any bone items you come across in your travels. Also worth mentioning, I have a few lists of specific materials he needs. Some are quite uncommon. You will, of course, be well rewarded for your efforts. If you are interested in a list of necrotic procurement, just let me know and the list will be yours. With the utmost regards for an adventurer of your skill, Bones, a faithful servant of Nicodemus, purveyor of Ostions. This is all my language here. Is Nicodemus a necromancer in-game too? Maybe. Give me... Whoa, someone just tried to kill Bones and they got their ass kicked. That was deserved. Now their dead body is rotating. Give me the list. Aha. List of common necrotic procurement. So we got item number 1, 20 bone chips. Though these chips are found in a variety of places, they are in high demand amongst necromancers and shadow knights alike. Seek for these just outside the Concourse of Souls or just east of Blackfeather Bazaar. Skeleton jawbone. You can find these among skeletons as you harvest bone chips. Jawbones are harder to come by due to the fact that they are fragile, oft not survive a swift impact of a steel weapon. Give me these with this note and I will pay you for your endeavors. Man, these scarabs are a problem. I need to sell this random garbo I have in my inventory. Okay, so have to go find Shifty, but I'm also looking for other dude. What was his name? Noel? Yeah, I don't even know if this guy is in this area. I don't think they're descriptive on where. Oh, he says, do you have questions? Maybe I should have asked. Whoa, is that a two-handed scythe? I'll attempt to fight this skeleton. Uh-oh, this is probably a bad idea. Uh-oh. This is not a good idea, actually. Oh! No, guard, no! Don't take this from me. I need this weapon. I'm winning. Yay. Whoa, we had a lot of stuff. I got cloth boots. Got bone chips. Wait, is it guard? What? The guard is fighting one of the other Necropolis residents? What is happening here? Is this a dispute? Yeah, drama. Red emoji circle. Who's winning? Oh, the guard is winning by a long shot. Wait, let me look. Oh, Jesus. Okay, huge swarm of scarabs because the guard is distracted fighting this other NPC. Oh, God. Nobody is safe. This is a disaster. Oh, God. I'm going to die. Oh. This is a very troublesome place. I need to get into a different zone. Am I like perma-dead? I died, but I'm just like, whoa. Oh, I thought I was like spectate view, but... Well, I died and it's not letting me come back. I guess I'll rejoin. Yeah, releasing after death is bugged right now. That is a goofy sentence. But I rejoined and I'm still dead. And there is a menacing pile of mobs going on an absolute killing spree throughout the necropolis area right now. Because the guards are too lagged that they can't keep up. Oh, they just claimed another life. Okay, I see a lot of people saying this in chat now. Help, I'm dead, I can't revive. Our devs are aware and working on it. Oh well. Now we get to experience real death. Your in-game chat is bugged. What's not working with it? You mean it's just like really lagged behind or what? Yeah, it looks like everyone who has died in the last few minutes is stuck. Permanently dead. I'm reading the in-game chat. How do I not be dead anymore? Someone says. Can you imagine in real life, you die, and then you just get like an error message in your vision that's like, we haven't really finished this part of life yet. We're still working on it, so I can just hang tight and figure it out. Oh, if you are stuck dead, send me a tell, okay? Yeah, I just messaged the dev. He got killed and then kicked from the server. Damn. We can look at the peaceful moon. Actually, there's 3 moons in this universe. Oh no. I died before I could pick up that scythe that I got off the skeleton. Darn. Well, I'm pretty sure the dev is getting a million messages right now, so well, what I could say, since there are apparently 36 people here, cool. This is Monsters and Memories, upcoming indie MMO that is in early development. This is pre-early access, as you can see. And they're doing a stress test right now. They're messing with a lot of server stuff, so things are like very rubber bandy and laggy, but they're learning, figuring out ways to combat these problems. So it's the whole point of the test. But anyway, if you're interested in this game, go to monstersandmemories.com. I'll bring it up on stream while we're waiting to undead. Oh, undead. Huh. Where is it? Whoa, sorry. That was bright. I'll put a link to the game in the chat so you have lots of memories. And if you want to participate in the testing that's going on right now, you can go to their Discord server, which I'll put a link to that in the chat, which is... Oh. Whoa! Guys. Oh no, did you not see that? I got ported into a developer room. It was like a gray box with like a bunch of NPCs and a river and... Oh my god, I had the window open. I was wondering why the ambient sound changed. Oh. Well, maybe someday you all will have that bestowed upon you. Actually, if you're dead right now, message or / tell the person named First, F-I-R-S-T, and tell them that you're dead. And they'll probably revive you and you'll get a glimpse of limbo. I mean, it was like a gray box that was brightly lit, and there was like some guards standing around, and there's a weird little river with a bridge. God, now I gotta remember how to get back. You're not able to get back on the server in the loading. Yeah. This is actually a new thing. You're barely going to be able to see it, but if you can see that green thing, the big green structure on the horizon there, those are all new assets that were put in for that whole structure. I can't remember what it's called, but part of their design philosophy with this is the long view distance. And they want this to be kind of an ongoing thing where it's like, there should always be something interesting on the horizon that you aspire to go explore. It keeps you moving, but not away from towns. And that's kind of one of the first big places they want players to think like, what is that? I want to go check it out. So it's like a big green glowing kind of evil structure that is way far away on the horizon in the mountains. Apparently you can go there. Probably don't want to at this point. Why you explored Morrowind so much. There's always something out there. Yeah, I love that approach. I mean, Breath of the Wild, of course, is like a good modern example of that kind of philosophy where like you strategically place things where players can see it from far away, and they will implant that image in their mind and be like, I want to see what that is. Yeah, it's a peaceful, green, glowing structure full of love and kindness. Okay, someone was revived and they were not able to get their stuff back after the GM revived them. Uh-oh. I hope my stuff is okay. Uh-oh, my body isn't here. You do not have a corpse in this zone. Uh-oh. think I lost my body. All of my stuff. Well, glad it happens this early on. Wait. Oh no, that's just an identical clone of me. That wasn't me. Sure the devs are aware, but in case any are listening right now, it appears that if a GM revives you after you are permanently dead, that your body and all your stuff just disappears entirely. Oh hey, it's Zugan. Yeah, it just says I don't have a corpse in this zone, which is this is a zone where I died. Oh, and I don't know if this channel's always been there, but there's like a channel in their Discord now of kind of more real-time announcements about the test. Stress test is extended to 2 a.m. Is good news. Second server will be coming up soon. Oh, and it's up. Okay. Just reading through other messages. Oh, I guess I never really finished saying what I was saying earlier, that if you want to take part in helping test this upcoming game, this indie MMO inspired by games like EverQuest, kind of late or early 2000s era MMOs, monstersandmemories.com. Go to their Discord, and there's a channel to download the installer, which just has a like a launcher. You give an email address and you can get in. Pretty easy to do. But this stress test is in preparation for the end of this month. On the 28th is going to be a weekend-long test of, I think, 3 days that they're hoping will be the most like complete test so far. Like for this is all technical testing, and the fact that we can play sometimes is just an added benefit, but this test at the end of the month is more of a gameplay focus. Like, this is how the game is supposed to be kind of test is the one coming later this month. So I'm going to be playing and streaming that as well whenever that happens. Oh, resurrected me 100%. Restoration. Yeah. All right. Oh, we might be able to see the... Here it is, guys, look. Whoa. Oh, we're all just hanging out in purgatory. An artsy NPC. Oh, here's my body. Oh, lots of bodies. I know, this is forbidden knowledge. Everyone close their eyes. You shouldn't be seeing any of this. I'm hesitant to, like, click anything. Well, there's like a tower of beards just sitting right here. Or something. What is it? Oh, it's like untextured hair and armor and stuff. The ladder. Oh, there are climbable ladders. Has this been here before? I don't think I've ever used a ladder in the game yet. Can I swim? I can. Just give me a second, I'll get you guys out. Okay. God, I feel like I'm gonna like break something. It's like a whole other area up there. Guard Alifa. Hey, there's what some of the elf armor looks like. I haven't seen this yet. You need to get summoned out of here, send me a tell. Okay, Zukin is getting people out of here. I just messaged Zukin. Oh, how did I end up here? There's been an ongoing bug where if you die, you just don't come back to life. And a lot of people are stuck there. So a GM has been reviving people, but it turns out your body gets erased with all your stuff. Your body oh my god, look at these dead bodies. Your body gets erased with all your stuff when that happens. So then you got teleported to a dev room and they're reviving people's reviving their dead bodies. Not bringing them back to life, they're just taking their dead body and bringing it back to just a dead body so you can get your stuff out. The devs hate you. Moz, did you try /tell and then first FI or ST and tell them that you are stuck dead? That's the person who's been reviving people. You have a Nick too. Wait, so Moz, you're still stuck dead, right? Like you're not like in the dev zone or whatever? God, these dead players, what a massacre. Okay. I mean, I don't know if it'll help. I'll message first and say, my friend Moss is also... Oh, you just got it? Okay. Okay, where do I go? I like these kinds of weird technical adventures, though. Oh, look at this. We got an ogre sliding around. Look at him go. Oh, Bones is out here now. Oh, and here's Nicodemus. Here's the legend himself. I don't know if it'll help, but I messaged one of the GMs just saying that you're still dead, Moz. I don't know. Okay, so I should... oh, is that gigantic hair floating in the distance? Is that what that is? It kind of looks like a ponytail. Oh, lag. Night Harbor is restarting. So just the zone is going to be restarted. It's hard to like remember everything that's going on. Okay, so I need to Okay, last thing that happened is I died. Okay, so I'm getting my stuff back. I'll hold off on trying to find that guy in the city. I'll just focus on trying to level, because that's like the only thing I can reasonably do right now. Because I can't really do anything in the city without like getting lagged and killed and stuff. Heard of big hair? This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is like colossal hair. It's so far away that like it's so big and far that it barely moves when I move. Okay, a large rat. Sorry, rat. Moz, did you get revived yet? And also, was it username 132? Were you able to get back? It's a different dev just said if you're in Shaded Dunes, he'll revive people. You got revived, but your body is gone. Okay. Am I not targeting the right rat? How am I doing no damage at all? Oh, skeleton. Oh, there we go. I think it just updated. Same for you, but you crashed. Well, I thought my stuff was gone for good, but... Oh, hey, a crow just showed up outside my... In real life, that is a good omen for me. Man, I wish there's a way for me to reasonably, like, whip out my webcam and show you guys this crow, but I don't know if you can hear him. Anyway, I thought my stuff was gone, but they were able to get it back. Okay, who... I guess if you guys slash tell First again. First was able to get my body back. If you're in Shaded Dunes, which is the zone that's like one step outside. Oh, there you are, Moz. I see you. Oh, looks like you got your body? Or no, I can't tell. Looks like you're sitting. Oh man, this is so cool. The crow is like staring me down right now. Let me grab a photo with my phone and then I could like bring it up on stream. Let's see. Oh, as soon as I stood up to go take a picture, it left. See, when I am fully back, aka I get a job, I will, I'm gonna have my webcam set up so that between games I can be on camera. But once I have that set up, I'll at least be able to show you guys crows when they show up. I mean, I have plenty of video of crows. Like, that's my thing. When people are like, oh, hey, look at videos of my children achieving things in life. I'm like, oh, here's like 40 videos of crows that appear outside my window sometimes. Yeah, I've been feeding them unsalted peanuts. Like, yeah, can your child fly? Didn't think so. Just like watching my character fight with that expression on his face. So good. Ah! Oh, lost target. There we go. No, don't run, don't run. Oh god. Stop running. There we go. You have a heavy thunderstorm over Helsinki at the moment. It's very cozy, 2 a.m. cooking food, listening to my stream. Well, I'm glad I can contribute to that experience. I am a lover of severe weather. Big reason why I like living here in Minnesota is because of the diversity of the weather that we get here. We get a lot of like crazy winters, crazy summers. Like it's been raining a lot in the last couple of weeks, which I love. So it always hurts me a little when people are like, oh, the weather's bad because it's anything other than clear sky, bright sun. It's like, no, no, no. It is not bad weather when it's overcast and breezy. That is ideal. Okay, is this a fake dead? Oh, it is, okay. Fake dead. It was actually dead. And now I'm being attacked by something that's gonna kill me. So I'm zoning. Yeah, for me, bad weather is when there's no cloud cover. Because I am a vampire, and when I'm out and there's no cloud cover at all, I'm like going shadow to shadow down the street. Like a normal person. Oh, that's right, yeah, username. I remember you were posting about you're getting so many tornadoes. Like Iowa has been getting assaulted by like record numbers of tornadoes recently. It's crazy. It's a dwarf named Rockin' Stone. Incredible. Bard Charity? Is that perhaps Butt Charity if you're still watching? I don't know who else would have charity in their name. I think it is. Here, I'll invite you to the group. Oh, you're already in the group. Wow. Bad weather is wildfire smoke. True. Actually, yeah, we've had a few days where, like, Canadian wildfires pretty regularly get, like, blow into here. And we have, like, a hazardous smoke warning where I just keep my windows closed. Wow, that loaded really fast. See, the game can run really quickly when things are in ideal conditions. What charity you're playing with your partner? Nice. Spread the joy of MMO. You have a big storm happening in Poland too. Nice. And here's Nick, one of, not to be confused with Nick Ademus, but Nick here was one of the original devs on the team, one of the founding members. He's very involved in like every step of the process. Okay, what? Ah, no, not this thing again. This jackal needs to leave. It's not the type of jackal. I like red jackals, not this curious jackal that keeps killing people at the zone line. Oh no. Camera bug. Okay, gotta restart. Yeah, if anyone gets this when you zone and your camera just leaves your character's body and you like astrally project into the sky, you just have to rejoin and it will fix it. Gonna see who else is streaming this right now. Now Sean's still streaming, nice. See what he has to say. I mean, he normally does not stream for 6 hours, so he's way beyond his like normal stream time. His voice is probably gone.
Grix,
I know the feeling.
You can keep pushing that. I don't know that.
Oh, he still has it.
Should they? They're insects. Why should? I don't know if we should count them as bees. Damn, where are the guards going?
That is one of my favorite things. And I mean, I'm sure this happens in other MMOs, but like when a server lags in the style of game and people run to the guards, but the guards are either somewhere else or are too lagged to respond, so the person runs completely like deep into the city, like beyond several tiers of city defense, and just can't get these things away from them. So they're like in the middle of the city market with a bunch of snakes chasing them down. Like the snakes have infiltrated our forces, our defenses. Yeah, I guess he's probably in Slack listening to dev stuff. Because Ollie, which is like the guy handling all the back end server stuff, he's in, what is it, Bahrain? And the time for him right now is like 2 in the morning or something. So it's very late for him. All right, let's see if I can get back in. Oh yeah, I was checking who else is streaming real quick. Oh, I got back in. Oh, but the camera bug didn't get fixed. Let me try again. Yeah, a normal time for back end guy. Suspicious wording. Um, check. Yeah, Chinny D still going. He's the only goblins, the leader of the largest guild in the game right now. Okay, got a handful of other streamers. Cool. Yeah, he's the only goblins. All right. Let's try to get back in. Also, Galanga like a champ, is that a Half-Life reference or is this a different Galanga? Because as someone would say, it as a non-standard because it's Galunga. So Galanga, is that like a bootleg Galunga? Yeah, me, Galunga? Oh no, I think I'm getting a perma camera bug now. Uh, normally logging out and back in fixes this. Is anyone anyone playing that hears this right now? Were you able to figure out any other ways of getting out of this situation besides camping where your camera is just locked away from your player. Welcome back, Cookie. I don't. Oh yeah, the audio is off also. There we go. Restarting the. Oh yeah, I'll try restarting the entire thing and not just camping. Let's try that. Ah yes, there's the new server. US East 2. I'll try going back to the original one. Oh, I didn't die. Cool. It was kind of a... I don't know what made me think of this, but... So like in EverQuest, when you try to quit, like you camp, but your character will persist in the world for like a minute after you leave, so you're still there. And what was the situation? Like someone, there was a case where a guy got bound, as in their spawn point was changed, next to a guard in a city that would instantly kill them because they're like the wrong race. Because, you know, fantasy loves racism. But he got killed and then would respawn and then get killed again and then respawn. But all this happened while this person was away from their computer. And in EverQuest, you lose a bunch of experience every time you die. So this person, over the period of like being gone from their computer for an hour, died so many times that they lost, I don't remember how many, it was like 5 levels or something worth of experience, which when you're a high level, that is like days worth of playtime to get that much experience back. And the whole community, or at least like a whole guild or something, sympathized with this person because that's like a situation that like, oh, that could have happened to anyone. You go AFK in the wrong spot, you lose all that experience. So they chained together like the powerhouse clerics of the server, like the highest level clerics that can revive people with the highest amount of experience preservation. He had tons of dead bodies all over the place. So they lined up all the clerics and they had like enchanters that were claritying them to increase their mana reproduction. So they created like this assembly line of body revival to help this guy get back to his original experience level. So they revive one dead body, and then the cleric can only revive once every like duration of time because it's a huge, like, uses all of your mana. So it was just cool. Like the whole community came together and they sympathized with like such a bad situation. Like the dreaded thing that no one wants is to lose all of your progress, or a lot of it anyway. And they pitched together and put up a whole operation to give them back all their experience. So I don't know. It was just a nice little story. I've just, in my experience, that people that come back to old games, not just like EverQuest, but just older games in general, tend to be a lot nicer to each other because everyone's kind of in this mindset of like, I'm just glad that there's still people playing this. So like anyone who plays it, you want to do whatever you can to help them have a good experience too. Like I remember, I don't know if I told this story on stream, but it was the moment from my childhood where I lost faith in humanity. Well, internet humanity. Because I was playing EverQuest and I was like 12 or something, and I did a quest for a weapon that I really wanted, and quests in EverQuest, there aren't that many for it being in the title. and this was way higher level than I should have been able to do. That, like, some fluke, I managed to get this really high level item that was needed to get a weapon called the Worm Slayer, which is this like huge one-handed warrior weapon that has a big like ornate blade on it. It was way higher level than I should have been able to get, but I was a little kid and I just thought it was cool. And I went through all the steps to complete this quest. It took me like an entire day to do all of this, and I barely understood how to like play computer games and stuff, and it was a lot of effort to do this, and I somehow managed to complete this way higher level quest than me, and I got the weapon, and I was so proud of it. It was like one of my biggest achievements as a 12-year-old. And then this is when I got experience face to face with the dark side of humanity, where I was in the tunnel or the bazaar, like the player market, where it's just players selling items to other players and all that. And stupid me fell for this, where a guy was like, hey, I can make you a lot of extra money. My friend is buying Worm Slayer, the weapon that I had. Or how did this work? It sounded good to 12-year-old me. It was like, okay, if you give him that weapon, he'll trade it for this other weapon, which is way higher value than yours, and then you can sell that weapon to this third person who will give you your original weapon back, like a different version, and a lot of extra money. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, thanks for letting me know. So I go and I do it. I hand over this weapon that I spent like a whole day working on. I was really proud of. I just handed it over to this guy. He gave me back what I didn't know at the time was a really shitty low-value weapon. And then I go to this third person and it was like, oh, hey, this person told me that you're trading this weapon. I wanted to get the Worm Slayer back and extra platinum. And they're like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, no, this person told me that if I give you this and this, that you're going to do this. And it's like, I don't know who you're talking about. I've never heard of any of this. I was like, what? Well, how am I going to get my weapon back? And he's like, I don't know. I can't help you. I was like, what? So this like crowning achievement of 12-year-old me, I just got scammed out of it. And I lost like so much progress. And I just felt so hurt from this. It's like, why would someone do this? Why would someone trick me into giving stuff away for free and stealing from me? And then I just stopped playing EverQuest for like a year. I was so set back from that, and I ended up just playing, I don't remember what else I played after that. It's probably like Half-Life or something. But I think a lot of people probably have formative video game moments where you realized, the full you see humanity from all sides for a change. Like, I hear about rampant scamming happening in, like, RuneScape and stuff all the time, too. But I do at least feel better that when I've been playing EverQuest in my elder years... Oh, hey, I'm back. That I've managed to, like, go far beyond what I couldn't even dream of as a kid playing the game. So I feel like, oh, yes, redeemed the mistakes or the lack of knowledge of my childhood by returning to this childhood game and just doing really well and making all kinds of progress and stuff. So that felt cool. Anyway, here's a dwarf named Holy Beard McFire. What a badass. Is the zone working better? Looks like kind of. I guess I didn't die, so I don't have to go back in the Shaded Dunes. Let me attempt to sell... Oh, I gotta put the volume back up. Let me attempt to sell my goods to the Shifty Gnome. Oh, and by the way, this spider is a new model. This wasn't in the game last time. Wait, how do I hide the HUD? Is it like F10? There we go. I know spiders aren't everyone's thing, but I remember watching the Zukin or someone model the spider. I just remember seeing Blender was opened, and I saw this model in the editor of that. So, people that don't know, one of the big things that they're trying to achieve is a type of like kind of a restructuring of how merchants and like selling trash to works. It's not as easy as of finding any random merchant and then just dumping everything on them and calling it a day. All merchants have certain preferences that will give you more or give you less depending on what it is. So you benefit from finding just the right merchant. But there's a class of merchant who are the shifty merchants who will, you can sell pretty much anything, but you're not going to get as much money back. So this is if you are just don't feel like finding the right one, you just dump all your stuff onto the shifty folks. And they're people who can actually make a profit only through interacting with NPCs. So if you have a entrepreneurial mind and a lot of patience, you could go to all the merchants, learn about what exactly their preferences are, and you could buy stuff from one merchant and sell it to another merchant and actually make a profit out of it without ever killing anything or looting anything yourself. Just by transactions between different merchants, you can make money. So yeah, I'm getting literal pennies from all this stuff, but whatever at this point. I just need more inventory space. Like a space sim. Yeah, it sounds like something you do in EVE Online, where it's like, I'm just gonna compare numbers, and that's how I enjoy the game. Oh, it's waiting for me to say okay. There we go. Oh, nice. They divided the inventory so that your equipment is now separated from the rest of the stuff. I think the last test I continuously accidentally sold my items because I thought it was junk, but it was actually my equipped stuff. It is a little lag. But I'm looking for bones and bone accessories. Oh, that's right. They changed the economy so that it's 100 copper per silver. It used to be 10. Yeah, the UI's been upgraded a lot. This right here is the biggest change, that you now have, you know, the paper doll, whatever it's called, where you can see yourself. And I think in an MMO, seeing yourself is like a huge part of the appeal, because you're putting a lot of work into this character and you want to look cool. But the icons have been updated. They're no longer just like white silhouettes. And I just saw a goblin named Gordita, which is adorable. Gordita is like cute little fat thing, because like Gordo is fat, but then what is a diminutive when you add ita? It's like making cutifying something. It's like Gordita, like you would call like a puppy or something, like, oh look, it's so cute and fat. Yeah, my spell book is on my waist right now. And remember, they're trying to make it so that every item you wear will be visually represented on you, where that was always like a big complaint in EverQuest, where it's like only maybe a third of all the items are actually visible on your character. See if I can fight a skeleton. I don't know what Beat Saber has been doing, but I'm constantly getting notifications from Beat Saber social media posts, and they're just like, yo, 7. Hey guys, 7. I don't know what is going on. Polish equivalent would be Grubasik. Diminutives are such a weird thing. But I said Feet Saber. Well, what's on your mind? Well, actually, Feet Saber is a mod for Beat Saber where you attach your controllers to your feet and you can play that way. And it's actually fun. I've tried it. There's also Dance Dash, which is the foot-oriented rhythm game in VR, and it's really exhausting. Like, dancing around with your feet is... and jumping and all that is so much more exhausting than even extended amount of like flailing your arms around. 7, it's the title of a Seinfeld episode. True. Isn't 7 how you annoy people with text-to-speech? Maybe. There was a... I thought 9, like 9999999999. Guess that's just German. Oh yeah, the movie 7 too. Could be confusing it, but isn't that movie, isn't it known for sort of defining the aesthetic of hackers? Or it's like it's used as like a point for having defined a whole like genre that we see a lot these days. I can't remember what it was about exactly. Find Skutal. Oh, I forgot all the skeleton stuff is mostly by the necropolis, but I spend a lot of time running. Hi, Gob. Big Sleek. Big Sleek is this person's name. Did I play Abiotic Factor with Vinny? I did. I've been on all of his streams so far. And I've kind of become the most normal, quote-unquote, one in all of his streams. Because we're playing with Sneeg Snag, Jolly Wankor, and then it's Vinny, and Vidyabum, and Dave Cap. And they all have their kind of comedy. And then there's me, who's just sort of like, I don't know, I'm not particularly lewd and crude with my humor. I'm kind of boring. And I sit in the base. And I'm already going the wrong direction. I just sit in the base and like boil water for everybody. Because that's exciting. The game with Vinny seems difficult. Yeah, I mean, part of it too is that there is a lot of stuff going on in Abiotic that is very hard to keep track of when you're streaming. I've seen a lot of people, including like Videobum, where it feels like a different game when you play it by yourself. Like as soon as you have even one other person in your game, you're just so distracted. You can't really listen to the story. You can't, like it's like a whole other thing. You're just growing tomatoes. Yeah, I've watched some people that are way late game in Abiotic, and I can see that farming and all that becomes a lot more valuable. Kind of like what we were saying, where it seemed kind of like a waste of time to farm during the tests, but it's just unfortunate that shitting is like a core mechanic of farming where you constantly need people to like shit in buckets so that you can like fertilize your plants with it all the time. Yeah, people going off on their own and everything. I don't know. It's tricky. I'm making poop soup. Oh boy. I'm in the wrong direction. I mean, I enjoy Abiotic Factor. I mean, of course, I'm biased just for the visuals because Half-Life is one of my all-time favorite games, but there's just something about how complex the game gets at this point that is really turning me away. I was watching like Bed Bananas or someone like that play, where they're a lot further into the game. And I think it was Bed that said something like, this game just has too many items, where every time you get to a new area, you get like 4 different new resources, and you can't fit that many per stack in a box. So you end up having like 30 boxes that all have small stacks of the same item. You don't want to delete anything, so it just becomes like a logistical nightmare of trying to figure out like, okay, how much of this do we need? I don't want to throw this away. I don't know. It's just like your brain gets so occupied just trying to figure out what to do with all this stuff. Oh, Night Terror is just casually following me. Oh, this is fun. Hey, guards, can you do something about this, please? Thanks. You don't want to spoil things, but there is stuff to help with that. I know that there's you can upgrade workbenches to like automatically pull items from boxes and stuff. Ooh, that was fast. You were interested in Abiotic Factor, but then you saw the degree of survival crafting nonsense. It's like, you know, we started to talk about it on stream, and I know, you know, a lot of times people are just being sarcastic, but it's like, sometimes people think that when you classify games as a certain genre, that there's some things that absolutely need to be in the game, otherwise it fails to meet its label of whatever genre. Like, someone was dead set on being like, well, it's like, because we were complaining about having to eat and drink all the time, saying that it just kind of like deters you from exploring because you're just constantly trying to find food. And then I was saying, like, I wish food and drink would only be an option that would only enhance yourself, not an essential part of playing. And then someone's like, well, it's not a survival game if eating is optional. It's like, well, it's not, you know, fundamentally isn't survival if you don't constantly have to be worrying about eating and drinking, which, sure, I guess by a rigid definition, that's true. But I mean, think of survival horror games like Resident Evil and stuff. I know survival horror is different than like survival crafting, but like, you don't have to be eating all the time. It just, like, I've never enjoyed having the threat of dying if you don't eat in a game. Yeah, I enjoy having to prepare for exploration, where you can't just, you know, effortlessly go from one place to the next to the next. I like that. I just don't like where if you hold still and do nothing, you you are doing a bad thing. Like, when you don't do anything, you become hungrier and closer to death. I don't think a game should punish you for doing nothing. Because then you feel like, oh, I'm wasting this food because I'm not out exploring while I just ate a lot. And, okay, I got my body back. It didn't glitch. That's good. I like the idea of moving your bases up to each new area. But the process of doing that is so involved that I never really feel like doing it, because it's like, well, we got 40 boxes that are completely full of items and you can't hold all the items and you can't really easily transfer the items. I know there's carts that you can fill, but then you gotta like fill your inventory and then dump everything, and then your organization gets messed up. Like, you spend all this time organizing and now you're like, well, I gotta move it to the cart. And then when you're with like 6 other people, everyone has their own way of organizing things, and some don't want to organize and some do, and then everything gets mixed up. It's just like my brain is being like pushed to its limits when I'm trying to play with a lot of people and try to organize and watching a stream and on stream trying to think about being social. And it's just like my brain just like freezes up and I don't make a lot of progress with all those factors in play. Okay. Speaking of... Oh, my character didn't update. I've been noticing that's been happening too, where it's like... I think the server is so out of sync right now that it hasn't detected that I put my armor on yet. That's interesting. Can I memorize my spell? Oh, I can afford 1 spell. Maybe that'll be worth going back and getting life draw, because that will actually change up my ability to fight quite a bit. So I can heal myself then and do damage. Yeah, Icebreaker, like the survival craft stuff. Yeah, when you're with other people, like, the whole dynamic changes pretty considerably. A wild moth appears. And... like, I couldn't listen to anything NPCs were saying because I was, like, listening to the voice chat of everyone else. Yeah, starvation should be a debuff. Yeah, like Alu is saying. And I do think it is a little ridiculous, even if we're talking about realism, which I know anytime it's like, oh, it's a video game, it's never going to be real. But like, in real life, when you starve, it's not like 3, 2, 1, dead. When you're starving, that it should just be like, okay, you're starving, therefore you move slower or something. Not such a rigid timer of 80 seconds until you die. Better eat something. Yeah, Valheim does have a good system for that. And I like how Valheim encourages you to eat a variety of food. So you can't just like min-max one type of food that everyone eats. Alright, where is the vendor? Should be right around here. Watch as I have like 1 copper too little. I think it was 35 copper for a spell, and I have 38, so maybe I can get a new spell. It is 35. Oh my god, look at all these choices. Could have aura, vampirism, draw strength. I think I need life drain. This is going to be most important. Oh, that's the only thing. I can get locate corpse, but I don't think that's worth it at this point. Okay, life drain is going to be... yeah, drains life. Gives it back to you. Sounds good. You think we could improve the whole idea if there wasn't any base building aspects in your personal inventory and scavenge as you go? I mean, if you're still talking about like abiotic, I think that's kind of, I think it's too essential for what they're trying to do to remove the base building aspect. Like, I like the idea of being nomadic. I guess that was part of the thing, is that I like base building to an extent. I just wish it was easier to pick everything up and move. Like, I feel like your inventory, like your team has just one big collective inventory that can be accessed from any storage box. And then you just, the storage boxes are just the point that you go to access it. Kind of like in Fallout 76, where it's like your box, it doesn't matter where it is, your box is always your inventory. And I know that it'd probably be like, oh, that's way too easy, but at least that way, it's a lot easier for you to just set up a new base somewhere. So you don't have to worry about being like, oh, I gotta ruin all of the organization that we had. You could just have one big inventory that you can spend time organizing, and then that inventory could just be accessed anywhere. Oh, you're just saying if you were to do it, that's how you would. Yeah. This is kind of a thing that I've been wanting to do. Well, I've been wanting to do it my whole life. But I feel like, because I'm kind of weird, where the majority of all games don't appeal to me, but then it always comes up, well, then what does appeal to me? So I would love to just do a sort of like personal game jam where I just take any genre that I don't normally play and then just make a simple like proof of concept of like, how would I make a MOBA? Or how would I make, I don't know, a visual novel? Just take some genre and then just do it really in a weird, unconventional way that everyone would hate, but is appealing to me just to do it. Because nearly every big genre that I play, there's always just some big looming thing that deters me from continuing to play it. And I've actually written out, like, God, and I was talking about this earlier, but I have this massive document of like ideas for games and stuff. And I think to an extent, everyone has thought about, like, if I could make a game, what would I do? And I have the technical know-how to make games, especially these days where there's resources and everything. Most of my skills are all in like 3D art and any kind of 3D graphics stuff, but I have enough know-how with programming that I could probably do some basic stuff. Like, I used to make simple little Unity prototypes, but now I'm getting more into Godot. I'm engaging in combat with the skeleton. He's gonna teleport around. I don't know if it's gonna work. Uh-oh. This is a dangerous area to be having a lot of lag because those crypt things, those crypt beetles, do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And if they're lagging, they're just gonna kill you without you being able to anticipate it. It is Godot. It's not Godot. There's some tweet of a dev saying that it is Godot. It originally was Godot, but they realized it's stupid, so they officially changed it. Really? What's the like Lua scripting? I remember reading on like the Lua wiki where they were very clearly saying, guys, anytime you're talking about our scripting language, it's always Lua. It's never pronounced L-U-A. So I wish more companies would come out and be like, this is the official way to say this thing. Yeah, Icebreaker, I agree. Like, throughout a lot of my life, I've just been so critical of games and everything. Like I was just saying, like so many things that I don't like about games. Like there's more things that I don't like about games than do. But it feels bad to just be like, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. So then I really want to think, okay, well, why don't I like it? Like, how can I improve this situation? Not just sit around just being a hater all the time. You know, how can I actually figure out, okay, well then what would I do different? And then writing down how I would do things differently. And there's one game that is probably the most like fleshed out one that I have done, or that I've been planning, and I actually could reasonably make this happen and everything. Okay, well, oh, that's someone's pet. Okay, I've been trying to fight someone's pet. I don't know. I don't want to go into big detail on the game. Not like I don't want you to steal my ideas, but in this most basic level, it's just this idea of. I love the idea of playing as the villains and like kind of the lesser represented characters in any given universe. And it's just like this idea that you're defending the dark, spooky forest as residents of the dark, spooky forest, of the impending heroic human threat. I have like in great detail about like all the ways that the characters interact and kind of like the underlying story and everything that ties everything together. And just everything that you would do in this game involves performing like taboo ritualistic magic and things. And like kidnapping the humans, destroying the human structures, and like using their bones and using the bones back against them again, and all kinds of stuff like that. Stealing idea note by, yeah, no one's ever done it. I mean, clearly Dungeon Keeper is a big inspiration of mine. Because if anyone's played Dungeon Keeper, that's a game where you design a dungeon for the bad guys and the heroes attack your dungeon, and you can like fight them and do all kinds of stuff like that. But something I'm trying to do with it is I'm trying to stray from a lot of the fantasy tropes where like the characters you play as aren't overtly like elf and orc and things. They're kind of a weird mashups of other characters, and they're all derivative of like a specific part of nature. So like kind of the class that you play is a like representative of and I'm wording it so bad. Oh, Fishwife. I forgot about Fishwife. Guess she's doing all right. How can I forget about Fishwife? Yeah. I'm gonna go to a less laggy zone. And like something with puzzle games and all that, because like a weird contradiction in my personality is that a lot of people know me as being into like ARGs, alternate reality games and like in-depth puzzles that do a lot of unconventional things. But when I think about it, like when people learn this and they're like, oh, you must like this puzzle game and this puzzle game. Have you played this puzzle game? And I'm like, well, I don't really enjoy puzzle games. But if I like ARGs, why don't I like a lot of puzzle games? And I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, why is that? I don't really know why I don't like a lot of puzzle games. And I think it's because the type of puzzle that I enjoy the most are environmental, like observational environmental puzzles. Things where finding if a puzzle exists is a major part of the puzzle. I don't like it as much when something's like, okay, here is the puzzle. There is one solution to this puzzle, and I'll figure out the puzzle. I like when games, like The Witness is a pretty good example. Even though The Witness takes it to like an extreme and has crazy amounts of like layers upon layers of puzzles and stuff like that, that's more in the direction of what I actually do enjoy. Are there Discord notifications on stream? No, I haven't heard any. It's probably in your end. Unless there's some noise that sounds like an alert in the game. But even for my own personal taste, The Witness still is too overtly puzzle game. So this is why I like Easter eggs and things like that. Like, I love doing those types of puzzles. They can even be an identical puzzle from a puzzle game, but if it's integrated into a world of a non-puzzle game, it makes it way more appealing to me. Because it's like, it's hard for me to get into the world and feel present in a puzzle-focused universe. Whereas if I'm playing like if I'm playing like a sandbox game, like, I don't know, Minecraft, or even just like Valheim. If Valheim had some really in-depth, obscure, secret thing going on in that game, it's like, okay, I already like the base game, and there's a big elaborate secret, yeah, sign me up. I love that. But if it was just like, oh, here's the Valheim puzzle game, go play this, I'm like, no, I want there to be another game existing at the same time. Wait, what just happened? I died? Okay. I just zoned and died and respawned all in a single loading screen. No idea where I died. I guess I'll, go check it out. He's back at the main gate. Gotta get running. A lot of running. Yeah, here is like, look at this. Look at this imbalance of lifestyle in this city. This is what the casters get. Like, this is like the giant, like, gaudy wizard tower that towers over everything. And then meanwhile, all us evil folk get like a little green box in the corner of the city that's a maze inside. Another weird example, and it's funny, I'm sure he's not here right now, but like Dave Cap and I both have good memories behind a game called The Tomorrow Kids, Tomorrow Children, I think. Kind of a relatively obscure game that a lot of people have never heard of, that we both really liked. But the thing with it is, I mean, the game is like a multiplayer. It was like a PS3 exclusive, PS4 maybe. It had its own custom game engine, a really unique style. It was kind of a constructivist, like Soviet-inspired world. where you play as these like kind of a Soviet version of like a Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts thing, and you defend cities from attacks. It's multiplayer and online. In every city, you kind of try to construct and defend it, and you go out mining the inside the dead bodies of these giants that attack the cities. Like once you destroy one of these like kaiju, that they fall over and die, and then their body turns into deformable terrain, and you dig inside them and you collect all of their insides. But it's not like gory. Like they turn into this weird kind of celestial substance. It's a really cool game. But the really random thing that happened with it that I actually enjoyed is that game taught me to enjoy slide puzzles. Because before then, I didn't like slide puzzles like 99% of the rest of the world. But one of the mechanics in the game is that when you're assembling a building or something, that you do a slide puzzle related to the construction of the building and you can speed it up. So all of a sudden, I had like a motivation to learn how to do slide puzzles because it would help my team and it would help speed up the whole process of playing this game. So I suddenly felt like I want to sit down and learn how to do slide puzzles, and I actually got pretty good at it. And it helps you become a lot more effective in the game. And then I thought I was the only one that had this experience. And then I talked to Dave Cap about it, and he had the exact same thing where he didn't like slide puzzles. He played this game, and now he likes slide puzzles. So it's just weird how the context in which a puzzle exists can completely change your like mentality going into it. It's sort of like, well, I don't like eating vegetables, but if you put the right dressing on it, I suddenly love vegetables. A Dave to Dave communication. Yeah, we have the Dave bond. So I am a Dave. I'm actually a David, though. What's finger in air? I'm David, not Dave. But it's literally impossible for anything to make you enjoy slide puzzles. Well, I don't like big, elaborate ones. Like, it's not the case for me where it's like, oh, you like this type of puzzle, so you must, like, the more complex they are, the better, right? No. The most complex ones, well, 3x3 is the most satisfying because it's, like, simple and can usually figure it out pretty quick. And I think the most complex I'd be willing to go is, like, a 6x6 or 5x5. And what a lot of people don't realize about slide puzzles is that they can be actually impossible to solve if they're not assembled the right way or scrambled the right way. And that is a common pitfall when someone is trying to like program a slide puzzle into their game. They're like, oh, just make a bunch of tiles and scramble their locations. It doesn't work like that. Like it has to be scrambled in like a procedural manner. The computer has to actually move piece to piece to piece to piece. So it is actually impossible to solve some if they're not scrambled correctly. Yeah, like a Rubik's Cube. And oh yeah, this was you, Moths. Nonograms. Otherwise known by the normies as Picto... No. What's the... Uh-oh. What's the brand of them that most people know it as? Let me Google real quick. Don't crash game, please. Oh my god, what is it called? For anyone who doesn't know what a nonogram is, it's the type of puzzle that Germa likes. And I'm sure a lot of you are Germa fans in here. Do you guys remember? It's like Picto something? Picross. That's what it is. I always forget that name. So nonogram is like Yeah, this is a massacre out here. Nonogram is the actual name of that style of puzzle, and Picross is just like the branded version of it, where it is actually oh, and it makes a picture. That's the difference. Nonograms don't necessarily become a picture in the end. You just have to correctly do them. Okay, we're back in action. Just watch as someone pulls that jackal to the spawn and I fucking die again. But let me memorize the spells. Luckily this goes pretty quick. Sudoku style. Yeah, I tried to get into doing Sudoku, but for some reason, like, nonograms come pretty easily for me. And I enjoy them a lot. But some reason Sudoku just doesn't really do it for me. I guess I'm not much of a numbers person. I'm so visual. And I really like that nonograms are like in it. There's numbers, of course, but it's a very visual type puzzle. This bot in chat, his name is Come to Pudgy. Who's Pudgy? I don't know. Did I play Shadows of Doubt? Oh no, I haven't, but I like watching people play. I don't know if it's really... Oh my god, this thing is attacking again. Oh no, it's a yellow. Got a zone. I am actually getting a lot of bots. What is it? Like, I'm looking at the list of viewers right now. I see all of you. Even those of you that haven't typed in chat, I see you. But, and there's a bunch of known bots that are just sitting watching. I know for a fact, I'm going to call them out right now. I know for a fact that 0_lonely e-girl, that you're a bot. And if you don't speak out right now, I'm gonna ban you, because I know you're a bot. But Lonely Girl is a well-known bot. Yeah, Moss has had Lonely e-girl in her stream as well. Legendary spam bot among Twitch streamers. You're doing crosswords in Swedish to keep your Swedish language. That is actually a really good idea. I didn't think about like doing puzzles in another language to improve your language skills. The body's multiplying. Who knows? At this point, there could be some weird technical thing causing them to multiply. What's the command to hide bodies? What was it, like hide corpse all? Wow, I completely guessed it. There we go. I just gained like 1,000,000 frames, also known as like 20. Do Polish crosswords with you? Yeah, I would. And I am sorry to report that my daily Duolingo has transitioned to Russian. I'm gonna go back to Polish at some point, but I reached a point where it's like, okay, all the new vocabulary are like Polish words for like shirt and pants and things. And those words are so complicated and hard to remember. I know Duolingo isn't the best at like really learning a language, but it at least gives you a starting point. Koszulka spodnie. Like, the last straw was when I learned that blusa is not blouse, and the app actually made a big point. For the first time, it was like, blusa is not blouse. And then I was like, okay, that's it. I've had enough. But then when I go back to Russian, there's a lot of the same vocabulary in Russian that sounds almost identical to Polish. But then when I see it written in Russian, I'm like, oh yeah, this is easy to remember. And then I see the same thing written in Polish, and I'm like, nah. I was like, rucksack. Rucksack. Yeah. Learn Klingon and then do a Klingon-only stream. That sounds like a good idea. What does hiding corpses do? It increases frame rate. Oh, and, oh, this is actually dead. It's a fake dead, or fake living. Fire beetle eye. No, I have a light source. Other than candle. I like how this goblin is just Tim. This is the Tim. Only one Tim can exist in the entire server, and here he is. And he's a goblin. Rucksack. That rucksack must have a pretty deep embedded history if that word can persist across Slavic languages and Nordic and Latin all together. Like, that must go back to, like, Greek, if it's that persistent. Or consistent. A lot of similarities between Polish and Russian are false friends. It's true. Like, the immediate one that I noticed is tak. And I think it was Orthogonal Caster that corrected me on this, but I know, like, you know, in Polish, tak is like yes, but then, like, in Russian, tak is like a hesitation word. Kind of like that you would say between things. Oh, and since we have a Polish expert in chat, maybe you can confirm this. I was watching a, like, Polish vernacular video that was talking about, like, casual conversation, and apparently it is a popular thing with the youths to incorporate words like mega and super into Polish phrases. So there was, like, of course I don't remember the exact phrase, but there's just someone speaking completely in Polish, and they're like super ryba, super ptak, or something. It's not just use, really. I do really like the words for a lot of animals in Polish, though. Like, the words just sound like they would be an animal. Like, the word for bird is ptak, which that sounds like a sound a bird would make. Duck, duck. Then fish is like ryba, which makes you think of ribs. And I'm thinking of, like, a fish skeleton. Speaking of skeleton, here we go. But one thing that bothers me, though, in Polish is that, and I'd be curious to know how this happened, like, linguistically, but, like, so kot, you know, is cat. A lot of languages use kot for cat. Even though I think in Russian there's also koshka, which Russian has some really satisfying words for animals, like koshka and sabaka. It's like cat and dog. But then, like, the Polish word for dog is like pies. But then if you say dogs, plural, it's like psy. Like, if you're running away from a pack of rabid dogs and you're in Poland and you're trying to shout and warn people that you're being chased by dogs, you'd be like, psy, Sit. Like, how is anyone going to hear you saying sit to warn them of dogs? Whereas, like, in Russian, you'd be like, Sabaki! Pomogite, Sabaki! It's very confusing. Nice leg wraps. Thank you. My paper doll appears to be broken. So this is a false representation of myself. But I'm glad we have third person, so it's looking good. But my tattered cloth boots apparently are so tattered that they don't actually have a visual component to them. Wait, unless they're gray and my skin is also gray? No, those are toes. Okay. Russian has a lot of different words. Super and mega have been part of Polish for ages. That's interesting. I feel like also in languages... wow, that rat is cheating. The rat just crossed the zone line where I can't reach. I always knew rats were intelligent, but this is a whole new level. And he came back anyway. Oh my god, come on. I feel like the word okay is used more often in non-English languages than in English. I know the history of the word okay is really weird. I did watch a video about it, and you know, I can't confirm the legitimacy of it, but apparently the most accepted origin of the word okay is that it is a British upper class slang from a long time ago to mean what is it? Like all right, or like the old-fashioned all, like OL. Then the K is like a shortened version of some other word. I don't know. It just has a big origin thing. But anyway, like the word is spread to so many different languages. But when I'm listening to non-English languages, I hear people be like, okay, okay, way more often. Maybe it's just because it's like one of the few words that I can understand that it stands out more. But I hear okay used so much. All correct. That's what it is, like Nudo said. Like, I don't use okay nearly as much as it seems that other languages do. I will not get tired of this. Oh, fake dead. There we go. Ooh, that is a full skeleton. There's a red con. Stay away. And finish, you use okay, like uku. Really? Oh, because you're saying the letters separately. Yeah. K is what you say when you get a message but you don't actually want to respond. I know it is just a funny thing with languages, how something as simple as a single letter can carry such a shift in tone. Oh my god, this is the most decked out goblin I've seen in the game so far. Look at this person. Cricket. He has the stanky leg. The idle animation has a single frame where the leg jumps. But his pants, it has the beetle. Oh, he just disappeared. Had the beetle armor boots and the backpack and jacket. Incredible. Secret bag man still around. I think you can still go to the shifty gnome and get a bag through him. I actually have a bag right now. I'm supposed to be collecting pelvises or something, but the area that has the most skeletons is very laggy right now, and I don't want to risk dying again. Oh, here he is. Here's the decked out goblin again. Look at this guy. Very cool. Has the cool backpack. It's chainmail pants. Whoa, I like the metallic look on it. Oh, he's gone. Fake Dead Beatles. Is that John Lennon? That is incredible reference. I guess that wouldn't that be Paul though? Wasn't Paul the one that was fake dead? Trying to play Bard is making you miss Inquisitor from the first test. Bard in this style of game is so weird to play. Like, I remember people talking about how Bard-like characters play in games like Star Wars Galaxies and stuff like that, but the way you play Bard in EverQuest is so un-Bard-like most of the time. Like, when they solo, like when you think of someone who plays instruments and is about like dancing and being merry and charismatic and lifting the spirits of your party, you don't really think about them running, like sprinting faster than any other class, really far away in an empty field, running in circles, hiding a shit ton of like snakes and stuff while fire emits from them for like 10 minutes. But that's how I end up playing. I guess when bards are in groups, they're a little more bard-like because they're just continuously buffing everyone without having to worry about mana. FF11 Bard was a support class, full and full, and he loved it. Yeah, that sounds like it's more of a traditional bard. Maybe I should group with someone again. What level is this person? Oh, we're the same level. Who would have thought? Looks like they're an archer. That's a funny thing is, when I'm looking at my like viewer list, I have seen a couple people who have the same name. I'll see them in game, and then I see them in the viewer list, and I do like that Leonardo DiCaprio gif where he's like pointing, like really enthusiastically pointing forward, like, I recognize that person. So I know some of you are playing right now, are also watching, and I appreciate it. Uh-oh. Everyone's frozen. Something crashing. Oh. I'm socializing. Humble nuts. Is someone in here? Oh, I got rejected. They just want a solo. Alright. Alright, guys, they're gonna group with Tumble Nuts because they're actually, they have LFG on. Where did Tumble Nuts go? Hello, fair maiden. Yeah, tips Fedora. Well, Moths, you should come out to Shaded Dunes here. I'll group with you. Oh, hey, it's Pattis. Pattis here with this like incredible looking armor is one of the level designers and 3D modelers. He placed probably the majority of the buildings that are in Night Harbor right now. Yeah, look at this armor. Oh, hey, they're doing the, what's it called, like, dithering transparency. I love the way that looks. Guys, it's happening. Tumble Nuts has invited me to their party. All right. Uh-oh, someone just came in and they're dying. I'm gonna stay away from that situation. And he's dead. He's fake that he's standing while dead. Don't be fooled. That ogre is dead. Oh! 1 frame later. Family Guy's to the ground. Hippie Sprinkles, the goblin. Look at that face. Goblin's name is Ix. Classic goblin name. Isn't Ix the name of the goblin in that one goblin game that everyone recommends when they're like, hey, what's a goblin game? That one that's kind of like Thief. What is this? Skeleton Jawbone. That's on my list. Item 2, Jawbone. Alright, got a quest item. Styx. That's what it was, not Ix. Hairy Monk. Hairy Monk, but is not hairy. Or at least not like body hairy. Oh shoot, my group member Tumble Nuts is talking to me. I kind of want there to be a little alert noise when your group talks. Because it's very easy to forget. Oop, skeleton. Oh, that's right. I should be debuffing because my debuff buffs me. The cool thing with like the Shadow Knights and well, Necromancers to an extent too are like a lot of their abilities are about trading. You're stealing strength, and that strength goes back to you. You take away health, and then you take that health for yourself. We got a femur. What's going to be a problem, though, is my femur bag is full of non-femurs. Like normally in real life, when I have too many femurs, I would just get another bag, my other femur bag. But in here, you gotta like balance everything out. Shattered femurs from the bone piles. Do you... Okay, so I'm guessing it's just 6 because there's 6 slots. Wait, was that called shattered? Is that gonna make a difference? Shattered. Okay, it is called shattered. Yeah, you gotta have a backup femur bag. It just kind of reminds me, is like, during my time away, I have been studying human anatomy. Oh. But looking at like muscle structures and stuff, and there's some people who are like really serious when it comes to getting muscle anatomy correct when you're like sculpting a human model, is because like there's a lot of aesthetics these days about just really muscly people. So getting the way the muscle portrayals right is like kind of a sticking point for some people who are like really big on anatomy. So I was watching this video where someone who's really experienced in 3D modeling and sculpting, and they knew the name of like not only all of the muscles that are visible and protruding on the outer parts of people's bodies, but they knew like the names for the intersections between muscles and where they meet. And I was like, this is a whole next level of 3D sculpting where like not only do you visually understand how everything is set up, but you also know all of the like horribly complex like Latin names for muscles. And still I can't get forearms correct, because that point from your elbow to your wrist where those muscles sort of twist in a weird way, I just can't get that right. Like I can't figure out, like I'm sitting here looking at my own horrible scrawny arms and I'm like, I just can't figure out where it all goes. Oh no, I can't point. Okay. So Moth's Tumblenuts is the group leader. So I can't invite you right now, but when he comes back... Oh, hey, Goblin in chat. You used to know so much of that by heart, but you just kind of stopped. Yeah, speaking of that, Goblin, like, you painted most of, like, the muscle structures and stuff of characters in the game, right? Like, all of this. Like, when I look at the back, there's just so much going on there that I got... Like, how do you ever memorize all of this? Make it correct. I guess there is a balance between, you know, actual accuracy and then sort of like the expectation. Like I think the average person doesn't realize how many muscles there really are in the body. Some of that's you, some of it's Pat, and some is Zukin. Okay. A jackal companion? Is this a Beastmaster? I didn't know you could have a pet jackal. That's cool. Alright, Moths, I have told Tumblenuts about your existence, and he has approved you joining the group. When he gets back, he'll invite you. Oh, there he is. Oh, you had to run away. I'll be back. All right. You zoned in and got immediately killed. Yeah, it's kind of a rite of passage to die during the transition into a zone, because people are pulling high-level stuff to the zone line, and it ends up just like killing everyone. Fortitude skill as well. Because the NPC health is slow to update, so it doesn't always show up that we're doing damage, which could literally kill us because we don't know how much damage we're doing sometimes. My character is technically a smith, also. I've been trying to craft armor, but I feel like better use of time is just leveling at this point. Found nodes by the dungeon. Oh, that's right. The No Pants Paladin. That sounds like a webcomic name from like the early 2000s or something. Wait, they're a wood elf. I don't think wood elves can be paladin. They are a... Well, that's weird. Their class designator doesn't show up. I don't know what... Here, I have to do it the old-fashioned way. They're a shaman. That's what they are. That's why, yeah, because he gave me agility and strength. All right. This is a risky pull, but I'm hoping we can... Uh-oh. This is too risky. Too risky. I didn't realize I was so low on mana. Oh my god. I was thinking, oh, I can just life tap my way through this, but turns out I don't have mana. I think we're gonna make it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, no, I hope he doesn't die from it. Oh, no, he's gonna get attacked by a jackal. Yeah, my nuts got tumbled. Yikes. Thought paladins used hammer and shield. In this style of game anyway, the paladins can use anything that a warrior can, except they can't dual wield. So usually paladins end up going like sword and shield, or blunt weapon and shield, or something like that. Or two-handed weapons also. Oh, I think Tumble survived. Hopefully they got the experience. So difference between a shaman and a druid, in EverQuest anyway, which could be accurate to this too, is... Oh, I keep going up here. I shouldn't. I'm just automatically drawn to this huge tower. Shaman are more about... Like, they're the best at buffing. They have tons of specialized buffs for, like, every stat. Like, they can increase your strength, your intelligence, your agility, your, like, anything. They're all about making you do your things better. And they can usually wear kind of mid-range armor. They can tank a real little bit. They're like... Shaman will sometimes be like an off tank, and they can do some light heals as well. They're like very group oriented. Whereas a druid cannot really tank at all. Druids are more kind of all around casters they can heal, and they have a lot of like... They're good at transporting people around. They can speed people's running speed up. They have a lot of types of armor. Like, you can turn your skin into wood or into stone and stuff like that. Like, just kind of nature-oriented spells and stuff, as you might imagine. Ooh, Moths, did you manage to get your stuff back? I could His Tumble is apparently their dog is being a menace and needs to go outside. Be just where we were before. Okay. I could message Tumble and be like, hey, I'm gonna group this other person. When you come back, I can invite you or something. Yeah, the place where we're fighting isn't really the best for the low levels that we are right now, but it's just less laggy there, so it's our best bet, believe it or not, to stay alive longer. Even though by looking at the stream, you'd never guess. Like, ideally, I would be in the necropolis yard, raking in all the bones. I took a wrong turn, didn't I? Okay, I'm gonna go back. Does anyone know? Actually, I think I already know the answer. Because my starting point is at that other gate. I know anyone who's been watching knows what gate that is. I never remember the name of it, or what direction it is. Is the zone that is all the way down the road from that one, is that also Shaded Dunes? Like, are both gates a way you can get to Shaded Dunes, or is that a separate place? So I'm trying to shorten my path to getting my body back, so I don't have to go all the way to the other gate. Could I just go down the road and then just walk around and to Shaded Dunes from there? I know this is a complex question. You think they might be different? Yeah. I think it's Glass Flats. Might be that other, the one that's beyond that gate. There's mountains between them. Oh, I think you're right. Sungreet Strand, that's what it is, yeah. You've been watching for some time and your answer is you don't know. I don't blame you. If you're not actively playing a game like this, it's hard to, like, absorb what's going on. Yet another good ogre name. This ogre's name is Grunk. There's no vowels, just G-R-N-K. Oh, and then we have Meme. Here is Meme. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because I like it. Meme. And good gnome name, Rumplepuss. Yeah, there's good names and then there's meme. Who's up gronking they Rumplepuss? Yeah. There she is. Well, I'm gonna go get my body. Hey, it's Samwise. This isn't just any Samwise. This is, someone... I think they're a developer? That name came up recently. It's a female dwarf named Stompetta, which I think would make a better female ogre name, but that was still pretty good. Yeah, I'm always wondering about how people came up with their names. Here, this ogre's name is Drug, which is like friend in Russian. Moi drug. Brave Sir Robin. And then Twin. Alright, hoping I don't die. Oh, I think Tumble Nuts is back. Moths. If you want to zone in. Even though I know it... God, isn't it like 4 in the morning your time, Moss? I feel bad. Hey, Hexen, welcome. That's only 3. Glimmy. Glimmy is a good name for the goblin. I hope your Mega Man X speed runs have been going well. I stopped in a couple times while you were doing it. It still blows my mind. Life has been kicking your ass. Yeah, welcome to the party. You haven't been able to speedrun. Oh no. I saw you streaming a couple days ago. But I know the mental capacity when there's a lot of bad shit going on in life, even if you set yourself out to do something, it doesn't always happen. Izzy, the goblin. Good name. I gotta put this where it's in my way so I can read my group messages. And the really bright UI against the dark background does make this a little tough. Okay, here's Moss. Where is, digestion is speedier and runnier. Can be. The runs. Oh, there we go. Welcome to the super exclusive Tumble Nuts Club. I think I'm just going to take even con stuff for... Oh god, I didn't memorize my spells! Gotta do that real quick. What is this game? This is Monsters and Memories. It is a indie MMO that is in very early development, and they're doing a stress test this weekend. And it has been very stress testy so far, and... servers went down and all that, and they've been tweaking stuff, so they're just trying to test the stability. They crammed everyone into one server in one zone, so we had 400 people in a single zone. Servers crashed a bunch, but it sounds like they are getting everything working better. I'm gonna turn on my candle just for stream's sake so we can see. Alright, here is the Dream Team. Oh my god, I'm getting attacked by this jackal. Crying out loud. Moss, are you doing the Necro quest for the fluids or whatever, the dirty fluids? I can't remember what it's called. Okay. So I think only necromancers can do that quest, so I'll leave those for you. Next level is 4. No, that was just at the time, the highest level person in the server was 4, but I'm pretty sure that's been beaten by now. Well, I'm looking for femurs. All about the femur life. Another good ogre name, it's Kikia the ogre. Oh, you got gloves. Nice. What's the shortcut for... Oh, there. You were that rotting skeleton? Yeah. Oh man, it would be cool if Kikia could join us. Well, there is kind of a fresh skeleton in this game. It's just called Skeleton. And this type of type of MMO is generally slower than what people might be used to with like World of Warcraft and stuff. This is really kind of free form. Oh my god, why am I not attacking? Hello? Oh, he's dead. There's a bug right now. Not just the bug we're looking at here, but a bug where the death animation doesn't play, so stuff is actually dead, even though it doesn't look like it is. Wait, what is the tab target button? That I need to... Oh, it's literally tab. Wow, I guess that's where the name comes from. Huh. This game's very much not your kind of thing, but you enjoy watching it. Yeah, I think that... Like, I understand that. It's like if you were watching someone play a game that they are really enjoying, you kind of have like second-hand enjoyment just because someone, you know, they like what they're doing, so it'll help you enjoy it better as well. Oh my god, look at this skeleton's face. Or this head. That is beautiful. Now who is gonna get the turban? Incarnal residue, that's the name of it. Wow, everyone look at moths right now. Really fitting into the environment. I'm still sad that I lost that scythe where I got that death bug before I could loot the scythe. You can't find the last level 3 bard quest NPCs. I don't know if this helps at all, but I remember there's a whole part of the city that has a lot of quest people that a lot of people miss, which is right in the middle of the city, kind of where the market is, and you see all of these people, like vendors that sell crafting stuff, but there's like tons of houses that surround it, and each of those little houses has a lot of NPCs in it. And I remember some obscure quests ended up taking you there. Like I found a druid quest character there that I couldn't find for a long time. I don't know if I have no idea if the bard is there, but that's just a good place to check. Wet Socks is this person's name. Has Sphinx been playing this? Remember, he always kind of talks about it. I don't know if he ever plays. Uh-oh. could be bad news, but we have a lot of mana. I think we could handle it. Oh no! Rest in peace, Moth Pet. Ooh, we got it. Even though its health is not updating, so we're just trying to cross our fingers that it's actually taking damage. Now, Wet Socks and Trench Foot. Ooh. Tumble Nuts, trying to see if we should move down. Snake Fang. I think rat ears aren't particularly valuable. That was a cool spell, whatever that was, those purple particles. Wonder what kind of secret goblin conversation is happening in the Only Goblins Guild chat. They must be planning nefarious things. I remember seeing some concept images for the Goblin City, which looked really cool. Which is this like a giant hole in the ground, just filled with treasure. And they just like live in a hole of shiny things. And like, that is a perfect depiction of a Goblin City. Skeleton spotted. Well, I just noticed none of the group classes are showing up for some reason. Supposed to be a little indicator, kind of like my name here. It says SHD3, but none of my group members are showing up. Tumble Nuts is a shaman, and Moths is a necromancer. You goggling. What are you goggling, though? Feels weird to be pulling and not pushing my, like, clicking my buttons that gives me the chat prompt of saying, pulling this thing, incoming. What happened to that? Oh, someone killed it. Rock and Stone killed my pole. I'm gonna report. Report to admin ban, please. Yeah, the gob squat. I think you like the sitting pose they're in because it's kind of like the Slav squat. Just a stereotype. On my screen, you're fighting while sitting down because things are like desynced. Look at this guy. This fire elemental. Wow, this group is so badass. I think we should aspire to be this cool. Look at that. They got the fire elemental. They're all well geared. They're kicking ass. Too bad we can't have like one massive group. Like 12 people in a group and just massacre everything. Oh, the person's name is Bill. Oh, that's a developer. Where'd he go? Just disappeared. Oh, there he is. Whoa. Hey, Dev is hanging out at our camp. No, no, mine. No, mine. I am kill stealing from a Dev right now. Don't tell anyone. Oh geez, my candle is almost out. Blow it out. Yeah, if people weren't here earlier, us mere mortals got to witness a developer-only world because there was a bug happening where when you die, you would stay permanently dead until a dev came over and revived you, and part of how they revived us was to teleport us into a dev-only world. So we got this like, whoa, we got this like gray box place with a bunch of like debug names of characters. Like we got to witness the, I don't know what you'd call it, like a limbo world. You never got to see the dev world? Oh. Just blasted you into the desert. I do wish I could get rid of the gray backgrounds of some of these. Maybe I can. Because for how dark the game gets, I don't like having bright HUD items like this. And I keep forgetting to do it, but everyone says that you should get the experience buff at taverns. If you stand in a tavern for like 2 minutes, you get a buff that increases experience acquisition. Look at all the skeletons. Like you can see the glimmering of their eyes. But that's, those are dead skeletons though. Wait, where'd my posse go? Oh, we're all here. Moth's pet is Skelefella. That is a legendary name. Special ability. Oh, well that answers that. 300 seconds is when this is the cooldown. So 300 seconds, what is that? 5 minutes? I can't quick math. Whoa. Rusty Warhammer. 4 damage, 426, 420. Oh, it's only slightly better. But I am a blacksmith, so I'm going to take it anyway, and I'm going to drop the snake egg. There goes Chinny. Chinny's the leader of Only Goblins, and he's streaming right now as well. Whoa! What just happened? There's a whimsical noise. Well, with my smithing skill, I can actually turn rusty weapons into tarnished weapons, I think. And I can sell them from even more and improve their quality. Here's Gore, the Ogre. It's tricky to see, but the big green structure in the distance there, I was talking about it earlier. Oh, we got a lot going on here. Wait. Bone chip on there if you want it. But the big green structure there, this is a new asset as of this test. It's a huge, like, evil palace looking thing back there. And you can actually get up to it, and I don't know what goes on up there, but I assume it's going to be way too high level for us. Oh, there's Meme. What if I use my fire beetle light source for a little bit? Oh, we have a new member. We have Albie. Welcome. What is Albie? Albie is a Spellblade. Ooh. Gnome. Where are they? There they are. A green skin gnome. Isn't that just a goblin at this point? Look at, he is so relaxed, just sitting down like that. I like the expression on his face. Look at that. Oh, he's doing Spellblade things. It's like enchanting his swords, I think. And there's currently a bug in the game, which is particularly annoying, where when things die, it's not playing their death animation, so they still look like they're alive. So if you see people standing around not doing anything in a fight, it's probably because the thing is actually dead, and it just doesn't appear to be that way. Blister beetle, that sounds scary. Oof. It is red. Do not engage. Yeah, it sounds like people who are fans of gnomes are like lifetime gnome fans. Like they play them in every game. Ooh, a lookout. This would be a good thing for us. Keep forgetting I'm supposed to be the tank here. I'm like the only actual tank class. Should be tanking it up more. There, see, look, that's actually dead, but it's just hanging out, playing the idle animation. Asking my group if anyone has lull spells, and yes, Lull, because there is a line of spells that lets you lower the aggro range of nearby mobs. So if like a camp is full of social aggroers, so like races that will assist other members of their race if they're in trouble and overwhelm you, but you can split them up by lulling them so that they are less likely to help their neighbors, and it lets you split the camp up and do more damage. And my fire beetle burnt out, so now it's really dark. Or my fire beetle eye. Oh yeah, Tumble Nuts. I don't know if you saw that, Moths, but he's recommending that you tell your pet to not taunt. That way your pet is less likely to die. So I'm supposed to be doing the taunting here. Not sure how you do it in this game though. I know in EverQuest there was just like it was just like slash pet taunt off or something like that. There we go. Oh, there is survival skills. I keep forgetting about that. Let me look at. Could be working on those. Ability book. What do I have? Make campfire. Crafting survival. Start crafting using survival skill. Oh, weird. Does it just like bring up a box? Hey, we have a new member. Tyrin. Or Turin. Oh, and all the class things are working now. Except the person that just joined. Welcome. Oh, we got a rogue. You wish gnome bards were a thing. I know this game is at least kind of breaking some conventions with like race and class restrictions, like ogres can be monks, which is a very kind of unheard of thing in most game lore. Ogres and trolls they can wear robes. Monks usually are like very restrictive to like what races can be them. Even though I think in WoW, with Mists of Pandaria, didn't every race get the ability to be a monk when that came out? So I guess that kind of goes against what I was just saying. Cool thing though is during my extended you have to start from dying, Squirtle. There we go. During my extended look into like getting more into 3D modeling and stuff like that, I learned how to take models out of World of Warcraft. And it is really interesting because it managed to, whoever designed the thing that rips the models out, managed to preserve the animations. Usually when you're like ripping assets from games, like rigs get really messed up and the animations often aren't preserved right, but they've refined the process of taking stuff out of WoW where you can actually retain all that. So it's been really fun going frame by frame and just looking at how much personality they put into just the slightest movements of characters. And I was watching like a GDC talk from one of like the head animators of WoW. And they, someone's dying. Oh wait, no, we got it. And they were talking about how during, what expansion was it? I think it was Legion. They did a big overhaul to the rigs of their characters so they could be more expressive. And they went through during the talk and talked about how they're able to, oh, we got even another party member. Brizzy, the mage. Got a full group now. They talking about the face rig structure and how they can manage to get characters that you see from far away. People are usually way zoomed out and all that to make them expressive. And I was taking some of the models out of the games and looking at their animations, and it's interesting how they like really exaggerate facial expressions and stuff that when you look at them up close, it's horrifying. Like they actually, characters' teeth and eyeballs and all of this actually change scale and flex all over the place in order to more be more expressive. Like the Pandaren, because they have really big teeth that stick out of their mouth, that their teeth are on their own bone, and they actually will like, the teeth will slide down back into their head if they're getting in the way of mouth animations, and the teeth will slide back to the front and will scale and get big again if the teeth are needed in an animation. It's just like crazy kinds of things that animators do to be expressive. Yeah, what was the GDC talk? It was called like animation. Actually, it wasn't GDC. It was a conference put on by some like animation school. If you just YouTube search like World of Warcraft animator talk or something, and it's this woman that has been in charge of like a lot of the cutscene, not like the cutscenes, the really elaborate cinematics that they do, and the in-game stuff as well. And it was a really cool talk. Ow. Okay, we got some real firepower going here, so we can take out some harder stuff. Ooh. Ashira necklaces. I think that's used in a quest. A 427. It's only a tiny bit better than my current sword. I'll hold on to it though. Wow, we are mowing stuff down now. Oops, here, I'll look on YouTube real quick, see if I can find it. So it's like World of Warcraft animation talk. Maybe it'll be my like recently viewed. Oh yeah, as you might imagine, there's a lot of videos on WoW on YouTube. Rattlesnake, rattlesnake. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it again. Does anyone know on YouTube, is there a way to just look at a list of all of your previously viewed videos? They go like profile, if there's history. Trying to figure out how we could take on this camp, because even though there's a lot of us, it can get chaotic really fast if one person's dying and then all of a sudden you're trying to help the dying person and then everything falls apart from there. You know, people talking about how they're like been dying at zone lines and their game freezes and stuff. So like, at least you know everybody is experiencing this together. So like, yeah, we know. My taunt is working surprisingly well. I'm used to an EverQuest where like at a low level taunt is like worthless until you get up to like 16. Worked almost every time I've used it so far. Let's see, reading what people or what my group is saying. We can get a double pull, we might be better. 3 will probably ruin us. I don't have my heal spells yet. I'm too broke. Blister beetles are mean as fuck. Yeah, we don't. I think we can take the camp. We're doing tons of damage. Okay. Uh-oh. I think I inadvertently volunteered to try to orchestrate this pull because I can take the most damage of the group. Okay, so we got, got warrior, shaman. Asters are always going to be the worst to deal with. Okay, the lookout is separated. Alright, I got one by itself because it patrolled. It's a good start. Easy. Wow, we are demolishing stuff. Okay. Oh, another roamer. Oh my god, okay. I think we can get this. I'll try to be very sneaky. Oh, another patroller. I like the little goblin shriek. Easy. Alright. I'm gonna pull this one that has the dagger, this warrior. Two groups of 3. This is very dangerous. Probably focus the caster one. Alright, here we go. It's happening. Oh, yep. Here comes 2. Ow. I'm gonna use my ability to be safe. Oh no! Haunt. There we go. Okay, I'm taking all the aggro. Good, good, good. Jeez, I'm almost dead. Whoa, whoa, whoa! And I'm dead. Wow! Okay, that warrior was doing way more damage to me than I realized. Oh well, I think they got the kills at least. I've died an honorable death. Even though it's probably avoidable, I didn't realize how much damage that warrior was doing to me. That Quep the goblin. Basil the goblin. Keep forgetting I'm bound to this gate that's really far away. Stone Keg, the dwarf. I keep forgetting my character's name is Nox. Noxol. Oh no, our Spellblade died as well. Well, 2 casualties isn't too bad. I don't think I could have pulled any better because we don't have any spells to help facilitate pulling. And I only got 2. If there were 3, I think a lot more would have died. So I think it was as good as the situation could have gone. Or you could just blame lag. It was lag. There's Fiona, the dwarf, female dwarf, but spelled Fjona. I imagine some of those languages out there that pronounce J's as a ya sound, maybe that's how it's spelled. I'm already almost level 4. Knob Goblin. What's that goblin's name? Okay, while I'm auto running, I'm looking for that video. Cool one about the rigs used for animation in WoW and kind of the process they went through. So hard to find. Groove. Archaxe. Nomak. Flurf. Another good goblin name. Flurf. This ogre named Gore is... Oh, never mind, that was lag. That wasn't actually happening. It was a lie. Goonsy, the halfling. Oh boy. Just hanging out with some dune scarabs. I'll look for my video history, see if I can find this. History. Oh, I've never clicked this button in my life. Oh geez, I watch a lot of YouTube videos, don't I? Oh my god. You guys can't see this, but I'm looking at my other tab. This is from weeks ago too, so this is gonna take a while. There's a search? Oh, there is. Search through history. Good call. Okay, Warcraft. I went on a binge where I watched every World of Warcraft cinematic. Like despite not really being a fan of WoW itself, I really like the world and just so many cool designs of characters and stuff like that. Fizzbang, the gnome. And I went in a mini deep dive for, what is it, Sylvanas? And how it's kind of controversial, but like the writer of that character like just ruined her character. I don't totally understand all the viewpoints of it, but I know that's like one of the most hotly debated subjects is about the portrayal of Sylvanas. Because I guess she was originally, people were rooting for her because she's kind of like a, yeah, what do you call it, like a anti-hero, or she is kind of this evil person, but her story is kind of very tragic and surprisingly relatable for a lot of people, because like, you know, she was put under a spell, but I'm gonna forget all the names. The main guy that was like one of the Lich Kings eventually became Lich King or something. I'm not. What was it? He was like forcibly put under a spell, and her like body is, you know, used against her will, and she became kind of a deep character for people who have like survived abusive situations in real life and stuff, and she eventually kills her, you know, abuser. I know this is kind of heavy subject matter, but so people liked her character because it's a story of her surviving like abuse. And they're like, wow, this is a surprisingly like mature theme for WoW to be tackling. And then they eventually just turn her into like psychotically evil, vengeful character and kind of ruined all the nuance to her character just to make her more evil. Sylvanas, yeah. They're like, you had so much going for this character. Why did you have to ruin it? And they like belittled her story a lot, and it was kind of tragic. That's just what I read. I don't actually know a whole lot about it, but that was the feeling I got from reading people's reviews and stuff. Okay, oh, someone else die? Oh no, Tumblenuts died. We've got, people are kind of low on mana. I'm gonna wait a bit, see if I can look through it. Weird thing is there was also, controversial stuff about Sylvanas also is that they thought it was a really kind of like childish part of her story where after she overcomes her like abuse that she tries to kill herself, and people are like, that's such a kind of cowardly way to write her character, and her like suicide was a big point of contention. People like that was completely uncalled for in her character. But what was weird is that when I was pulling the assets out of WoW, and I found that they had some of the cinematics characters, not like the super high fidelity like pre-rendered cinematics, but like the high quality in-game cinematic characters. So there's models that are way higher detail than normal, and I found the one for Sylvanas, and you could have like I could look at all of the scenes of her, and I actually found her like suicide cutscene animation, and it was really weird to be able to look at some of these like monumental moments in like Warcraft cinematic history and just look at the file that produced that moment, because she like jumps off a building basically like into some like pit where she's supposed to die, but she doesn't. But and then like, oh, I can look at this frame by frame, and I can look at all of like the facial animations and all the like subtle things that they did for animating these characters to make it impactful. And it was just so weird to really high levels. Okay, not as high as that. Oops, I didn't fully memorize my one spell. Yeah, and a series as big as WoW, with so many people where like WoW is their life. Like WoW, almost more so than any other game I can think of, has like encompassed huge parts of people's lives. It's like one of the longest running games for how popular it has been for that long. Oh, I just randomly leveled because my group killed something. Cool, thanks group. And I know WoW isn't as popular as it once was, but it still had like a tremendous impact on the industry and people's lives. The funny thing is that there's another video, this might be the same video, where they're talking about how when they're making the cinematics, the really high detail cinematics, like the pre-rendered ones, that the animators will start with real references of people around the office acting out the scenes so that the animators have like a point of reference. And they have this one guy in their team who has been like their sole representation of orcs, because he's kind of a big hulking guy in real life. So you can see videos of him being as orc-like as he can. And there was for the Mists of Pandera, is it Pandaria or Pandera? For that introduction scene where you got like the sailor and the sailor orc and the sailor human are both fighting each other, and then the Pandaren shows up and he like takes them both on and all that. That the giant muscly orc guy was someone in the office, and as the reference, and they have a video of him playing out all of the actions that he did during that moment. And anyway, there's a part where he gets thrown against a wall. Sorry, this is loud. And in real life, when he flew against the wall, he actually broke the wall in real life. And they show that there's like a big giant crack in the wall. Like, how badass would it be to like you became so orc that you actually destroyed company property because of how dedicated you were to being as orc-like as you could. And a thing that accidentally happened ended up making its way into the final cutscene, because he gets thrown by the Pandaren like into this like kind of decaying column. And when he gets thrown into it, there's a couple second delay, and then like a object sitting on this column falls down and smashes on his head as like kind of a final like icing on the cake, I guess, of him getting his ass kicked. So in real life, they piled a bunch of stuff on a table and he got thrown into the wall, and then he like falls down defeated, and then a couple seconds later, then like a pot smashes on his head. And then they included that in the final cutscene. That was unintended, but it happened to him in real life. Yeah, he is like the orc of Warcraft. Oh wait, where's this AoE coming from? Rush of Air has no description. But who's making this? Brizzy? Brizzy is of course you can't see, I guess the mage? Huh. Is there a dungeon that we can do? There is, but... So the important thing about classic MMOs like this is that there is no instancing. So the dungeon most likely is just going to be overflowing with like groups. So we would be essentially waiting in line to do a lot of stuff. Oh, we're sitting around the fire. Okay, I didn't even notice this was a fire. It's like partially underground. Yeah, this was originally just a stress test of one zone, which it was, but they've allowed us to venture out beyond the one zone that kind of helps stabilize the server a little more. Originally, we were going to be constrained to just Night Harbor, but the main city, but that city is like lagging so hard right now, it's hard to get anything. Yeah, Butt Cherry, I agree. Instancing really... Oh, hey, Moths, there's incarnal residue on this body if you need it. yeah, I think instancing of raids and stuff killed a lot of the social part of MMOs. And I think a lot of games just trended this way in general, where they became more focused on groups of friends that routinely come back and play together, and it pushed all of the like random group meetings, socializing, pushed all that away. So it became less about meeting new people and just hanging out with other enjoyers of the game, and more about just my friend group that gets together at this time and plays this at this time. And we don't want to wait. We want everything, you know, catered to us and our experience, which, I mean, that works. It clearly worked for WoW and everything, but that's what I really like with the classic style of gameplay like this, is that we're just, I don't know anyone here except Moths, and we're all just kind of found each other because we like the game, and now we're just hanging out enjoying it together. Like, we didn't have to coordinate a Skype call together and get like the raid going and meet at this time in this place. And I just like this sort of casual, organic feel. Okay, I'm gonna attempt pulling again. Oh wait, never mind. Here's a single pull. I used to be able to almost perfectly replicate the Skype noise. I don't know if it comes through, but weird little noise that it would make all the time for when you get a message. Skype has such a weird history too. If you guys have heard of a Nation Squid, a really good YouTube channel that talks about kind of more obscure parts of internet culture history, and how Skype had like such a turbulent life. Then Microsoft tried to buy it, and Microsoft pretty much killed Skype because they bought it and they tried to integrate it into Windows. People are like, I don't want this. I don't want Skype to be a foundational part of my whole operating system. And then other apps came around and pretty much took over. Okay, I'm waiting for this pather to leave. Oh no, one of our members left. Did they die? Well. Whoa! Oh, everyone's here. Oh wait, no, this is a totally different group. What? They stole our pole. Well, okay, I guess I'll take the other one. Other group took the pole. I was too slow, I guess. Oh geez, this is gonna be a tougher pull. At least there's... No, there is a shaman there. Great. Oh, I can take the one that's by itself now. Whoa. Just phased out of existence. This, I think, would kill our group if all 4 of these got pulled. It would kill me right away. Okay, well, I got a lookout by itself. Pop? Who's... Oh, wait, this group is... crate. Now this might be considered stealing because they're technically camped here and we're far away. I don't know. I don't want to start camp drama in a stress test of a alpha test where all of our characters are not going to make it to the final build. We can't really work together with another group. I mean, I guess we could both pull different mobs, but how on earth are we going to coordinate that with them? I need like voice chat so I could just talk to them. It's so hard. They're like, okay, everyone's running around. No one really knows what's going on. Hard to coordinate when we're all text-only chat. Oh, it's 3 now. Oh, did they leave? Oh, I think their group is being killed by an alligator. I don't know what's going on. I don't think anyone knows what's going on. Well, the alligator is their friend. Is that someone's pet? Who's who? Wait, where's the pop? Oh, they're, okay. Wait, what is going... Oh, I don't see the mob. Okay. Is there an assist button? Because you could fight an invisible mob if you click someone who's fighting it and then assist. Just type /assist. Okay. Alright, well the other group seems occupied. Alright. Okay, once Tumble has full mana, I'll pull. Tumble is our primary healer. Well, hey, see you later, Butt Charity. Thanks for watching. Yeah, this test is going for 6 more hours. And I'm on my 9th hour of streaming. It doesn't feel like 9 hours, but I'm insane. So time has like no perception. I can't perceive time. Poor Moss. It's like the sun's rising in Poland. Oh. god, I'm getting... Ooh, we took him out, nice. Alright, Shaman is down, the other one. I'm almost dead. Almost dead, almost dead. Nice. We survived. Cool. Your whole screen went black. You try like alt-tabbing in and out or like minimizing. Oh, you probably got actually blinded as like a debuff. Because that was a thing in EverQuest. I don't know if they added it to this, because the Shaman, I think, can cast blindness. Oops. Took something. Yeah, every time I got blinded in EverQuest, I always thought like my monitor just broke. My video card was about to stop working. Perception of time is variable. 9 hours can feel like 3 hours or 3 days. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I have some weird mental stuff going on. I don't really know exactly what, but I don't know. I have like reverse ADD where I can do one task and focus on one thing for so long that I just don't even think about time. But I've heard that like modern understanding of ADHD is kind of extends beyond the common conception of it, like inability to concentrate on any one thing, and it also can encompass like fixation on one thing. I don't know, maybe is it kind of like global warming where like the term has kind of grown beyond its initial definition and means other things? I don't know. I know that's a big old complicated subject. But like I don't know if it's necessarily a fixation. Like I don't feel like I have the inability to stop. Like I'm sure this is what everyone says, where it's like, oh, I could stop if I wanted to. Like I could literally just stop streaming, but it's just like, I don't know, it works for my schedule right now, so why not? Like I've never felt so obsessed with anything that I found it like actually hard to stop doing. I don't know. Yeah, and there is, just regular human behavior where it's like, well, I'm enjoying things, so why not keep doing thing? And it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, oh, this is, a hyperfixation. It just could be like, I'm just having fun. Which I guess, that's why you speak to professionals to figure out if what's going on is a thing or not. Uh-oh, we got another group coming in. I think they're coming back to reclaim the camp. The menacing goblin Gordita. The purple glow. Wait, leather cape? Did someone take the cape? Oh, they did. Do we want to attempt the group of 3 Ashira before you go, Tumble. Alright, the group of 2 just respawned. We could just do that. It's less likely to wipe our group. Where'd he go? Shaman down. If a mob is invis, you have to assist someone that appears to be fighting it. Bow on the warrior. Can't tell what's going on. Yeah. Pulled this dude 3 times now. Yeah, that's M and Lowe's. Just continually pull the same group. I've been trying to figure out how to pull this group of 3, because like 1 extra mob can completely make a difference. Like when we killed that group of 2, I was almost dead, and a 3rd could easily just kill me entirely. Then I'm the one that can take the most damage of this group. So like when I go down, then all of a sudden the more like vulnerable people will start going down. Oops, I almost helped the wrong group. Keep forgetting the fire gives us a buff. Yeah, tumble nuts. Maybe they have a buff just because their name gives them the buff. Okay, we got... Some people are at half mana, I'm at full. My fortitude trait has not... reset. And I think fortitude has probably been keeping me alive because that gives me like not double, but like 50% more stamina, so more ability to resist damage. It's probably been helping a lot, I guess. Okay, so we have 2 people that need to leave soon. No numbers in the health bars. Like I can see my own health numbers, yeah, but it's not... It doesn't show up on the group. Is there an option for that? That would be helpful, yeah. UI scale. Oh, chat opacity. I've been looking for that. Yes. Okay, not quite as bright on the eyes. Oh, I just noticed the other group is trying to contact us and I ignored it. Other group wants to help fight the group of 3. Hey, yeah, want to take on the... us. Ooh, the Doom Scarab. Because we got the Mega Group here. Yeah, how are we gonna do this? I guess just, well, it's happening. Something's happening. I guess... Oh my god, I wasn't even targeting the right thing. Whoa, how's it going for them? Oh geez. Okay, we need to take one of these. Alright, grab it. Grab it. Taunt. Fight me, dude. Ignore them. There we go. I managed to pull aggro. Sweet. Okay, so they should now be able to handle that one. We just killed that one, and they're still kiting the extra, which is almost dead, and it's down. Nice. That was a success. Good job, everyone. That was cool. That went well. How the experience is being distributed with two separate groups. It's hard to gauge, like in MMOs in general, it's always like there's mysterious behind the scenes numbers that you don't really fully understand. Oh, it's dead already. Alright, well that group is taking on the two. I don't know if we should interfere or not. Whoa, we aggroed a shaman. Uh-oh. Oh, it's fake. Whoa! Okay, now it's dead. The group members, that goblin group is Gordita, Gills, and Chippy Sprinkles. It's like they're like a comedy duo. Wonder, because now the camp is split up, so we can actually get some pretty easy pulls. Tumble is gonna leave after they level, which they say is soon. So I guess, yes, because we as a double group have now split up the whole camp, so we can kind of just keep pulling stuff as it spawns. I keep forgetting that the campfire buffs us. I gotta return to the camp. how many are in the camp? There's a total of, let's see, 3, 4, I think there's 6 total. And Tumble Nuts leveled. Level 5. Oh, and everyone's IDs or their classes are showed up again. So we're a Shaman, Necromancer, Spellbound, Rogue, and Elementalist, which is a mage. Moths is heading out. I'm staying for a while. Yeah, this is, despite all the difficulties in the beginning, they're actually managing to, like, get some good gameplay in here. No, the dynamic duo has been named and christened Tumble Moth. That is the next phase of group member, I guess. Tumble Moth or Dumb Nuts. Incredible. Just the 4 of us, so we have, yeah, we're like all DPS in one tank. We have no healers or supports. Yeah. See, when a game is in this early in the phase, like, what do I even call this camp? Usually, like, in EverQuest, they're like, yeah, need one more for CP. LFN, PP. And then everyone knows exactly what you're talking about. But now it's like, okay, there's that camp that's kind of near the zone off to the right a little bit. Well, we kind of need, like, 2 more people. I don't know. I have a fan blowing on me all the time because I like moving air, but it dries my eyes out so much, and sometimes ugh. Great, now I can't, blinking too much, can't really concentrate. Okay. Yeah, the camp is fully repopped because we waited too long. Ugh, now my allergies kind of hate. Gordita wants to join. Whoa, legendary Gordita. Oh, well, for 3. And 6 is the max. Only room for 2. Oh yeah, oh wait. Oh, I'll be late. Yo, we are about to merge with the Goblin crew. Holy shit. So... oops. We are merging... So, Goblin group, can you invite us? Oops. Accidentally disbanded my group, lol. Look at this. We are going to take on the world with this legendary goblin crew. We don't even have to do anything. We'll just sit back and watch them do it all. What classes are they anyway? We got... Oh, a Beastmaster. Or Beast Lord or whatever it's called. Whoa, leg. I don't know what the rest of them are because it didn't load for some reason. Gills is a druid. Nice. So we have a healer-ish person. Gordita is an archer. It's the first I've seen an archer in the game. And Chippy Sprinkles is a Beastmaster. Sweet. Oh, that's why they have the crocodile. I didn't even notice it's his companion, so that's what's going on. Alright. Oh, shoot. That's why Gills is a druid and he's taking all the aggro. My god, I can't select stuff. There we go. I guess Gills is just happy kiting stuff. Maybe that's what's going on. That's cool. I'll take the gloves. I'm looking for femurs, if anyone has those. Outside of their body. Oh, that's right, he's a druid, so he has the lull spell. So he'd be better at splitting this camp. Nice. See you later, Moz. Really nice seeing you around. Hope things continue going okay for you. Oh yeah, do widzenia. Widzenia. Oh, it's dead. Man, I can tell that elementalists / mages still have good soloing potential, even in this game. Mages typically have pets that are very tanky. Anyone have campfire stuff? I'm curious, is this group streaming? This Chippy Sprinkles actually sounds familiar. I think that might be a streamer. Let's see. Wait, are we fighting? Oh, it's dead. There's apparently a smugglers and were-rat camp that is higher level than this. That there's recommending maybe going to. But it seems quite a bit higher level. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna see if this group is streaming, because that name sounded familiar. Okay, I don't think so. Looking at the thumbnails of streams, none of them look like this. I don't even know how much damage I'm doing. I keep not having the right thing selected. I gotta get used to tab targeting, so I'm not like going through the sea of clicks hoping I hit the right thing. Sea of clicks, that reminds me of high school. Uh-oh. Taking more damage. Ow. Can I change the combat view to be minimal so I don't get the whole message? Combat. Well, I'm badly hurt, but at least that shows my group that I'm doing stuff. I'm at least taking damage. Wait, bracer. Gordita took the bracer, cool. Man, wish I knew some nearby mining nodes so I could at least be collecting copper as I wait, or as we fight. Yeah, the health meters sometimes aren't adequately updating, so we don't actually know how much damage we're doing. Oh god, I'm very close to death. More attention! Oh no. Oh. Bah, I say as I die. That was kind of my fault because I didn't realize that the shaman had aggroed us also, and I just spent a lot of my time fighting the one that nobody else was fighting. Oh well, if people die, just blame the tank. So it's my fault. All good. Hey, it's first time seeing rain in this test so far. Probably looks kind of bad on stream. Looks pretty good in game. Oh, there's even lightning. Blame the healer. What was that phrase? It was like tank lies, people dies, or what was? Yeah, we don't really have a healer in the group. Oh no, Gordita died also, unless they zoned. Oh, okay, other people are getting this problem too, where you just suddenly lose focus, like the game lags, and then you just stop attacking the thing that you were attacking. Let's see. I'm technically a blacksmith. Have you guys seen any copper nodes near this camp? Whoa. A threatening figure. Han's red and is full aggro, but has not actually seen me. But will like instantly kill me if I go near it. So I'll just step away from that. Only seen nodes in Night Harbor. Oh, but I died, so I don't have my mining tools. So I wouldn't be able to grab it anyway. That happens to you every time you're in combat, yeah. I'm looking at my history. I forgot I was in the middle of doing this. Dang, I really went hard on the WoW lore binge, because like my video history is just all history of major retcons in WoW lore. Story, full versions. Legion, full story. Wrath of the Lich King, full story. Olgar, female ogre. It's a great name. What do we got over here? Renaria, wood elf. That's a very elvish name. It's this dwarf. Gjern, the dwarf. Good name. I was watching Zukin's stream. Was it Zukin? Yeah. Who was playing like a test build, and he was able to craft some really good armor for not a whole lot of effort. So I'm wondering sometime tonight if I can maybe make it a goal to at least craft one piece of armor before the test ends. But I think nodes are shared across the whole server, so if anyone else is mining copper, it's probably taken already. Oh wow, you have to be close to your corpse to drag it. I didn't realize. Hey, see you later, Galanga. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I think this was like your first time here, so it's always nice to see new people. Buffs or my spells. Wasn't your first stream, or you're just infrequently here? Oh, okay. Either way, it's always nice seeing newish folks. God, that bug is annoying. It's like, why isn't it working? Oh, it's technically dead. Server announcement. If you have a bug with a spell or aura that says it required food or required wood to cast, you can fix it by moving it into your spell book in a different slot. Okay. Still looking at my YouTube history. I've been watching some weird stuff. Like I found Germa Peeps the Horror animated Colin's Bear animation, which now has 8 million views, by the way. Oh yeah, the story of the original Warcraft games, Warcraft 1 and 2. Uh-oh. Not good, not good. We acquired too many at once. Someone die? I guess we survived somehow, huh? Yeah, Warcraft 2 was my first RTS and my first Blizzard game. I played a lot of Warcraft 2, and it was because it came on a demo disc when the game was about to release. And I played that demo a lot. It's so much as a kid that I memorized the entire, like, you beat the demo message where they had the VA for the foot soldier. Actually, VA for a lot of the voices anyway. I don't even remember what the message was anymore. It's something about, like, you may have completed the demo, but now you must complete the game. Like, Warcraft 2 is now in stores, or something like that. But I memorized the whole thing as a kid because I played it so much. And I did end up getting the bundle that had Warcraft 1 and 2, but 1, I don't know. I don't think 1 has aged very well. It's like really slow by RTS standards. And I just remember it just being kind of unresponsive and just not very fun. But I think Warcraft 2 has aged pretty well. The graphics are still really charming. Yeah, demo discs was like a way of life. Like I remember as a kid, my parents would take me to Barnes and Noble, the magazine rack, and my brother and I would specifically seek out magazines that had demo discs in it, because this is like before you could get games on the internet. Or any games that you would get online were like super low file size, like things through AOL keyword search. And yeah, demo discs were like the only way that you could get you could try out a lot of new games. So yeah, Warcraft 2 was my first RTS, but Command & Conquer, the first Command & Conquer was one that where I really took off with like actually getting good at playing a game. And I still to this day, I just love the classic Command & Conquer soundtrack. And I know a lot of people like Red Alert is more nostalgic for them. I never really liked Red Alert. It's just like, I'm not a fan of like wacky, over-the-top stuff. Sure, the gameplay is probably better, but I wasn't really a fan of like wacky Soviet bad guys. I liked the more, you know, generic, like weird future military groups that were fighting each other. I know it's more boring, but it's just I kind of like the more toned down feel of the original CNC. Yeah, I already have pants. Red Alert had a huge unit roster. Even a lot of them were redundant. Yeah, I know they really went all out with that series because of the success of the previous games. I don't know if it's still there, but they recently had a Command & Conquer bundle where you could buy every Command & Conquer game ever made for like 20 bucks or something. And I recently got it. And this isn't related to the remakes. This is just the base classic games. Including like Renegade and all those like weird offshoot ones. Your first RTS was Age of Empires 2. Yeah, I know Age of Empires was a lot of people's first RTS. That was like, I think the first RTS to really get mainstream. I never really played it. I was more into Settlers. Not Settlers of Catan, just The Settler, The Settlers. And I played 2 and 3. Is this real? Like, is this mob actually here? Oh, it's a corpse. Oh, I don't need incarnal residue. I'm not a necromancer. I'll get rid of it. Wow, I'm almost level 5 already. Like, there's a lot of spells I could get, but I don't really have money to get my new spells. Oh. I have 100 copper. Never mind. I could actually buy some low-level spells. I could get the Vampiric Aura or whatever it was called. But I need to go sell stuff too. Ow. Look at this guy. Your older brother kicked ass at Command & Conquer so bad it made you resent the genre. Oh, kicked your ass in Command & Conquer so bad it made you resent it. Yeah, I can kind of know that feeling. I mean, my sibling, well, my brother, is we were never really competitive with each other because he's so much older than me. That our lives didn't cross all that often. I mean, he introduced me to like video games and computers and pretty much all of my biggest passions in life because of my brother being so influential to me. But I think because there's such a big gap in our age that we never really fought or had like problems like a lot of siblings who are close in age tend to have. Like when I was entering middle school, he was beginning college. Another, I don't know what made me think of this, but another like goofy game from my childhood that I feel like thought was more popular than it was is the game Creatures. And it's now become kind of a weird like lost media oddity. Well, not lost media, but just like obscure media. The Creatures was kind of around the height of virtual pets being super popular with like Tamagotchi and Gigapet and Digimon, because Digimon started as a virtual pet toy before it became like an anime and all that stuff. But yeah, Creatures, if you Google search Creatures game, you'll see how weird and cursed it is, but it's a game that had a surprising amount of depth, where it was, it's side view, 2D art kind of thing, where all the characters are like kind of paper puppet, you know, like segmented pieces that move around and animate and stuff. But you just take care of these kind of troll doll looking characters and they hatch from eggs. But the big selling point was that you can teach them and you would type to talk to them and you could actually like teach them language. And anyone who played the game would remember just how the noises they make would stick in their mind. Because they'd be like, ba, ba, ran, ooh, ooh, ah, ba, ooh, ah, ooh. And you just hear that nonstop. And then there's the Grendels, which are like the disease-ridden, like goblin creatures that were kind of like the enemies. But the weird thing, and I appreciated that they did this, is they weren't completely bad guys. They could learn and you could teach them and help them just as much as your little creatures. But if they hung out with each other, they would Grendels would give creatures diseases, so you kind of had to like keep your exposure to them separate. All right, level 5. If only I had money for my level 4 spells. Yeah, we are kicking ass. I think this group is like starting to outgrow this camp. Oh, you remember playing it but never got around to it? Yeah, Creatures was pretty much just kind of an elaborate virtual pet on the desktop. And they made like 4 more games. And they introduced a new race called the Ettins. And I don't know how I remember that. But the Ettins were like these kind of weird fairy-like kind of... I don't really remember what their role was. It was more just, I think they're more intelligent than creatures. Like they already had a lot of knowledge built into them. And we are just grinding through these things like nothing now. People are barely taking any damage. Look at that. Almost instant death. Oh yeah. Cats, dogs, and oddballs. Did you guys ever play Oddballs? That was kind of the lesser known one made by the same dev as Cats and Dogs. They made so many of those games too. Oddballs was like the alien version. I don't know if this is completely confirmed, but I think the creator of the Dogs and Cats series went on to make the Facade game. You know, the Gonzalo game. I think there's a connection or something. This reminds you of the Oasis of Mar. It is very much looks like that in EverQuest. Especially with the crocodile here, because Oasis of Mar is known... But I realize my game audio is pretty loud. Let me turn it down. There is a place in this zone, I think it's a zone, that is just all crocodiles. And in EverQuest, when you're in the Oasis of Mar, you're just like fighting crocodiles for almost your entire lifetime there. Oh, I just unlocked a childhood memory about creatures. Is that so? I originally discovered creatures on a demo disc, and then I told my cousins about it. And my cousin had a lot of money growing up. So, okay, this is lower. So they was always kind of jealous that like they had tons of video games at every console. Like when the PS3 launched, and there was like a big scarcity of PS3s. I don't know if people remember that. They got 3 PS3s for Christmas during the scarcity of the console release. So each member of their family could have their own PS3. I was like, oh my god. But anyway, so growing up, they always had tons of video games, but they're older than me. But so I introduced them to the Creatures game, and then of course they got the full version shortly after they were made aware of it. And I went over to their house, and I was playing the game, and I was talking about, you know, how you can teach them words. And that's how I actually learned the F word, was because one of my cousins taught their creature to say fuck. And I was like, what does fucker mean? And then my brother eventually told me, oh, don't say that. It's a really bad word. And I'm like, oh, okay. Two-handed axe. I think I'm going to start practicing two-handed. Do I even have enough inventory space to make room for this? Oh god, this is the puzzle of trying to move your inventory around. You learned the F word because some high schoolers spray painted it on an elementary school slide. It sounds about right. Okay, how can I move my inventory around enough so that I can use this two-handed weapon? I need all this though. Wait, rusty hammer and chisel. No, I need the chisel for crafting. These are not inventory slots at the bottom. These are bag slots, so I can't use those. I can't really afford to get rid of any of this, so I guess the rusty warhammer will have to go. So I don't want to get rid of my candle. Alright, here we go. Two-handed axe. Now this is pod racing. Your mom found a voice recording of your brother cursing on your DSR. Nice. He was 4. Yikes. Let's see. Oh, I missed Johannes' story. You're 15, you went AFK and you camped by the gypsy camp. You didn't know what the aggro range was for the orcs and you lost 4 levels after going AFK. Oh god, yeah. We were talking about that earlier, how like if you go AFK in a bad place in EverQuest, you can lose like a week's worth of experience. I mean, Oasis of Mar is a very hard zone to go AFK in general because there's the sand giants that patrol. Then you got the desert madmen that patrol. And even if you're, you know, can fight them, if you're AFK, they could kill you. And then there's Orc Highway, where there's a shit ton of orcs all over a certain region. So you're really not safe anywhere in that zone. Mind if you dialogue a funny story from me as a kid on the internet? Oh yeah, of course. It's not like this chat is really busy. Which chats don't need to be busy. Well, I'm doing 18 damage with one swing. Oh my god. I think that's more than anyone else in the group right now. Yeah, I'm doing the most direct damage. Yeah, your brother was R. You don't want to be R. Can you imagine running and swinging a giant two-handed axe while running? We're ready for your story, Cookie. set our expectations very high. Oh, shoulders and bracers on these two? Oh, shoot. Were they taken already? What is this? Oh, it's just a... What? It's like a slightly smaller sword? Oh, it's just... Okay. Never mind. I wish you could mouse over a bag on the ground to see what its contents are. Without having to pick it up. Oh, I can wear the bracer, okay. Usually wearing a specialized enemy mob item gives you like lowered charisma. I don't think that one did. Wait, what are stats anyway? It's like 2 AC. Cool. It is a quest item though. What's here? Nothing. Yeah, I think we're outgrowing this camp. Our group is just like mowing these things down. I'm reading your story as it goes. I'll read it. I'll read it out loud once you're done typing it. I think I see where it's going. I do remember that image. That used to be like peak comedy in like early 2000s. Let's see, there's a smuggler camp that we might go to, but by the Caymans. I need this person, Tyrin, or Turin, needs the smugglers for a quest, and there's a bigger Ashira camp. Would be nice to stop by Night Harbor soon so I can get my new spells. See, how much more time do we have for this? Almost 10 my time. Well, we have like 4 more hours of this. You know, my stream's been going for 10 hours. Doesn't feel like it's been 10 hours, but that's life. Next question. So Cookie's story is you were, your dad was helping you build a PC out of old parts, and you're looking for a desktop wallpaper with a kitten running around, used as your wallpaper with a quote that you didn't understand as a kid. I remember that exact wallpaper, the Danbo characters and the kitten, and then it said, every time you masturbate, God kills a kitten, and you didn't know what that meant. So your brother told you to ask your mom what masturbate means, and then your mom told you. She gave you a Vulcan answer of, it means to sexually please yourself, and it's inappropriate. Don't mention it to anyone else. Oh god. Yeah, evil sibling vibes right there. But that is a good, yeah, like you said, good parenting situation. Because I think it's bad in general if you're just like, no, this is a bad thing. Never talk about it. Never think about it. And it just explains, well, you know, masturbation is this, and this. All right. Now you know. I remember. Oh wait, I'm reading what my group says. Let me go. 2 more kills. Okay, so Gills needs a couple more kills to get to level 6. And it sounds like we're going to... Oh, we already leveled? Okay. If we're stopping, we could wait until I get 5. Alright, so now we're going to keep going. Whoa, okay, Gordita left, but they were the team lead, so now the whole group just disbanded. Classic problem. Oops. Who's new lead? Maybe I should do it? Okay, I'll start the group, looks like. Now I'm the new leader. I'm the captain. Did I miss someone? Wait. Did Chippy have to leave? What's going on? Okay, yeah, Chippy is to leave. So now it's Tyrion and Brizzy. Mage and the Rogue. Alright. Yeah, like Dark Flame says. So now when you go to your parents, it's like, once you're 18, you're like, why aren't you married? Why don't you have kids? Oh, I just realized I can see the health of my group's pet as well. That's nice. What's I gonna say? Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, all of the like sex ed stuff remember this would have been the like early 2000s, like 2000, 2001 and stuff. Actually, this would have been even earlier, like late 90s. And I remember everyone in my elementary school just dreaded the class that you had to take when you were in 5th grade called Human Growth and Development, where it talked about like puberty and stuff. And everyone was like, no, no. And I mean, I hated it a lot because like as a little kid, I was just like very uninformed about the world. This is before the internet where you could just Google any word and learn what it is. So it's just so many terms, and I mean, girls were like the scariest thing ever made. And I didn't even want to know what's going on with them, so it made the class that much harder. But I remember, yeah, when he took the class, they separated like the boys from the girls, and we had our own separate classes and everything. And we only had one male teacher in my elementary school so he had to teach all the boys, and then the girls were like divided between several different ones because all the rest of the teachers were girls or women. But I remember at the beginning of the class, they wanted this to be a very serious thing. And he said, like, if I catch anyone laughing or not taking this seriously, I'm going to ask you to leave. So then right as we began, he was like bringing up kind of the classic anatomical illustrations that I'm sure we've all seen about like the side view of like human reproductive organs. And so like the guy one shows up and it's showing like what an erection is. And then instantly when that picture came up onto the overhead, someone in the back of the classroom was just like, was like painfully trying to hold in a laugh. And then that like death stare that the teacher gave, just looking at this one kid that could not stop from laughing at like the giant like dong that was on the whiteboard. Teacher just immediately just like pointed to the door, and he kept laughing the whole way out the door. Wonder where that kid is these days. Probably like a CEO running like a multi-million-dollar company or something. I don't know. That was like my memory from it. And I do remember thinking that after we were like learning about like women and like, all of the hygiene and stuff that goes on with them, other guys in the class were just like, wow, am I glad I don't have to deal with all that. Like, jeez. Like our classes were like, well, this might start happening, but it's normal. Don't worry about it. Just don't do this. Yeah, you'll get more muscular and hairier. It's kind of cool. And that was it. And like, meanwhile, women. Oh, we got like free deodorant. I remember. Which a lot of people just never used. Oh wait, leather chest piece. Where was that? Is that over here? Can't see anything. Luckily, these names glow in the dark. You always crack up at boys who are scared of girls growing up because you use that to your advantage in gym class. Nice. I remember we had this was like 6th grade, which like you're still pretty much an elementary schooler in 6th grade, but we had some weird like group exercise where we had to like hold each other's hands. And I remember there's a girl that was next to me and I had to like hold one of her hands as we were in a circle, and I was so embarrassed. I remember I couldn't see it, well, because you can't really see your own face. I don't know if you guys know this, but I felt like I was blushing like hardcore as I was like holding this girl's hand. I was like, what is going on? This is so weird. All I remember is that her hand was really sweaty. Or maybe that was my sweat. I was like 11! Oh, one of the... I think I've told this story on stream before, but you know, some of us guys, you don't, like, the guys in general, you don't get complimented on your appearance very often at all, and the times that you do, like, you will never forget. And I like remember nearly every time I've been complimented throughout my life. Well, it's a little different. If it's someone over the internet, it's not quite as impactful because it's like, yeah, you are real people and everything, but it's, you know, it's text. But like if someone to your face in person compliments you on something, like it sticks with you. But I remember this was like 4th grade, I think. And we were sitting around doing some kind of like arts and crafts thing, and this one girl that was sitting by me, just out of nowhere, as we were working at it, she looks at me and says, "You're handsome." And then I said, "Why?" And then I don't remember what the response was. I was just like, "Why?" I think I was more thinking, like, "Why are you doing this to me? Why are you saying this?" And then that was it. Actually, to Cookie, maybe this is a Midwestern thing. We had square dancing classes too. What was that about? I know you're like in the Midwest, but did anyone in the US outside of the Midwest have square dancing classes? Uh-oh, I lost my group. Oh, there you go. I guess just anyone in general. Is this like a normal thing? Thankfully, no, definitely not. It's weird. You're in Oregon and you had square dance and line dancing classes, huh? Well, I hear that the Midwest actually... Uh-oh, invisible enemy. Oh, there it is. That the Midwest actually has a lot more in common with the Pacific Northwest than probably any other area. So I think there's like a similar culture going on between our two places. And I know Seattle is like the sister city of Minneapolis. And so many people that I talk to here in Minnesota are like, oh yeah, we go out to Seattle every year. Like there's a lot of commonality between these regions of the country, I guess. I mean, the climate is similar for some strange reason. Despite, you know, Pacific Northwest being next to the ocean. I'm sure you guys, you probably had, growing up in elementary school, did you have, like, parachute time? Or, like, you sat around and, like, everyone held on to a parachute and, like, puffed it up in the air and then sat underneath it when you, like, hold it behind you? That's such a weird thing to think about, is it's like, this is a device designed for the military to, like, infiltrate enemy lines, and now we're in school playing with it as a toy? Could we go to school together? I don't know, maybe. But it is weird, like, because I've been on LinkedIn a lot because I'm trying to get a job. And I was, like, looking up people that I went to school with, like in elementary school, and also, like, on Facebook. And I was like, so many people that I went to high school with married other people they went to high school with, and then they now live and have a family in, like, a neighborhood blocks away from their high school. Like, they've just decided their entire life is just all going to be within, like, a couple mile radius of where they grew up. I mean, good for them if that's what they want to do, cool, but it's just like, oh man, I can't imagine never leaving your hometown and just marrying someone that you met when you're, like, a teenager. You moved to Seattle when you were 19 and you love it there. Yeah, my 21st birthday, I visited Valve in Bellevue, and I really liked it. Like, if I could live anywhere else in the US besides Minnesota, I would go to Washington. I liked it a lot. So it looks like the plan for this group is Kieran is just a few more kills away from leveling, but because our group downsized a lot, we can't handle that camp that we were using earlier, so we're just killing random stuff until they level, and then we're going to go back to Night Harbor to buy all of our spells and sell stuff, which I'm looking forward to getting new spells. Supposed to be in the 50s and raining tomorrow in June. Ooh, I'm jealous. I know that Pacific Northwest always gets a bad reputation for being, like, just raining all the time. And I always say, like, I would be totally fine with lots of rain all the time. And the people are like, no, you don't know. It's miserable. It's just always going to be rain. But I don't know. I don't think people know me. Like, I can literally just sit in rainy weather all the time and it will never get old for me. But I'm weird. I mean, not literally sitting in the rain all the time, but just the feelings that I get being in that type of weather are just, it improves my mood tremendously if there's, like, some kind of storm going on outside. Yo, Rawhide Cap. I'm just going to take that for myself. Thank you very much. It's too dark to see it, but I have like a hood now. This looks kind of goofy because it's just a hood by itself and I don't have like a jacket that it matches. Oh god, I keep losing the target, so I'm just standing here not doing damage. Oh, did they level? Yay. Very nice. Okay, want to head back to Night Harbor. Even when it does rain, it's just kind of overcast and occasional drizzle. Like, I just don't like it when the sun is unshielded. Like, direct sunlight is my worst situation. Ooh, oh, got another femur. Never been so excited for femurs in my life. I need 3 more. Maybe it's less laggy at Night Harbor and I can work on... Ooh, I can take this skeleton on. Solo it. Maybe I can fight more skeletons and finish up... Oh, everyone left, okay. Guess I'm all alone with you, chat. Worn Greatstaff? Not as good as a cracked staff, but... It's probably more valuable than the rusty warhammer, so I'm gonna trade that. Alright, going back to Night Harbor. I am now mono, true. Alright, so I can move the group window down because I'm not in the group anymore. Okay, someone's asking about the Druid quest. Let's see. Has anyone done the Druid quest to collect the Way Shrine offerings? Can't seem to find or get any. Last time... Wait. During the last test, I managed to get a couple shrines. I think you need to click them and type a look at or examine prompt first. Then type like I can't remember exactly. You don't like intense sunlight either? Yeah. Yeah, I would miss snow. Because in Minnesota, you know, we get like crazy snow and cold. And it sounds like, ooh, flashbang. Sounds like you guys in Washington and Oregon don't get a lot of snow. It usually just kind of turns into rain. There's a lot of commotion on the street outside my place. And go check it out real quick. Huh. Okay, there's like some dumpsters and Group of people laughing and digging through the dumpsters. Interesting. Seems to be running better. I think there's just like fewer people on now. I think a lot of people were like, oh, it's too laggy, and then they quit. You're talking about like people driving badly. I feel like no one has ever said, people in my state know how to drive really well. Like they're great at driving. I think everyone thinks drivers in their own state are like the worst. I know the problem that sometimes happens in Minnesota, maybe Midwest as a whole, is that people are trying way too hard to be polite. So like when you're merging onto a highway, people are like trying to let everyone else in, and then no one gets let in because everyone is trying to make way for everyone else. So then nothing happens. And then it causes like traffic problems. Oh yeah, here's my new hood. Wow. Looks goofy because it doesn't really fit the tunic that I have on. But I think it's because this is a leather hood and I'm wearing a cloth shirt, so like the set doesn't match. You can't see my smirk with this on. How else will you know that this man looks like this? He has like a secret weapon. This is what he's hiding underneath. Yeah, when I was a teenager, I visited Manhattan in New York. And we took this was like 2004 or something. And we took a cab, like a taxi cab, one of those classic yellow cabs. And like I nearly had a panic attack. There was like such a culture shock of being driven by like going from Midwest, overly polite, driving under speed, from a like absolute maniac of a driver that was like not using a turn signal, was weaving in and out of traffic, was going way over the speed limit. Like it was insane. Think drivers in Puerto Rico are worse than your state, or is this a different conversation I'm missing on? Doesn't Puerto Rico have like a really interesting car culture where it's like, because importing vehicles is so expensive that people put a lot of money into preserving old cars, so like it's really common to see huge amounts of people driving like cars from like the 70s around, and they preserve them. I think that's Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Where's this menacing ogre named Madugo? Where'd he go? Madugo just slid out of existence. Oh my god, I was just going back to the Druid area. I forgot I'm a Shadow Knight. Everyone that I've known that has experience with Tennessee have all been like, don't come here. Like, it's not worth it. You're like, oh, like the Visit, what is it, Memphis? That has like a big music, like rock history or something. Like that's cool and all, but they're like, don't spend too much time here. It's not worth it. And people are usually trying to get out of Tennessee who are there. Like, I grew up here. I'm trying to figure out how to get out. Oh, shoot. I forgot to stop by the shady so-and-so. What do I have to sell? Okay, I have weapons, but I need to work on smithing. I have beamers. I kept the cloth scrap, even though I don't have tailor skill. I do have the jawbone. Okay, how am I going to handle this? I need to talk to Bones. Believe it or not, Bones is a skeleton. Okay, so I have... Oh, I don't have 20 bone chips yet. 10. Then you have I have the jawbone. Shoot. I need all of the chips before I can hand it in. Okay, so I can't do that yet. Don't have all the femurs yet. Right, and my inventory's full, so I gotta juggle and figure out... I can... Oh, trainee's sword. I don't think I need this anymore, because it's... a beginner weapon that is no drop, so I can't sell it anyway. So I'm gonna get rid of it. Hopefully it wasn't a part of a quest. Oh, maybe it was Cuba that I was thinking of, not Puerto Rico. Cuba. Okay, so I at least have a slot for spells. Now let's see. I have 1 silver and 60 copper, so I can buy some spells. Where was it again? Look at that Xavius Death Whisper, ominously looking out the window in his green room. Scary. As I reveal my face. Yeah, that helmet. Very Death Knighty, Shadow Knighty looking helmet. Wait a minute, that is a cosmetic idea. A Shadow Knighty? Like nightwear for Shadow Knights? I might wear that. Oh, look at this badass scythe that this guy has. Alright, what can I buy? Aura of Vampirism. This is a group buff? Whoa, I didn't know I had full group buff. The melee attacks of your group have a chance to drain life. That is crazy. Definitely buying that. But I only have one inventory slot, so I have to buy one at a time. What? Oh, it's not a spell. It's... What is it? It's an ability. Huh. Starting to realize a lot of what EverQuest did, FF11 tried to copy. Well, I think there might have... I think World of Warcraft had something to do with that because WoW was a direct response to EverQuest. And even the lead designer of WoW was the head of the biggest guild in EverQuest at the time. And they directly say that, yeah, we are absolutely inspired by EverQuest. So when I played WoW for the first time, I was like, oh my god, I recognize a lot of this. But FF11 probably was copying WoW, which copied EverQuest. Okay, so this is an innate ability, so am I just always going to give this aura to people? FF11 came out before WoW? Really? No way. Oh. 11 came out in 02. Oh my god, you're right. And WoW came out in 04. Huh. Okay. A lot of people forget that FF11 exists. That was kind of a weird part of MMO history. I'm gonna look at, sorry. Ooh. Oh no, I missed it. But one of the 3D modelers and animators of the Monsters and Memories team, a guy that recently joined the team, named Water from Dust. He streamed a bit ago. The thing is that from what I understand, he has a long history of animation in programs like Maya, but he is very new to Blender, and he's been streaming his quest to learn Blender. And the last time I was in his stream, I was like, hey, I have a lot of Blender experience. If anything I can do to help out, let me know. And I ended up giving him like a lot of tips, and he was like, yeah, keep them coming. And it feels nice to like be good at something and to be able to help someone else learn. I'll have to watch the VOD of his stream later. It's fun to watch. Just catching up on Discord. Oh man, it's been a lot of discussion about the Silent Hill, the more of like the remake video they were showing. I think it looks fine. I'm not like wildly opposed to the Silent Hill 2 remake like a lot of people are. All right. Okay, going back to this. Anyway, Aura of Vampirism. Did it not go on the hotbar? You don't need to memorize toggled abilities. Activate them through the Aura bar. Man, we have another bar to keep track of. So, oh, that's what this is? This little gray rectangle that was been floating there for a while. So, what's going on? So do I click it? Whoa. No description. Just skull. I guess it's on. That's cool. Alright. Anyway, well, what should I buy next? Okay, Noxious Deluge. Showers your target in a noxious deluge, dealing 5 poison damage and additional 2 poison damage every 6 seconds. So it's direct damage and a dot. Sounds important. Level 3. I don't even know what level I am. I leveled so many times. 5. Okay, let me... Oh, Grip of Agony is 3 silver. Okay, I'm nowhere near being able to afford that. Has a direct damage. Oh, I don't get my first pet as a Shadow Knight until level 8. Whereas, Necromancers get it, I think, at 4? Or even right away at 1? I don't know. Okay, the only thing I can even afford is just that dot. So, we will buy that. Oh, I missed your comment here. Best plugin you found for Blender was BS Max. It makes the Blender UI and hotkeys mimic 3ds Max. Only way you could tolerate learning it after years of 3ds Max experience. Yeah, I was like, yeah, Blender is just so thoroughly ingrained in my mind now that anything else that has like a 3D viewport, I'm automatically trying to do Blender stuff. I first started 3D modeling, 3D modeling with Milkshape. That was like the free version of 3ds Max at the time. It was like the closest imitation. And then eventually I got a hold of 3ds Max, and then that's where I did most of my first learning. And then somewhere along the way I transitioned to Blender. I don't remember how long ago that was. I think I started using Blender in like 2012. But just because I've been doing 3D modeling since like 2004 or so doesn't mean that like, oh, you must be like a legendary modeler to have been doing it for that long. No. I went years of not doing any of it. But I think right now I'm easily the most like experienced and well-versed in it than I've ever have been before. Yeah, Milkshape is still used by a lot of modding communities because especially people that do rips of like PlayStation games, because apparently I was talking to Agent Red Jackal. She said that the Resident Evil modding community relies on Milkshape like, entirely because I think there was some plugin that was made that can handle like a PlayStation emulator file type that other programs can't support or something like that. You tried Milkshape back, but you're just too used to 3DS Max. Yeah, Icebreaker, did you ever use Gmax? That was like Autodesk or whatever the company is. Oh no, that was before they were bought by Autodesk. I don't know, whatever the original devs were. Gmax was their way of trying to like get people started with their software. It was like the free limited version. And I remember not liking it at all. And it was hard for me to use, so I went back to Milkshape. Okay, now I want to learn how to sharpen weapons. I know I need to get like a sharpening stone. Actually, I need to talk to my guild leader first. Well, my class guild leader. Oh, you had a student license for Max Maya Mudbox. Oh man, Mudbox. I haven't heard that in a long time. ZBrush, like, really dominated the sculpting market. Do people even use Mudbox anymore? I can train these skills. Okay. Wonder, have I not been using these skills because I haven't trained them yet? Okay, can I view... Can I train parry? Alright. Dodge. And block. Whoa. Okay. So I think if I had not found all of these skills, I wouldn't even be able to begin learning them. Okay. Nice. And I like the little jingle that was going on there. I think Mudbox is dead. But you liked that workflow more. I really love the names of a lot of 3D modeling programs. Like ZBrush is such a cool name. And it describes like exactly what it's doing too. It's like three-dimensional, you know, painting in 3D. Like Z usually has to do with 3D, XYZ, or Z. Is Blender sculpting good compared to ZBrush? Okay, from what I've heard from like professional sculptors is that even though Blender sculpting is a lot better than people give it credit for, and I've noticed this myself, that Blender is not very good at handling super high poly meshes. And your computer will actually just crash and grind to a halt once you get to a certain level. Like I have like a I have a 3060 video card. And I have a lot of RAM and hard drive space. And I've had Blender just crash if I get to too high level of like sculpt mesh resolution. but apparently ZBrush has a lot of functions in place that will allow models to be absurdly high, like millions of polygons, and it will run in an optimized state that allows it to handle all of that at once. So I guess if you're very serious doing like AAA, very high fidelity sculpting, then ZBrush is pretty much the way to go. But if you're just kind of more, learning stuff and or maybe just making kind of lower detail indie game stuff, or if the art direction that you're going for is lower fidelity, then Blender is more than enough. And plus, like, the same types of skills and all that translates well. Like, it's a really satisfying feeling when you've learned an art good enough that the software doesn't matter as much. So like, I've been watching videos of people using ZBrush, and I'm trying to learn sculpting techniques in Blender, and like a lot of the just mindset and just way you go about doing stuff translates over like to any software well. I mean, there might be some like tricks that don't, but the general idea is somewhat the same. Yeah, what Icebreaker says, ZBrush's render pipeline is really good at handling high poly stuff. Like, I was looking at a video of, I think it was a sculptor on the Last of Us team, and there was like a couple clips of their screen, and like the fidelity of the model they were working on was so extreme that I thought I was looking at a texture, but it was entirely sculpted details. It was like the pores of the person's skin were being sculpted. Which, like, usually you'll just use like a bump map or some like 2D. Like when you're getting the micro details like that, you're just using like a bump map or like Photoshop or something to just throw that on a model and have it tile. But this person was sculpting the pores in the skin of the character. Like three-dimensionally representing wrinkles and stuff. It's crazy. Okay, I think... Alright, here's the market. Let's see if I can find... sharpening stones. And yeah, I am kind of losing my voice. I'm still feeling good to keep going streaming. I'm at 11 hours. I'm Frank Wood and I'm feeling good, as the kids say. Actually, nobody says that. That's from like a weird YTM&D meme. Okay, blacksmithing patterns. Rusty weapons. Here's Rusty. How you doing, Rusty? Oh, he buys rusty weapons. Wow, he'll give me 96 copper for the great staff. Yeah, I need to find... whoa, look at this guy, Gore. He's got the full bug armor going on. The green scarab armor. Looking good. Look at this druid. This is the most druid. Not only are they a wood elf, they're wearing the green druid shirt. Nadezda. Rockin' Stone, still playing. It's got the cloth turban going. Lorak also has kind of having like Age of Conan look going on with being like barefoot with tiny like torn cloth pants, like straps all over his body. Hey, see you later, Bot Charity. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night. Icebreaker, is XSI still being developed? I thought that software was like abandoned. Is this open source or just indie? This is indie. This is their own like game entirely. It's using Unity engine, but like, you know, this is all their own in-house code and stuff like that. Oh, I was gonna check out the smithing patterns. Plate smithing. How expensive is this gonna be? Oh my god. 90 silver for the copper bracer. Like the smallest armor piece, 90 silver. Adamantium plate. Bronze. Cobalt. Copper. Iron. Mithril. And steel. Cool. Yeah, 1 silver is 100 copper. And the most money I've had in the game so far is 1 silver and like 80 copper. Okay, so I think plate might be out of my league. Is there chainmail? Cloth armor. Jiggles. I mean, that was someone's name. Oh, brewing. Are the other trainers around here? Replace my 3060 with a Radeon Pro W7900. Like, I have no idea what like the naming conventions are for that line of video cards, so I don't know if that's a really old card or if that's new. How robust is crafting right now? Well, apparently, since the last test... Oh, chain blacksmith. Here we go. There was a lot changed with crafting since the last test, and I haven't done anything yet to know what's different. But from what I've heard, like, one of the lead programmers on this game like loves crafting in MMOs, and he's like very excited to implement like his own whole system. So a lot of attention is, I guess, going to be put into it. So it won't be like an afterthought. Oh, and there's a whole trade skill that's called commerce. And it involves how much money you can make from vendors. And from what I've heard, you can actually make a profit just through transferring goods between merchants. Like if you know what merchant really likes one item that you can like sell to a specific one, buy to another specific one, and just like be transferring goods around, and you can like make a profit that way. And then depending on how good your commerce skill is, which I imagine it probably increases as you do like transactions with merchants, that you can start making more and more money that way. So I feel like that you could probably make a lot of progress in game without actually going out and fighting. Like you might be able to just be crafting and selling and running and trading in theory. Okay, so there's a whole chain line of patterns. Good to know. Spices. Nicobla. Dumpy the Whistler. It's like in games, I like the idea of crafting, but most of the time, crafting comes down to just like clicking a lot of UI items around. And that kind of turns me off from it. But then, like, the question is, well, how would you like crafting to be then? And I usually don't really have a response. Like, I can't think of what would I change about how you craft in games to make it more appealing to me. And I guess it's like the more visual, the more like in-game world representation of what I'm doing, the better. Like, the less time I spend in grids of icons and UI and stuff, the more something appeals to me. So I guess if the crafting process involved me like going around and my character would actually go and like pick up items and move them around. Yeah, actually, Dark Flame, the way that you cook in like Breath of the Wild and stuff, that is a lot more in the direction that I'm thinking, where like you technically are still clicking around UI stuff, but I guess I think of it as like tactile when something is created and it exists within the world of the game and not abstractly in a UI. That becomes way more appealing to me. Sorry, I'm losing my voice if you couldn't tell. I've only been talking for 11 hours, no big deal. Or yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. You like crafting in FF14? I have not seen how it goes, so I'm not sure what it's like. Oh, okay. I think out by the main gate is where I get the sharpening stone. I think that's where people bought it. Okay, how much is a bag before I forget? You can get quest bags too that are cheaper. Oh god. Okay, bags are very, very expensive. Here we go, folks. A halfling named Gnome. This is what it's come to. What a misdirection. And a sliding ogre. And a halfling named Bulge. Yeah, it is illegal to name yourself a name of one of the races and not be that race. You like how SS13 handles it? Use a tool on thing, combine things and other things, put things in machines that turn into something else. Yeah, I guess it's like... Astroneer, I think, does crafting in a really satisfying way where I actually enjoyed it because you physically move all the ingredients around, like everything involved in the process exists as an item in the space. And I know Astroneer is a little different because it's using physics, and you usually don't want to have a lot of physics going on in an MMO. But crafting in Astroneer was very satisfying because you would, move the ingredients over, they'd snap into place, you put the electricity into the machine, you pull the lever on the machine, it works, and you watch the ingredients actually get broken apart and reassemble. It was just all around a very pleasing experience. Here we go. Here's all the smithing stuff. And we got people waiting in line to use the forge. Oh, hey, this guy has copper armor, so this is kind of what I'm working towards. What this guy's doing in his copper stuff. Or bronze, I don't know what that is. Oh, and we got a goblin with chainmail. Very cool, with an underline for very. I wish I had better control over the camera so I could like get down to the goblin level. Okay, what do we got? Ah, melting. Blacksmithing. I should already be level 50, yeah, because I chose to start out with smithing. Yeah, it's another thing. If you're asking about crafting in this game, oops. A cool thing is that when you make your character, you can have them start out with a big level advantage into a certain line of crafting already, so you can skip a huge portion of like the skill grinding process. But you're not cheating per se, because smithing still requires melting, gathering of the resources, smelting them, and then actual smithing is like the combining of the smelted resources. So when you're crafting in FF14, everything you made is in steps. Each step, the product will vary in quality, and you have actual abilities that you use during those steps. And the ultimate goal is to get as high quality as possible before the process is 100% complete. Yes, this was a discussion that I had on the Eminem Discord, because the last time I played this game, Eminem, one of the last things I did was I was pooling together a lot of money and resources, and I was like, okay, I have a high crafting skill. Let me try crafting like this robe. I think I was doing tailoring. And then I clicked the button and it said, you failed. And I lost all of my resources, including all the money that went into the resources, and just got nothing out of it. And it was, a temporary, it was like the basic form of the crafting. So it's not going to be that way forever. But that was extremely punishing, and that just made me lose all urge to do any other crafting. Like, if you lose everything when you attempt the craft, like, that is, I think, a huge negative point. So, but we were talking about this, and then I kind of came to the idea thinking, I guess my ideal crafting would be that every time you craft, you will always get something from it, but it will just be a very low quality thing. So you'll never just lose everything. So like, you might get a, horribly threadbare shirt out of trying to make it, and you can still wear it, and you can get very little armor, but you keep bringing, this sounds like what you're talking about, Max, where it's like you keep bringing this low quality thing back into the crafting process, and you just continue to add more to it as it improves slowly, as your skill improves. So you always have a product, you always have something that you're working towards, and you're never just losing everything. Like in EverQuest, it was very punishing for crafting, and it wasn't, in my opinion, very fun at all, because you had to put shit tons of money to even start learning the skill, and you'd lose all your ingredients if you failed. So I like the idea of that you're always getting a product, but it's just a shitty product, and you are just improving it more and more over time. And then that would help you feel like a crafts person. Like, this is part of your identity, where players could come to you, and maybe there'd be a way to set this up so it's hard to like scam people, but people come to you, be like, hey, here's my my threadbare tunic, and I have these ingredients. Could you improve it for me? Like, oh, here, sure. They give you the shirt, give you the ingredients, and you use your skills that you've been grinding to improve their shirt, and then you give them the shirt back, and they have a better shirt. And then they'll like pay you for your service. Like, that's a very satisfying transaction. Like, everyone wins. And there wasn't a lot of like risk of loss in that case. Wasn't as much random chance, I guess, is what I like. Oh yeah, the modded Minecraft has a lot of good uses, or good representations of crafting systems. I have to look into that sometime. There's been so much like innovation in game design happening in Minecraft mods. Like that's a whole world in itself. Just reading what you guys are saying. Let's see. In FF14, when you make an item, your name is attached to the gear. Huh. So if someone has like a really well-made item, they'll see who made it. That's awesome. And so it's like free advertising. Like, oh, this is a skilled blacksmith. I better get a hold of them. Like I felt really satisfied when in EverQuest, shortly after Runes of Kunark came out for the fan server, P99, which introduced the whole new continent of Kunark, which allowed you to play as the Ixar, essentially the Argonians of EverQuest. And because the Ixar are hated by both good and evil, they're their own branch of hate. They are kind of stuck on their continent. But that big division and their isolation from the rest of the world is like a market prime for selling to. So I used one of my other characters and I dumped a ton of money into my new Ixar character. And I made him just practice blacksmithing and tailoring. So I learned how to make a lot of different types of armors that were in high demand. And I actually had like a market kind of cornered for a while where I'd go online and I would just tell people, hey, if you bring me, like if you give me 10 platinum and like 10 silk swatches, I'll make any type of silk armor you want. And a lot of people showed up to it. I was getting lots of messages, and I didn't even have to go get the resources myself, because these resources came from low-level newbie zones, and people are already making all of their new Ixar characters, so the plentiful resources. So they're just bringing me the resources and the money, and I did the grinding for the craft, and I was just there making armor for people. So it was like satisfying looking at the population was a lot more well armored than they were before I showed up. So for like a week, I was like contributing so much to the trade economy, and it's like it feels good to like have a positive impact from kind of a minor part of the gameplay of the game. You know, I wasn't going out and killing stuff. I was just sitting around clicking UI stuff, making armor. Wouldn't say that modded Minecraft is necessarily innovative. They're just more than 3 tiers of items and ability to automate a lot of things, and the crafting feels more goal-oriented. I see. You like doing that in RuneScape, where felt nice to like give people, you know, make people sets of armor and stuff. Yeah. Wait, blacksmithing supplies, and the only thing he's selling is a fire beetle carapace? This guy is down on hard times. Unless that's the carapace you use to make the beetle armor, maybe that's why. An intro to smelting, alright. Let's read it. This is an introduction to smelting. Things are about to heat up. Uh-oh, I think I got scammed. Okay, there's no other pages. Well, luckily that was just 1 copper. I'll just leave this on the floor so the next person can pick up. Oh man, there's a line of people waiting for to use the smithing stuff. Oh, look at this. We got an armored dwarf. He's looking cool with his plate armor. And his name is Gnome with a K. Misa. Alright, well, so... Sharpening stones. Where do I get those? Game close to final release? Oh, not at all. It's kind of in like an early alpha stage right now. Early access is going to happen January 2026, I think it is. We have like a year and a half out before they enter early access. If you go to monstersandmemories.com, they have like a whole roadmap laid out, and you can read like all the races and classes and stuff. But a really cool thing with this team especially is that everybody is very open about the whole process. Lots of the devs stream, and you could just go and just ask questions about the game, and they're very open to talking about it. And you can watch it being made. Especially a loving robot. He is kind of like the head of the project, like a producer. I'll link a Loving Robot stream in the chat. If you have any interest at all in this game, you should follow his channel. He streams a lot, like multiple times a week. And he's kind of like the center of knowledge about the game. Yeah, this is the early access going into early access. And then also, I'll link just monstersmemories.com. Right now, this is still the stress test that I'm playing, which was a technical test. The test server stability and stuff. Oh, lag. But it's in preparation that there's a big weekend-long test happening at the end of June, the 28th, I think, where that's going to be a gameplay focus test. And they're trying to get all the technical stuff out of the way during this test. All right, maybe one of the vendors here will have sharpening stones. Yeah, Max, I'll say like, if you, I mean, say this all the time, but like this is very influenced by EverQuest. So like if you want to see if you would enjoy this game and, there isn't a test going on, I would look into actually just playing EverQuest or like reading about it or something, because this like looks and feels so much like it. Yet this game is, yeah, it's influenced by it. It's not trying to just be like a modern version of EverQuest. It's more trying to take that basis, that framework for an MMO, and refine it and kind of have their own takes for it like new classes, new world building kinds of stuff. But there is a Project 1999, which is like a fan revival of classic EverQuest that is still very active. And it's relatively easy to install. You have to like get an image of the titanium edition of the game. There's like tutorials that tell you exactly how to do it, but the gameplay is very similar. Is this not an NPC? I mean, not a vendor? Yeah. Living in an age of chaos. No, an age of revivals of old games. A greedy halfling. What else is new? Super hyped for when Eminem is more ready. Yeah. It'll be especially cool once we have access to the deep. Because a big part of this world's lore, for those that don't know, is that there are two big places. There's the above ground people and the underground people. And there's like the deep races. So like when you look at gnomes and dwarves and elves, there are deep versions of all of those races, and they kind of have their own like mirror world going on underground. Right now, none of that is really in the game. I think some of the zones might be there, but all of that aspect is going to come after early access, they announced. So they're focusing on the above ground people between now and early access release. And then they're going to start getting into the deep after early access. Mining pick. That sounds important for what I'm trying to do. And kind of a cool thing about regarding cool thing regarding the way that the deep races are being portrayed is that there's going to be like advantages and disadvantages that oppose one another, where it's like being an above ground person, you're more effective in your, you know, sunny, bright world. And you have disadvantages underground, like not being able to see as well and things like that. But then it's the opposite, where if you are a underground race, you have advantages in the dark and then disadvantages when you're above ground. So like the dynamic of these two lifestyles is an interesting one to me. Ever heard anything about PAX Day? Yeah. Did you watch when they did a public test? It was their first public showing of gameplay and all that. It was interesting. It was easily the biggest and like most realistic, just amazing looking world, like very realistic. The scale is crazy huge. Like it's almost like a 1-to-1, you know, real life scale for how big everything was. Gameplay kind of seemed like just more of the same MMO affair where it's like here's 1,000 things that you can craft, and you have the skill tree, and you progress up the skill tree so you can craft more things. You could build structures and stuff, but I think PAX Day is trying to be a lot more on the social side, so they have like a whole system for establishing player cities. So like as you start building stuff, you like have ownership over a plot of land, and there's like advantages or buffs or perks or whatever to having multiple people in one land sharing everything. I don't know, but it still kind of just felt like it's more of the usual. It didn't interest me enough to feel like really playing it. It's fun to look at though. Really good looking game. And I actually applied to work for a paid testing position for PAX Day, but I didn't get it, but I assume like 1,000 people also probably applied for that position. Oh, that's right, survival skills. Where are my sharpening stones? Wilderness? You cannot train wilderness skill, okay. Oh, I totally forgot that No Man's Sky devs announced a survival game. We learned anything else about that since that trailer? Like, I've heard literally nothing since then. And maybe that's for the better, because it seems to be the less Hello Games talks, the better shape the perception of their games is in. Which is kind of ironic considering their game is like, hello. You know, what you do to start a conversation. You're like, it's better if Hello Games doesn't talk. Oh yeah, you get a buff if you hang out in the taverns while everyone's here. Whispering Wallace. What's going on, Whispering Wallace? What's the good word? Heard any interesting stories of late? Well, I was asking you. I don't know. Alrine Grimzo. Okay, so I think you need to be in a tavern for 2 minutes to get the buff. I still remember a moment that happened during the last test where I was just sitting here at the bar. And then this person comes like tearing through the bar with like 10 cultists chasing them. And they're like, help, help, help. And they like jump onto the bar table and run into the back room as cultists are like beating them to death. And I was like, where can I sign up? There was a raid, not a real raid, but like a planned raid that players were going to try to have during this test. I don't know if it ever happened. But Sean, during one of his streams, he was like, you guys should stay away from this bridge. Don't go on this bridge. So people are like, all right, we're organizing a raiding party for this bridge. And I don't know whatever happened to that. Did that raid ever happen? Did everyone just die? I'll do a surface level search on their Discord to see if anything happened with that raid. I'll just search bridge. Zukin, one of the artists, posts. I finally got on. Where's the rest of the bridge raid? So the dev is standing on the bridge by himself. Where's everyone else? See, what did people respond to that? Oh man, that was 10 hours ago. What? One of the responses says, there's huge underwater catacombs at the bottom of the tower. He found a pale man who wrecked me. Huh. Kinda looks like the big raid was canceled because of the technical issues that the servers have been facing. Okay, but from the looks of it, yeah, the bridge goes to a tower inside a mountain that is guarded by pale guards. And apparently there's a pale man that will kick everyone's ass if you go inside. Oh wow, a statistic about tonight. 1,200 new accounts were made by players during this test. And then this person says, this is kind of like a summary of your first experience in this type of game. He says, zoned in, memorized spells, died to a snake. I don't think a whole lot else happened with the bridge raid. People killing stuff in the tavern? What's going on? Sojourner hits Decimus? What's going on? Roguish stuff happening? Huh. Okay, I have not received the buff yet. I mean, the idea is that they're trying to make taverns be like a trade hub, socializing hub. Like if you're looking for a group, you find a group here. But I think it's kind of too early in the game for culture to be established. These people are just trying to like learn the game. Still quite a few people streaming this. Nice. Okay, well, I'm waiting for... Oh, wait, do I have to be around the fire? Maybe. I'll sit next to Galuda. While I'm waiting for this, I'm going to go grab something to drink real quick and enjoy the crackling fire, the ambience. Here's my really high budget BRB. There we go. Oh no, the ogre slid out of view. Wait. I'll just sit over here. Oh god, it's so laggy. Alright, I will be right back. Gonna go get something to drink real quick. Almost at the 12-hour mark, too. Streaming 12 hours? Huh. Rookie numbers. Alright, BRB.